Wahoo stream.
I've been doing that this entire time. So far, there's been a lot of narration of just like, you are having a good time, menacing, and I'm like, yay!
What are you playing, Piff?
Slay the princess.
Are you having a good time, yay?
Yay! So far, the game has been telling me I'm having a good time, so I'm having a great time.
Way to fight the system.
Is Jello here? Oh, you might not be able to hear me. No, you should be able to. I guess you're just silly. And you'll have to live with that.
It's this random guy! He's on Jello Stream! Welcome to Random Guy Show! With your host, I don't know.
I don't know, we're all pretty confused.
You were just not talking? I talked. Piff was talking. Why would I?
He can definitely hear you now.
Okay, cool.
So I guess just so that I can say it at the top of this stream and then get mad when people ask me when they come in 5 minutes later, as is the streamer way, I've been like editing and stuff while intermittently playing Hades in the background, and I kind of just want to be in a public space right now and talk to people, but I want something to do with my hands. So what I'm doing is getting many items in Hades. So I'm always going to be going... I want gems, primarily. If I can get a fishing spot in Chaos, that's also ideal. I'm trying to get the... I've never caught the best Chaos fish, and they never fucking show up.
Me neither.
Okay, so, I'm trying to get Chaos boons that give me... Money is good, gems are better, and I'm trying to get Poseidon boons that give me both of those things.
Yes.
Have I tried Hades 2 yet? No, it's not done. I don't play games until they're done. I'm also using Sisyphus because he gives a treasure.
You'll be back, won't you? Hey, Zag, what is good?
Hang on. Any advice for someone putting on their first one-act play and trying to pulling their hair out, trying to make it all happen? Don't. Are you the director? What's your role? Or did you write it? Explain. Tell me. Have I heard of Has Been Hotel or watched it? No, what's that? You are the director and writer and vice president of my theater club. Okay. What? Explain to me, like, the venue and how long you have. Ooh, this is good too. You love to get side hustle in Tartarus. Basically a black box. The play is approximately 15-17 minutes long. Okay, that sounds pretty doable. I would say don't be crazy as a director. I've had a lot of crazy theater directors, and they're terrible. My controller's having a lot of issues. So don't do that. I'm trying to think. That's like any advice. Yeah, just as a director, be kind. I've had many adult crazy directors and a few student directors who are crazy. Hopefully you're a good person and don't let the power go to your head, and like be really communicative with your actors and production people. So like if there's a date you want them off book, make that like very clear early on and remind people of it. But like, I don't know, if someone, if the day gets there and someone's only like 75-80% off book, it's like, you know, that's unfortunate, but like, don't be crazy. Like, when I say crazy, I mean, so in my high school, I had this director who was directing this thing called Tens by Teens, which was 10 plays written by students and directed by them, and he was like the managing director of all of it. So we would each go off to our own plays and direct them, and I was a director, and I was in one, and I wrote one. Not both years. I didn't write one the first year, but I did it 2 years. And there were some dopey, well-meaning, but very dopey kids who were like, they were practicing just outside the theater, and there was like a little concrete lip above the door. And they would, one time they were sitting on it, and because they were like climbers. You know when you got like a kid who's a climber. Hang on, I just want to make sure. Testing some. Okay, cool. And they climbed on top of it, and the first time he was like, "Don't go back up there," and then they like went back up there like a week or two later, just casually, which is like, you know, defiance of authority, but there was no reason not to be up there. Like, it was concrete. Like, and it was only like 6 feet up. They were fine. But when he found them up there, he brought them in, took over the main stage, and called every one of the other directors in the middle of their plays in, so everyone could be in the theater to listen to him yell at this kid and the director have a mental breakdown about it. Don't be that guy. That guy actually retired like this year or last, and my mom was like, I got a message saying he's retiring, and he wanted, like, you were among the people he wanted to like have at his last thing. And I was like, no fucking way. That dude was a jerk. How are you guys doing, other people in this call who are with me?
Doing all right.
I'm doing pretty well.
Jesus.
You were speaking about crazy directors, and I guess I don't have any authorities on it, but I will say, as someone who has sat, well, my sister was doing theater stuff, and she had to unfortunately have me be around, basically doing babysitting while also being theater. I have seen at least one crazy director who could never make up his mind about anything, and he literally added an entire new song to the play, I think a few days before it opened.
Did he have red horns coming out of his forehead?
maybe not red horns, but it's been so long. It feels mean to say, but he may not have red horns, but he definitely looked discolored.
What was the color?
He did look very red all the time.
Okay. Red would have been my guess. He could have also been yellow. He could have been sallow. How does it? Sorry, I was about to read out. Someone in chat asked, Jello, how does it feel to be free of horrible writing? And I don't actually know what that's referring to at the moment. Oh, Danganronpa, probably. Good. Yeah, Oz just joined the call. And Oz just gave a list of people in the call.
Hello.
Hello.
Brendan, will they... Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this is the good one. This is what I want. Ocean's Bounty. Will they kiss? Referring to... So this is actually a fun surprise for me as well. Because I got called back in to do more Mr. Puzzles. And I knew I was talking to someone at the end of, like, a season where they had defeated a villain. I did not know the villain who my character was reaching out to be like, do you want to be co-villains in the future, was voiced by Gianni, which is extremely exciting to me. Will they kiss? Probably not. Like, I don't know. I don't think a lot of SMG4 is planned out, but it's me and Gianni, so we're definitely gonna make jokes about it.
Oh no.
The other two took off.
I just finished watching the Name That Tune VOD. Yeah, I realized since I believe it's this week is the big... This music is too loud, hang on. I just realized the big Twitch VOD purge, I think, is this week. It's like the 18th, right? Or 19th. So I wanted to check to see if there was anything left that I really cared about. My controller's broken, so these menus are fucky. Let's take this. And, don't remember what I was talking about.
Twitch VODs being taken down.
Thank you. Twitch VOD's being taken down. So I went and I was like, you know what? We don't have the Name That Tune streams, I'm pretty sure. So, well, these are all good, but I have to get rid of this one. I went through and I grabbed the very first two ever Name That Tunes I did. So those are going up, I don't know, whenever Aloha puts them up. I also grabbed my live reading of the first Bakano novel, which was in 2 parts. And it's pretty clunky, but I don't know if you eventually want to listen to that. And the Cucumber Quest dub reunion. Just grabbing things that weren't already there on the Twitch. Also, I guess just to be transparent, when someone asked, do I know what Has Been Hotel is? And I said, no, what is that? I was lying. I do know what Has Been Hotel is.
I was wondering about that. So I'm like, there's no way you don't know. But you also said it so seriously that I was like, did he somehow miss that one?
How does it feel to become controversial and canceled every year? Bad. Honestly,
Can't imagine it'd feel anything but bad.
worse when it's for something dumb.
Have you ever played Night in the Woods? Love your stuff. Yeah, well, funny you should ask. Yeah, we did a whole playthrough, a read-through of it on not this channel, but
No,
was
it's
it
this channel. It's
Oh,
this
okay, I
channel.
wasn't sure if it was this one or a different one.
Lady Aphrodite.
Am I going to Level Up Expo? Bricks and Broadway, you can just assume I'm not going to anything. I literally don't do conventions.
Damn.
I just don't like him. The only reason I would do a convention is if there's like a friend I've never met who is near there and I got invited and someone's paying for me.
You would literally have to pay me to Doki Doki Literature Club. You guys should dub this. You would have to pay us.
Yeah, I don't really want to. It doesn't seem
We don't want
interesting
to.
to me. Also, don't you have to like go into your game files and like delete shit to play with it? Isn't it
Yeah,
one of those
yeah.
games? So like that seems difficult to stream easily for me.
I'll take this one.
I'll play Dark Deity too eventually, yeah. Wanted to get Danganronpa done and get that 7-hour Octopath thing done. I did that, which is exciting. And starting this Monday, I'm going to be going back to full-time epithet writing, which I'm extremely excited about.
Woohoo!
Coin.
Wahoo!
Wahoo Coin is a delight.
So lovely.
I've been really enjoying having Chula on streams. Chula's such a wonderful presence.
Yeah.
Let's liven things up.
Chilla, notorious workaholic. I can't wait to get back to work. Look, I rotate between mediums and things I do. And also, like, you know how when you work out, like at the end of gym class, they'll have you like do cool down stretches or like walk an extra lap so that your body doesn't like, my brain wants to say go into shock. That's obviously not right. But like, you know, you need that,
Ease
you
you
need
out.
that ease you out of it. Yeah. I very often, after doing really long visual projects, will be like, thank God that's over. You know what? I kind of want to video edit something.
You need these transitional phases, or else your brain gets confused.
So after,
Victory.
after that anime opening video, like I spent like 2 or 3 days on that stupid little bones edit for Kyoko for the people who were like, I don't, like, very reasonably, I'm not interested in watching the Danganronpa streams. Super valid. Here's the best moment from them.
Concerning that that's the best moment.
I'm still surprised how bad that game was. It's I believe Amy described it as honestly embarrassing. Oz, I saw you watching a lot of them, so I saw you in chat a good amount of times.
5-second rule. That was 5
Oh,
seconds.
I just needed noise in my ears. I wanted to hear my friends laughing.
You leave my troops alone.
Pretty good gem luck so far, which is great. Since I need a lot, couple thou, I'm definitely not gonna get it tonight.
You get a good amount by replaying danger levels that you've already passed, I think.
No, that's
Oh wait,
darkness.
do you still get gems from doing the new stuff?
It's darkness from bosses when you repeat it.
Do you still get gems from bosses in general, regardless
Yes,
of if you
you
Okay.
do if it's on like any easy or hard.
Okay.
One of my boons got stronger.
And I still need a couple of the boss drop items, so I'm always doing whatever the highest heat is.
Hey,
Hey,
Joe, I
Jill.
start playing Hades. When does this game get great? Been playing for 10 hours and it isn't really impressing me. I think it's just not for you then.
Yeah, probably not for you. Yeah, I think Hades is pretty good. I voiced in some of the other streams I did that I actually do have some thoughts on, because I'm not a roguelike enjoyer. And I think it's a pretty good roguelike, which is why I'm enjoying playing it enough. But Piff, you and I talked about it, where you had a good point that was like, Hades is actually better if you're worse at it. Like the overall pace of what the game gives you and how fast it gives you stuff is actually better if you're not winning quickly.
Yeah.
And the way that like side quests and character stuff works is basically anytime you unlock something, and this game has like an honestly incredible amount of dialogue. So you get one piece of dialogue in a queue, like a printer queue, basically, every time you come back to the house. So it'll be like, there's a lot of quests that like Nyx needs to say something, but Nyx will also comment on like, this is the first time you got out of Asphodel. This is the first time you robbed Karen. You've been talking to Ares a lot. And in the order you unlock them, I believe that's the order that they play out, which takes a long time, because if you're doing well, then it means you've unlocked like 20, but you won't get to see them for like 20 loops, which happened to me. But yeah, I would say 10 hours is a very fair amount of time to have dipped your foot in it. Like, I would say it's probably not for you.
Regardless of my or anyone else's opinions on things, if you play 10 hours of something and you don't like it, and you don't feel like you're going to like it, you don't have to continue playing it if you feel like, well, if I get far enough, maybe a good will happen.
Well, nah, yeah, like, and like Hades is not a game where it's like, oh, once you get to like Elysium, then the game picks it. Like, it's not a game with different areas. It's a roguelike. Like
the 12th loop is really the best one.
Dude, when the Bone Hydra has a top hat, that's when the story starts picking up.
Wherever your neck went.
So yeah, I would say you could drop it.
Yeah. We give you grand permission, handed down on high, scroll dictating your release.
To be clear, I think the game is good. I'm just not impressed. Okay. That's fine.
Interesting. You know, I've played lots of games, and I still am impressed by
I don't think
Hades.
you have, Biff.
Spoons for coffee.
You know what? You're right.
Okay.
I played
don't-
like 3 games, and I'm really impressed by Hades.
Okay, well I need... Alright, I guess I'm selling the fishing legendary because I need those other 2.
Hmm.
I heard you need to get 100+ hours to get the true ending. That's not true. I got it in like 60 or 30 or so. I don't know. I played a lot of this game in the background. You need to get to the end 10 times for the normal ending, and then all you need to do, technically, is get all the Olympians up to a good level, and then all of them need to random proc advancing stuff. So, frankly, the player could probably get that, like, what they need to do on their end done in, like, 15 to 20 successful runs. Honestly, less, actually. And, then the game, you are just at its whims.
So basically, you could just fail over and over again,
you
wasting
can.
runs.
Chat, are you having trouble?
Man, you guys gotta go to classes for voice recognition at this point, I think. I'm sorry.
Not what I need right now.
Since this game is pretty heavily dialogue-bizzed, that was poorly said, I'm gonna just switch over to another one.
Where do you think you're going?
It's okay. Do not weep for the closed game, for another will open.
Hello.
When Piff closes a game, another opens.
Hi.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Oh, that was a pretty easy Erebus.
Blast.
That's what I've been saying.
Earning my keep.
Oz always becomes a bug when I enter call.
Yeah, Oz is now a bug. You haven't been paying attention. Oz is the only bug that Amy likes.
Oh my god.
That's true. You know what? That's probably true.
Oh. Meow.
It's because I like bees, and you say bee, and I smile.
Bee?
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't formally caught on But there's a couple things now that the Aram Austin Moe and I Trails things are getting uploaded slowly that I hope we can, like, kind of absorb back into the, at least, like, the fully voiced crew. And my favorite one is Aram and Austin decided to start reading 3 question marks together as bees. I don't know why, but I really like it. So anytime a game dialogue is just 3 question marks, bees? But, like, sincerely read
where
in
that
the
came
character.
from.
Yep, it's an Aram, I believe. Aram or Austin. It feels like Aram, though.
Yeah. It's a bit too pure for inherently being Austin. Like, if it were wasps, then I could hear it, but...
Little bugs.
Slugs.
Chitin.
As,
Roaches.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
You were going to continue your thought. I'm doing something else.
I was just going to say chitin and ichor are the most Austin words that exist.
Yeah.
Icor. As a side note, I see that you have picked back up Gun. One of my favorites.
The only gun I like is the one you recommend with the initial super bullet. I hate all of the other ones.
It's so good. The Super Bowl is so good.
And the it is good. The only weapon I have tried and never succeeded to beat a run with is the laser version of the gun. It's unusable.
It's tough.
That gun sucks, yeah. The Aris gun is pretty good. That's the one where you fire your special, and if you stand in the explosion, you get a damage boost. That one's pretty good.
What chance did they have?
Wow.
Love it. You're not too bad at this. Pleasure doing business.
Here's a hot smooch.
Smooch.
Bitch.
Load it up.
I should, like... I sometimes remember I have that photograph of Oz with the big lollipop making, like, basically a PogChamp face. I should, like, redraw, like, Cosmo as that. Because I don't feel comfortable distributing a photo of you that's, like, completely outside of cosplay and normal. but
Yeah.
I would feel comfortable distributing a drawing of Cosmo doing that.
Yeah, yeah. It truly has such whimsical energy.
How far would I get in a 64 heat run? Maybe like 3 rooms. I am not that good at Hades. I did the 32 run.
Yeah.
And it took a good amount of luck.
Oh. Did you have like a preferred weapon?
I think I'd probably use the shield.
Okay.
I
used this gun, I believe.
This gun, like, actually, this, whatever kit I'm rocking right now, this is a lot of base damage for Elysium. I usually don't have this much coming out of this thing.
Yeah, the ability to, like, shoot and then dodge and reload at the same time and then just have that cycle, it's so powerful. It's
I
so
have
good
to
against
say,
bosses, too.
I hate that you're vulnerable during dash strikes in this game, to the degree that I wish dash strikes weren't in the game and you could only be attacking or dashing, because the number of times I mentally am switching from one to the other, but the game is like, you're doing both at once, take damage, even though I've done the input for dodging, feels really bad. So I appreciate that the gun doesn't have that problem.
Yeah.
Fucked up. God damn it.
I also feel like that there's interesting gameplay with this one, where you have one big shot that takes a bit, but you also have like your side stuff. So you have like big AoE. You can also do like little pings with like your magic or whatnot. It's nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of different kits. This one's just a lot better than the other guns, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite weapons and one of the best weapons in my opinion because it is easy to use and just effective. It takes like one mental strain to like figure out like the shoot and reload thing. Once you get that, it's one of the best weapons.
Wow, I did not realize how much money I had.
You can actually buy a thing at the end.
Yeah, no, I've been getting pretty good. I would say like at least 3 out of 4 runs I've been able to buy the extra thing. I'm actually able to buy the extra thing more than I am able to beat Hades because I was listening to my audio and like stop and start editing it while playing this for that 7-hour Octopath review. So I wasn't like paying full attention because I had to be checking the levels on my left computer. Because like Patreon's one of those things like what is it? Patreon is one of those websites kind of like Tumblr where sometimes you have a volume bar and other times you don't. So I always want it to be really loud so that people can like turn up or down their speakers and listen to it. But if it's too quiet, it's just like, well, you're fucked. This is probably the most money I've actually ever had in my pocket in this game. Hello, Karen.
My fave.
Sandwich.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Sure.
The war is on.
Very small nitpick. Make sure you pick up the heart and then the sandwich. Since it scales off of your HP, I think.
Oh.
I think.
It could. Hard to tell because different parts of this game use the same sandwich item in different ways. Like Demeter and Aphrodite have some like, get this now and heal this amount, and that scales off of your health. But I think there are certain food items that are just like always 50, always 25.
Yeah, I think, what's her face? I can't remember her face.
Color?
What Pokemon type is she?
Green.
Artemis.
Artemis.
No, Dusa, right?
Dusa, thank you.
Oh,
Dusa's,
sorry.
like, little, lucky charm or whatever the flip.
Yeah.
I think is like 10 strictly, I think.
That sounds right to me. Because I used hers quite a bit. Yeah, I would say I like this gun. I like the bow if I can get a hammer or two. Because the bow has really good hammers. The shield, when you get a good shield loadout, you literally can't lose. You would like have to be running into Hades and not attacking him to lose. And then sword, luck of the draw, spear luck of the draw with the lowest floor if you're unlucky. I have because I play with the timer on because it's like a nice easy amount of heat, and I have had a lot of runs that without even being hit, unwinnable with some spear damage output that I've had.
That's impressive.
Especially if you try and fight Karen.
I feel like at least base spear is one of the faster ones I've heard from like other players, so I'd have to like fool around with it myself to get a good opinion on it.
It's cause I find the best way to do bonkers damage, especially to a single target like a boss, is you know, like alternating between base attack, special, and cast, and then like ideally and like maybe your dash too, and it's like ideally you've got some spicy damage on there. You've got at least 2 status ailments, so you got the plus whatever it is, 20-30% damage thing, and then those are dealing damage. But with the spear, its attack animations are the slowest of all of them, alternating between each other. And its big thing is like if you can do the special and have it like saw blade back and forth, and that deals a lot of damage, it's really good. But when you've got high heat stuff, like every enemy takes a hit and takes no damage, or takes 2 hit and takes no damage, spear falls off really hard with a lot of the high heat stuff, in my opinion. I don't really need this anymore, I guess.
Could use the extra coin.
Give me gems. Give me darkness. Give me a coin purse.
Billionaires again, be like.
That was Elysium. Here she is.
Easiest runs I have are using the Arthur aspect sword with the Sisyphus shackle. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Arthur Sword is easy mode for a lot of people.
What the hell does that mean? I've adopted the slight Valley Girl twang Jello assumes when explaining something, and my friends do not like it. Valley Girl twang!
Maybe they mean just a hint of sass.
I can't fucking believe this.
Oh, fun fact about the ending area and like what you can get in those areas. The doors at the end that are like, here's your rewards. The ones that have skulls that are like heart and I think coin actually gives you double a heart or a coin.
Yeah.
Double heart is so good. 50 HP. 50 max HP is so good.
It's pretty good. You love max HP buffs in this game, huh?
It's because when you die, you get that, like, percentage back. Like, 50% of that back.
I understand. It just comes up a lot when we talk about it. I think it's funny.
It's good.
You're in the pocket of big health.
Yeah. Stay hydrated, well-balanced breakfast.
Helps that HP buffs also heal you. Yep, they're good. It's funny because in the actual game, it's like, here's all these ways to get more gems and darkness. And I'm like, why would I give a fuck about any of that? And now that I'm just playing this on, like, I don't know, hour 170 as, like, background noise, I'm like, well, yeah, now I want those, but I still wouldn't have built my game around them.
You can still, like, kind of use them to go up in resources, like, give it a little bit to get a little key, and then to get a little key to get the...
They don't scale well. I feel like I already talked about it on one of these streams, so I won't bother a second time. Ow, my bones.
Fair enough.
Diamonds especially are hard to farm.
What even are those things?
Your hands get all bloody.
Yeah, diamonds are a little rough.
No, that's where they're found. That's where,
Yeah.
that's where. Yeah.
Your eternal reward.
Really appreciate it, Biff.
Thank you.
Oh, speaking of rough.
No, not today.
Not today?
No.
Okay.
Can't go back.
Why not? Please!
I'm still thinking about Sprite saying I sound like a Valley Girl when I'm explaining stuff.
I know what they're talking about.
Explain it.
So, you have this cadence. Let's call it the overarching cadence, where it's basically like your bridge that you go through. So if the phrase you're saying, or the paragraph you're just like saying, or whatever, your statement is a song, there is like this melody that you take when you're getting to your point. And it's like a slight rise in it a little bit. It's not up talking because you don't do it at the end, but I know what they're talking about. I can hear it.
I think I also know what they're talking about. You know how, like, Valley Girls, like, to get into it, you sort of have to go a little bit
You
back in
wind
the
up.
throat. You go a little bit back in the throat and you relax and you're like, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll reach that, not completely, but like on the way. You know what I mean? When you're just explaining, you're like, guys. You know what I mean?
Chad has described it well. It's like halfway through we can visualize the rising action of the answer, and you kind of stay in that middle zone while you're doing it. It's like in the back of your throat a little bit.
Oh, the curse to be known.
Yeah.
What
To
a
be
peculiar
observed.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, mate.
Still haven't found it.
Now he's too shy. Now he doesn't want to say anything.
I'm hoping
Just-
one of you would
just
do an impression of it, but you're just like describing it in the abstract. So
Oh, what do I just... Do you want me to have the fucking B-movie script open here to read the Declaration of Independence?
sure, if that's what you need to do it.
You're doing it right now.
No.
A little bit. It's like Aloha said, you're just a little fruity with it. Just a little.
You know how you go like, now guys, I know what you're thinking. It's like that.
The Valley Girl bit is probably some accent misunderstanding on my part, but I do imagine a little crop top and such when it occurs.
God, I would look so bad in a crop top.
Just a little crop top.
God,
Affectionately, I agree.
no, I'd look terrible in a crop top.
It's just not your style.
There's like slutty looks I can make work okay, and crop top is super not one of. It's super
There
not
it is.
one of them.
Super.
See, you just, it's that.
It's that. That's the bitch.
So sorry, Jello, you're not beating these
You're not beating the Valley Girl accusations.
Ugh, Yam, what did you do to my controller? It's always pressing left and down now.
What?
It's like broken on every menu in Hades. Here, I'll show you when I'm back in the house, so I can. It makes it like impossible to
Gigantic Cerberus accepts
what is it?
princess.
To select different stuff.
I didn't do anything.
She just touched it with her long spider other mother hands.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Now you
other
know I'm
mother-
saying that completely affectionately.
It's Coraline.
Oh.
Pin.
I knew what you meant.
My mind went to other M, and I'm like, where?
I can be a slut if I draw the line at crop tops. No, like today, like I'm wearing a crop top. That's dumb. Today I'm wearing like kind of a fuzzy, what are these called? Lumberjack pattern flannel shirt.
Yeah.
And just cause like it's just getting to the point where inside it's like a little too hot to be wearing long sleeves for me. I was just wearing it like with the buttons open, and this was a while ago, and I doubt enough people have seen this to know what I'm talking about, but there was this like group of celebrities who did this magazine of like, they did a collective shoot for like Vanity Fair or something. There was a bunch of guys, and they were like exploring like basically what it like attractiveness of the male form, but in like slightly more blue collar ways, like being a little rougher with it and a little more a little less like Ryan Gosling sparkling coming out of a pool, and more like, yo, I'm a little drunk and I'm half falling out of bed, but like my hair looks really good this morning, and like my shirt's off in a way where you can just see some of my chest hair. And like I feel like there are some of those kind of beneficial to bears type ways I could look slutty that I could pull off. Crop top, 0%. I didn't class into crop top body.
Didn't put any stats into it.
when the mind says crop top, but the body says no
Crop stop.
crop stop.
Honestly, you know what I think it is that if I'm doing anything, which I usually am while streaming, because at least part of me has to pay attention to the game, the elongation of words that I'm right now consciously doing and usually not consciously doing is giving me more time for my dumb brain to remember why I started talking so that the sentence will hit there at the end. I guess I sound like a little slut when I do it, though.
Oh, spirits.
Spare
I miss her.
That was a good bit. That's the type of bit I used to do with plaster all the time.
Yeah.
I have good memories of us playing like Smash 4 and fucking around and failing event mode co-op missions so many times that to prevent us from getting bored, we started doing insane improv bits. And like one of them was like a home run contest type thing, and we were like, well, in Melee, Yoshi is the best for casual players for the home run contest to unlock Ganondorf or whatever. No, you do something. In home run contest unlocks something. And, I got. So we kept doing this thing where we were trying Yoshi and he was really sucking because they changed him because it was 2 games later, and we were like, so what we did, we would keep swapping the characters we were playing as, and we were framing the home run contest as an endless purgatory-style talent show where everyone was coming up and trying their best to whack the sandbag well, and like all the other characters were heckling them. And the big joke from that was just, up next, it's Yoshi's big try again. And there was one we did where you have to prevent a bunch of Game & Watches from falling on Fox and Falco's ship. So we started doing Fox and Falco as Valley Girls, going like, oh my god, you totally beeped it last time. We got invaded by aliens, and the line we kept using from that was like, one of us would fuck up and it would be so clearly one of our fault and be like, the other one would go, I know I'm not supposed to hate you right now, but I really hate you right now.
That's pretty good.
What am I doing? Skin. Worse.
Looks down at my skin. Skin, what was I doing?
Skin, you must remind me.
Skin, help me out.
Where have you been, Skin?
I've always had your back.
Where have you skin been? Oh, you got some extra? Throw it in the skin bin. Golden
I don't want to do
character.
that, boss.
Only gif I got, box. Box.
Why are you talking about a box?
Skin? Is that what we're calling Swarm now? I think it would be
No.
very funny to refer to the chat room as the Swarm.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
You have?
Yeah, for my bug-only Pokemon run, it was Swarm instead
Holy
of chat.
shit, that's funny.
You can have it. I might not come back
Oh,
to
thank
that
you.
playthrough.
Yeah, you would say swarm and they would all go bzz, bzz. I thought it was cute.
And I would always be like, Swarm, kill.
You misunderstand.
Ooh.
I am grateful.
Uh-oh, that's the wrong layer.
Probably my mother's.
See, they're doing it! Chat, you're so cute. You're like little bumblebees.
Fucked up the neck.
It's probably not.
I think I'll take it.
I hate it when you walk up to the wretched broker and there's nothing he's offering that's good, so you have to like walk away and he looks at you so disappointed, so I pretty much always resign myself to buying something.
Me
I'm
too.
I'm so easy to, like, con
You
into
look
buying
easy to
shit.
rob.
For breakfast. Dinner, maybe? Done deal.
I won't.
Check the garden.
I won't. Emotionally manipulated Jello. Listen, next time I make major purchases, like buying a car, I need Amy to be there with me. I fold so easy. I also am like, I value the idea of ending the interaction and not having to waste any more time on it so highly that, like, okay, so here's, like, the controller, give it a second, it usually, like, starts once, like, you're gonna gaslight me right now, aren't you? You're gonna make it look normal.
Oh.
I'm gonna throttle you.
I think I need my bow.
I hated doing that.
Coronach, awaken. What's going on back there?
And I gotta add something.
This one's for you, Mother.
Do not stray far again into the pits of Tartarus, or become lost like all its residents. Content yourself to look upon it from afar.
I wonder why they made their House of Hades in Tartarus, which is supposed to be like the shittiest place.
How about I take a closer
I guess most people go to Tartarus, so maybe it's just for convenience.
I think it's just because it's deeper in Hades.
power of the sea?
Maybe they just didn't think about it.
Whatever, let's try it.
Farthest away from Zeus, fair.
You know what? Fair.
Thank you for the pet.
Also, Jello sitting at Jello sitting at 15 on the Pact when I think the highest I've gotten in any weapon is 7. I mean, I've got that 32 on the shield.
Hmm.
For safekeeping.
What do you mean, what? There's a skelly. Look, there's a thing for doing it, so I did it. If you give me a checklist of stuff in a video game and it goes, oh, if you do this, something will happen, I'm probably going to do it.
That sounds like you complete the game.
No.
No.
Sorry, I mean, no. Neither of these are good.
Coronach grows stronger.
The completer. I love the sound design on the little auditory signatures of all the Olympians.
Yay. Very well curated.
Dionysus has my favorite. The glasses clink with a laugh.
The clink.
Time for a change.
The clink.
It's very well constructed because it's like, it's just after he's done talking, so no matter what, it's like he's giving a toast and everyone's like, oh, you're so fucking funny.
I think it's funny that Dionysus is like one of the least problematic gods of the pantheon. My love for your
He's like-
content. Go ahead.
He's like the least problematic, but also the scariest to anger in myth, from what I recall.
I feel like if you anger Dionysus, you might. Well, not you
Deserve
it. But,
it.
but certainly more than angering like Zeus, who fucking just, or Poseidon. My love for your content has convinced me to go back and forth between being exposed to Golden Kamui and Danganronpa, which feels like drinking wine and chasing it with Mike's Hard Lemonade. It was fun to revisit Golden Kamui.
Yay, Golden Kamuy, yay.
Yay, Golden Kamui. It was really interesting having read it serially and been like, this is so amazing, everyone should read it, because I was reading the last third of it serially, and then going back to the start and being like, this is pretty good. Was I wrong for liking it as much as I did? And then getting to the second half and being like, no, it's really good once it's rolling all the way. I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of long runner mangas in the 300 or 400 chapter range where they pretty much linearly get better over time. I think that's really good.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
That sounds good. I stopped watching a lot of anime specifically because it has the curse of like, oh, this is a really cool idea. Oh, they didn't go anywhere with it. Neat. Oh, they're resetting?
You know, there's a lot I feel nostalgia for, but you know something that used to be my ultimate anime pet peeve as a little kid that is like it's like extinct now just because of medium changes, and I'm so happy it is when you'd be watching like Digimon on like the WB or whatever it was in like Canada every morning, and you'd be like, I can't wait to watch more Digimon, and you'd be like 12 episodes in, but the dub hadn't gotten that far, so they'd start from episode 1 again, and you just have to be like, that's another like couple months before I get new content. And I remember them doing that with Yu Yu Hakusho. They did it with everything. It was awful. I think also Kids WB in Canada, we had Canadian channels too. Well, like, it could also be on a different network because...
Digimon came on YTV for us. Though occasionally we would, for some fucking reason, anime was split up into 3 different channels. The mainstream anime, like your big 3 kind of thing. I don't think we even fucking got One Piece, honestly. But we had like...
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, we had like Bleach and Naruto and Inuyasha and all that. That was on YTV super late at night, or like Sat AM animes for like kids. Alternatively, the actual like adult stuff came on Teletoon super late at night and only like late. 1 day of the week. Yeah. And then for some fucking reason, we every here and then on like Saturday mornings, Foxbox I think we got or something like that, like Fox Kids.
That Foxbox
and that had the American
kids.
shows that we didn't have anywhere else.
Fucking dare you. I'll reflect it. Idiot. Do it. You won't, idiot. I'm so excited to get back to writing Epithet.
Shiny.
Oh, thank you, Act 1.
Didn't you erase
I appreciate that.
No.
Not yet.
Speaking of dubs, I just finished watching Kageki Shoujo, and Oz's performance as Sarasa was the standout. Easily one of the best parts of the show. Whenever I consume acting, especially if it's staged, but sometimes dub, I'm either like sitting there mentally going like, okay, and like critiquing it, or if it's really good, like trying to absorb its power for later, so I could be like, this is better than I am. I need to reach this level. And I remember after watching it with the episode in the aquarium, which I think is probably Oz's best acting I've ever seen. Maybe you hit that point again in Fata Morgana. I haven't watched your playthrough, but I remember coming to you after that and being like, this is the first time I've ever been like, Oz is a better actor than me. What the fuck? I need to train harder. Basically.
Sits cutely.
Fata Morgana is the Oz Acts Good show, though.
I believe it.
Ruined my life.
Here's the fee.
Kageki Shoujo is good.
Keep you waiting, ladies.
Dude, I gotta catch up on the manga because the last time I caught up, it had me in fucking shambles. I was like, I was bawling, dude. I don't
Oz
ball
on
at
the
shit.
court.
I've only ever balled at that and Fata Morgana, but it fucked me right
And
up.
Castlevania.
Really? I was gonna say that doesn't sound true at all.
Just the final scene in season 2. That's it. After
still
that, my
counts.
tears were done. Yeah, it still counts.
You cried for the rest of the night, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Fucked me up, dude. That was my boy. And they were killing my boy.
I mean, it was an excellent scene.
Yeah.
Oh, probably gonna lose a life here.
I was admittedly so surprised by seeing you cry at that scene that I forgot to cry myself.
Yeah.
I
And, like, I
remember.
rewatched the scene later and I was fucked up and I was like, damn.
So I remember there was I've heard this is absolutely not the right way to experience this musical, but the only way I've ever consumed Les Mis was through the Hugh Jackman Anne Hathaway movie, which was not good. And it got to the part at the end where the spoilers for an ancient musical, the main character like dies and was like crying about it. And it's like a heroic sacrifice to like for his like daughter and her new fucking boyfriend or whatever, basically. And everyone in the theater I was like starting to feel tearing up, and then I heard everyone in the theater starting to tear up, and the sound of quiet, gross sobbing around me sobered me cold instantly. I was like, ew.
Thank you for the follow.
Made it to Asphodel.
Anti-empath moment. Sociopathic moments.
Well, it's like I tell this story sometimes. So I'm not a fan of the movie Inside Out, the Pixar movie, and I saw it with Will like right after meeting him in person the first time, and like I cried at the Bing Bong scene. Sounds so funny.
It went big bong and I cry.
Bing Bong, fuck your eyes. And I cried at it, and I like under my breath was going, oh fuck you, because it was like it's Pixar's most like manufactured to make you cry moment. It's like Bing Bong's not a good character and he doesn't do it. He like just is set up to exist and die in a sad way in that one moment. Like he literally doesn't do anything else. And I was like so conscious of being manipulated into it.
Yeah.
That it made me angry. And like the Les Mis thing was kind of the same, except no one else was really in the theater for Inside Out. And there were other people in the theater for Les Mis. So in the way that like if one of my friends is playing a PvP game with me and they're getting angry, I'm not angry because mentally I'm like, the anger quota is met. Someone else is angry, I don't have to. Like there's Danganronpa sessions where Savvy's really pissed off, so I'm kind of neutral because like Savvy is providing the anger. I don't need to do anything.
Savvy's bringing the heat.
For me, it was more of like almost a protective response where it was like, as soon as I was beginning to feel stress, I recognized that my friend was feeling more distress, so my own distress shut off.
Oh my god, look at you, Mama Bear moments.
Yeah. I mean, the same thing happened. Do you remember our hell adventure at Pearson?
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
The same thing happened then, because you were distraught in a way I've never seen before or since, and I was, like, ready to kill, like, someone in that airport.
And we just sat in that big, stupid waiting area with a big, scary window, and we're like...
If that Pearson trip, instead of going to visit Will, that had been combined with the San Antonio trip where we got lost in the back rooms and then ran out of gas, would you have ever traveled again? Real question. Like, if all of that had happened in one thing.
Years would need to pass, or thousands of dollars would need to pass into my pocket. Like, maybe.
Were you what? We clipped into the back rooms of a hotel. And
we ran into other travelers, dude.
we ran into other people who were lost, and it did not help that the night before we just watched As Above, So Below.
Yeah. God, that did happen. What the fuck?
But on the bright side, that night was also the first time I ever watched Great British Bake Off.
Oh, that's true.
That's pretty good.
Oh, happy.
Happy.
Yeah,
Yay!
I don't have the I'm down 2 lives, so I don't have the brain space to like tell the story, but we were kind of like the E-list guests at the San Antonio con, and they were like, "Hey, you have like one of the things is that people have there's like ultimate guest tickets where people have signed up to eat a meal with some of the guests. And they didn't get to pick, which I think is really funny. So, like, definitely no one knew who we were, which was great. And they were like, this is on the 4th floor. And, like, the 3rd floor was, like, the main floor with the lobby and shit. And floor 1 and 2 were basically basements. And we were on floor, like, I don't know, fucking 17 or something. And we're like, all right, let's just take the elevator down there. But there was like a huge line at the elevator because it was the last day of the con. I was like Sunday morning. So everyone's leaving. We're like, we're not going to get there. Let's just, and pretty reasonably, we're like, well, we have to go, we're going downstairs. So it's not a big deal. We can go down like the stairwell fire escape. And we were wrong because this is not a joke. At whatever hotel this was, the fire escape would stop going down and sometimes go left or right for a long time in a way that felt like we were no longer in the building.
It felt like an escape room.
It felt like an escape room. And at one point, it did go up.
Yep. And they were like tiny, like weird, winding little staircases too.
And when we were coming back, we ran into another group who was like clearly trying the same thing, and they were like, we even warned them. We were like, "There's no way out." Like,
we've been here for 80 years. You can't get out.
And then afterwards, because Oz like stayed with me an extra day because the big airport was up in Dallas and we were in San Antonio, which is like a 5-hour drive, and
shit.
And we were going to make a stop by Austin's place, but for food, and didn't. And I had forgotten that the other reason we needed to do that was to fill up on gas. And for the only time in my life, we ran out of gas because there were no gas. We like realized we were in danger a while before it happened too. And I was just like, surely there will be a gas station. And literally there was not for like an hour and a half. And so eventually we puttered to a stop and got really lucky, and there was a very nice, extremely southern man working on a radio tower outpost, and he was like, hop in my spider-filled car, and we did. And he took us to a gas station and took us back, and like, he was a very sweet guy, and
while Jello was out filling up the gas tank, I was the only one in the car, and my door wouldn't open. And I was there in the car, looking out at Jello like, Hank! Hank! Trying to get out. I had to crawl into the front seat to try and get out, because I was like, I don't know, man, I'm scared. I'm scared.
I did, like, whisper to you, I was like, bring this with you in case we get kidnapped or whatever, when we were leaving the car. Because we'd also had...
that.
Go ahead.
Just because it's slightly related to the door not opening. There was a point where my dad and I were camping, and the vehicle we had was like a Volkswagen van. And we picked up some hitchhikers who were trying to get to a beach, because they were like, we can walk there. And my dad's like, no, you can't get in. So we go to the beach, we go to drop them off. And that's how we learned the back door of the van doesn't open from the inside.
Uh-oh.
So they're trying to get out, and he's like, oh shit, okay, yeah. And he got out and like let them out, but it was like, there was a hot minute where it's like, is this guy with a kid and a dog gonna fucking kill us right now?
I gotta be honest, if you're the hitchhiker in that situation and your dad has a kid and a dog and he's gonna do some untoward kidnap the hitchhiker shit, he set it up pretty well. I wouldn't have suspected.
There has to be that hot second of a thought before he's like, oh yeah, I'll let you have 1 second.
Like, if I were the hitchhikers, I would be like, oh god, is this gonna happen? And then for like a millisecond, it would be like, I mean, maybe he earned it.
Yeah,
Maybe,
yeah, no, because that's what I was thinking too. I was like, oh my god, did we seriously get into a stranger's fucking car? And I'm gonna be the one left here in the car while Jello's filling up the tank, and this guy is pretending to have a smoke behind the car. Is this happening to me? But we were okay.
No, he was a very nice guy.
He was chill, yeah. He had there were little drawings from his daughter in the back seat. They
Aw.
were like crinkled up because he had so much stuff in there, but like they were cute.
Yeah, it's so funny because like that whole like 48 that con like started incredible and got more and more stressful for reasons beyond our control, like linearly, and I was so angry and ready to go home. And weirdly, running out of gas, I was like, this is kind of the luckiest thing that's happened to us, actually. Because we could have, like, run out of gas actually in the middle of nowhere and been straight fucked. But we literally ran out of gas next to, like, the nicest guy. And it was very funny, like, very cartoon. Like, we literally puttered to a stop right next to the only place of interest for 5 miles.
It was like a little campground or something.
It was a radio station.
Oh, okay.
Like, not like for broadcasting. It was like, I think, maybe a weather relay station or something. But the guy was there working on a radio tower. Why did that hit me 6 times?
It hated you 6 times.
It Hades'd me. Look, Zag, you gotta have at least 1 iframe, dude.
That's the wrong color.
All right, Wretches, get to work.
Where did I put this?
What the, like, why am I taking, like, 40 damage in 1 second from 6 different sources? Dude, come on. Actually, I wish I was streaming last night because I got killed by nothing. Like, I truly could, like, literally there was nothing even on screen. And I wasn't even in Asphodel, so it couldn't have been lava. I was like, what the hell was that? And I'll never know now.
Who's going to clean all this up?
Oh, it's late. Oh no.
Rude.
That's better. Always the stubbornness. Well, hello again. Return to take... Certainly. Thanks a lot.
Karen has not had good rewards this time.
Thanks, family.
That's a good one. What soundtrack am I playing? These are Trails fight themes.
It's that big soul catcher again.
Ow. Ow.
Ew.
Ew. Ew.
Ow.
God damn it. Thank you, 20% dodge rate. If nobody got me, I know Hermes got me. Stop. 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 Go away. How are so many of you still up?
Can't do that. Butterflies.
It's gonna be nicer tomorrow. Yay!
I thought you were gonna go, it's gonna be nighttime soon. I was like,
I just need to close my eyes.
Got a bite.
eyelids begin moving down at a snail's pace.
Get there someday.
Are any of the Trails games other than Sky's first and second chapter worth experiencing? In the way that, like, deep... You know how, like, everyone who's played every Persona game is like, you have to play Persona 2. It's unplayable, but it's the best one. Trails in the Sky third chapter, which is, like, a Gaiden game that has no overarching plot, and it's just a giant dungeon filled with cutscenes that you can watch on YouTube instead of playing the game. But apparently that's the best written game in the series. And apparently you can play it on YouTube. And also the first Crossbell game is pretty good. If anyone tells you past that, they're lying. Or they're able to, like, experience joy.
Deadlier than ever.
I don't think that's gonna be worth it. Money or Hermes. Or
What the
chaos. At this point, money.
Can't do that.
Ugh. Whoever invented Great Shields at Supergiant should go away. The first Crossbell game is what I said. I mean, these are only for people who are interested in playing Trails games. Who knows? Maybe they're remaking Trails in the Sky, which is, like, cool, because if Trails in the Sky was fun, it would probably be the best game in the series. Because it's not fun. It's a bad video game. It's got that Mother 3 syndrome, where it's like, this is an incredible story. God, I hate playing it. What was that maneuver?
It was tricky.
Interesting maneuver. I gotta be so real, I was so devastated when I recorded Interesting Maneuver for Dark Deity as one of Faust's crit lines and they didn't use it.
No.
I guess Dark Dreams really do die. Why do Great Shields do so much damage if they also have the best defense? I guess shields are the best weapons in this game. Two-wing brothers. Yeah.
I'll pay for that.
What is this layer? Let's see.
The perfect gift. Never enough of these back at the house.
That's true. I might not make it to the end of this run.
I shall never yield. Watch out!
That's a stupid outfit, Theseus.
It is a stupid outfit. You know what's funny is that, like, Theseus's outfit is obviously supposed to look stupid and ostentatious. You know who looks exactly like him, but in a way where I don't think they realized it sucked, is the final boss of Persona 4 Royal, or Persona 5 Royal.
Uh-oh.
Like, I know Yam saw it at least once, even though you were super clocked out by that point, but do you remember Maruki's stupid fucking golden mask?
I don't remember what it... Golden mask. No, I don't remember what it looks like.
You should look it up so you can see that it looks exactly like Theseus.
Don't make me do stuff.
Don't make me do stuff.
Don't make me look at games I don't like.
Oh, Ken, don't make me do stuff. Where did I put the fucking eyeballs? Up there!
Victor Frankenstein.
In a jar.
Well, no, just me as Victor Frankenstein. Bro, I'd fuck that roll up, dude.
You wouldn't abandon your child.
Looks over at Al. No. Oh, that's right. Del Toro's doing a Frankenstein. Oh!
Did you die already? Won't you two just
He already
die
did.
already? You're making me look bad. Oh, fuck. Look. Game, if you're gonna auto-aim my arrows, you can't make them miss on Theseus, okay? Oh god, I literally might run out the clock. Because all of the attacks miss on this weapon. Oh god, okay.
I think you're gonna run out the clock.
It doesn't kill you at once at 0. I don't actually know how it procs this.
Olympians, I call upon your aid.
Yeah. That's one. It takes out your lives one by one.
Okay.
Like a cat.
Yeah, I forgot it wasn't an instant death.
I'm still gonna die. That sucks. That's really bad. Looks to be 5 damage per second. No, that's a timer. Oh, that felt so terrible. That's the reason I don't like the bow if you don't get both of the right hammers.
Thanks for stopping in. So you just plain ran out of time and died.
Too bad. What is that you commissioned over there?
Sucks to be you. Womp womp.
Hurry to return.
Oh, it's a health drain. Okay, I didn't know that. No. You need to get me better rewards, Wretched Broker.
Fair trade. Here's what I caught.
Ugh.
Much obliged.
Zagreus,
What's up?
you are most generous to the...
Hello.
Well, Piff's gun is at it again.
Hexagriff.
Are you kidding me? Oh, I gotta kill you! And make it look like an accident.
Uncle Poseidon.
The treasures of
I ought to kill you and make it look on purpose.
It's high tide.
Double
So everyone
bluff.
knows that's me. That's my work.
Hear me on my authority.
The arrows suck with time limits, yeah. The spear does too. But the time limit gives you so many heat.
Pest.
I'm gonna check on the laundry. And go downstairs and get something. Ooh.
Alas, I never saw Jello again.
Coxcomb.
God.
He crawled into the dryer and went back to where he belongs. You fucking kids better not be buzzing in there.
Hmm.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I don't know why my brain was like, make a reference to a Lorde song that no one will know what you're talking about. One of her very old songs was called Buzzcut Season.
You mean summer?
Probably.
Oh, yeah. Go down here. I didn't draw those very well at all. Meh.
Hello.
Hello.
Ooh, Jello's away.
Yeah.
Then the Piff will play.
Oh, Piff's playing.
Watch out.
Piff just teleports to
The
Jello's house.
Hey Chad,
Takes
if I
over
lift up the
Hades.
rock that you're all hiding under, you better not skitter around, okay? You promise?
Nope.
Be weird little freaks.
Oh, here he comes. Here he
Okay,
comes.
everybody pretend to be asleep.
They're asleep.
Who is asleep?
Them.
Oh,
They.
Majora's Mask response. Some part of cookies upstairs.
Oh.
You
Look, they're sleeping.
Oh, the swarm?
They're sleeping.
Buy one of these?
Do I want to, or
You want to?
Okay.
What? Do you think I was demanding it of you?
Oh, yeah, you were like handing it to me. It's just like, this might be poisoned. Will you try it?
Quick,
I'm gonna
wife,
eat the
woman,
rest
test
of
it.
them, and it's a product we haven't bought or tried from the store before.
And they just look like knockoff Oreos.
They're knockoff or they're like really heavy in cocoa, but I don't know. I felt like you should weigh in. You are my partner.
Does this taste poisonous to you?
Yeah, dude.
Mm.
No, it
Yeah,
just
dude,
tastes
throw
like
this out.
knockoff Oreos. Okay, Chatty's gone.
Get you a partner that is willing to taste test poisoned food for you.
You
As
gotta
long as
just
there's no
forget it,
sugar in it,
acting.
I'll die.
Me
I'll die for
slurping up
mice.
the sugar in front of you, mad crazy eyes. Oh yeah, it's got sugar.
Glass with her proboscis.
Yeah, there's sugar in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Oh, picky
giant
genius.
cartoonish tongue licking it up.
Like a bee.
Get you a partner that can check for monk fruit.
I think
I guess I can do that.
All right.
I don't think I can have monk fruit either. Anything that's even slightly like, oh, this is 0 calories because it basically gets rejected from your system immediately. It's just like, oh, I can't have that.
Monk fruit is so gross. I say such stupid things walking around my house. I wanted to swap to a short sleeve shirt because again it's hot, and but I got hit with the heat of a newly opened washing machine or dryer, and my reflex was just to go, "Ooh, hot boy summer."
You are not. Oh wait, you did move over in last summer. I was gonna say you are not gonna enjoy the summer over there.
It was nice. It was fine.
It was nice and fine.
Oh, okay. Alright. Well, good for you.
Both
You're
nice
nice
and
and fine
fine.
Toronto summer.
I was always trying to be like, "You'll fucking hate it." It was fine. I didn't hate it.
Damn, my poisoning didn't work. I'll have to work up a new idea. Away to my atelier to scheme.
Is Atelier the series where you are a merchant, or is that something else? That's Reciteer.
That's Reciteer, yeah.
Atelier
Yeah,
is when you're an
different.
alchemist.
I know it's very confusing, but they have different fail girls.
Yeah.
I've
Not to
never
also
played
be
either.
confused with Chantalise.
Yeah.
Oh, is there marshmallow in the middle of this?
No,
You sure? Tastes like marshmallow.
I'm not sure. I'll look in a second. I have the box. I think they are just knockoff Oreos with a ton of cocoa powder in them. Let me look.
I do like marshmallow a lot less than cream.
Yeah, I don't think they're. I would not have been eating these if they had marshmallow in them. Because I think marshmallow's gross.
Yeah, marshmallow haters.
It's okay, Glass. You can have the marshmallows and the cotton candy.
I gotta fight Glass for it. You telling me I gotta fight Glass for food?
You'll die.
Yeah, probably. Hey, Glass, can I latch onto you like some sort of weird fish and like suck nutrients from you?
You mean a parasite?
Yeah, sure. If that's how you know them, sure.
If that's how you know them.
I'm not here to know.
What are the benefits that I receive?
Clean. First off.
First of all, clean. So write that down.
Yeah. Take note. My eternal devotion. I will always tell you yes and encourage you. You won't get any naysaying out of me.
You just sound like a groupie.
No, grouper is the kind of fish.
Well, there you go.
God,
I'm
thank
also
God.
gonna need you to kill Yam, because she spoke when I was speaking, so...
You would never.
Huh?
You wouldn't survive the experience.
Who says I need to be alive at the end of it?
You probably.
Mutually assured destruction. Also, glass dies in it, so,
We all know none of us could take glass in a fight. Let's stop pretending.
True.
Don't get her angry.
She's arc
She's
welding.
sparking.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Pip just posts the short of the horrible growl that the bobcat has.
Oh,
I'll go
that's,
get the bobcat.
that's really good. Tails Doll says that's because she's a glass cannon.
Yeah.
That's good. That should be her WWE name. Or I don't know. Is there a wrestling federation that doesn't suck?
I don't know.
Oh, Oz, you
I
were...
look over to Mackenzie.
Yes. I think it's most of them, to be honest.
Is it
a lot good people?
Is it a caracal, Piff?
No, it's a bobcat.
It's a bobcat.
You would love this.
I do
Kenzie
love
would love this. Most people would love this, but I think particularly these two.
I do love a bobcat.
Yeah, it's not marshmallow. The cream is just bad.
Oh, he's stupid! Oh, that's what Al looks like when he pretended to be mad.
Yeah, apparently this was a female bobcat that was being assessed for potential injuries and that kind of growl.
Brennan is WWE, right? I don't think anymore.
No.
No, I think he got out of it, right? Like that was.
Yeah.
No, he's out. He's out.
He's
Ring
free.
of Honor right now? I think I heard he's on Ring of Honor. I have not looked into that.
To be totally honest, the only time in my life I've looked into any kind of like how wrestling works is when my favorite member of Amy's been watching them a lot, Adam and Pals, Scoot passed away very suddenly. He was like a cat themed wrestler. So I was like watching all the stuff about people like talking about his life and stuff, and the little like tiny wrestling indie circuits he was a part of. Ooh, oh, that's really good. Afterwards,
Cavemen discovering sugar.
plus 117% pickup for darkness and gems. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I want. That's the one that I want. Ooh,
Na 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 na. Ooh ooh ooh. Fuck.
I got
You always
it.
trick me.
I got
You
Oz
trick
to
me.
Greece.
It's like fucking Pavlovian for me. I hate it.
That's a dessert.
No, that's babka.
It's Pavlova's.
No, you're thinking of Bomb Alaska.
Oh.
On today's episode of the Great British Baking Show. We're confused. Help us.
The Draugr. I'm so happy the Draugr joke resonated with people because, like, I thought it was so funny, but it's one of those jokes that's like, I feel like if I explain the vision in my head to people, I'll sound crazy.
I will always be on board for, like, undead jokes. If there is a joke and it is about, like, a fucking skeleton or a little ghoul or something, I'm gonna make it work with you.
I do. So I can't hold a candle to Amy's brother Jared, but I do love
It's true.
skeletons. Talking about this with in a server with some other people. I like skeletons. I love pirates. I like cowboys. I wish... I like cowboys a lot, but I don't have a lot of cowboy media that I like. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The idea of cowboy really hits for me.
Yeah.
I like the theoretical cowboy. Because, like, I like Golden Kamuy. And Golden Kamuy is functionally a Western. There are arcs that are literally just cowboy movies.
Just be a moment, Father. Which one?
Oh, that sucks. I can't earn money right now. Okay.
Ooh, that's cold.
That's rough. Okay.
Up we go.
Have I tried reading Gay Cowboys? I haven't sought it out. Cowboy media is all, like, a little bit gay, though.
Yeah.
Grassy Meadows.
I guess I could watch Brokeback Mountain at some point.
That is true.
Has anyone else seen the Bobcat thing?
No.
Because
you
you
want
would
me to
like
look at
it.
I watched it. I loved it.
Excellent.
Sure, why not?
He's a funny little Bobcat.
I do love bobcats.
It feels amazing to be wearing a short sleeve shirt, actually. I'm really happy I changed.
Why not pay these wretches?
Finally.
Because the thing I like the thing I like about cowboy media is the inherent freedom to set up any small story because it's in a frontier setting. So, like, any level of, hey, in an established setting, like, this kind of asshole who's, like, objectively a piece of crap and, like, a small town jerk could, like, never have risen to power in, like, society or whatever, but it doesn't matter because you're on the frontier. So, like, all the weirdos who come out to the frontier get to, like, duel each other.
Deal with them in their own way.
And I like that, because you never quite know what people are gonna do in a cowboy thing, and I think that's really cool.
That's Goatspeed, all right.
I was thinking a lot about, like, certain genres of media that I like are just not for me or for me. Like,
Oh, piss.
you okay?
Yeah, I got something cut in my throat.
Oh, no.
I'm a well-known not liker of kaiju mecha and to a lesser extent Sentai, and I was like, what unites those that I don't like them? And I was like, you know what I think it is the concept of, like, your weapon or your kaiju less than the other things, but the idea of, like, your weapon or your mech being an extension of your spirit. So it is entirely valid in those genres to, like, have the sort of Digimon movie climax, like, get back up, everyone believes in you, my willpower, and you summon, like, a giant soul sword. Like, that, I understand why that fucks so hard for some people. It just does nothing for me. That's one of the reasons I'm not a Gurren Lagann guy, which is, like,
Dude,
entirely
I fucking
that
love
trope.
kaiju movies. I just do.
But, like, at the same time, like, I look at Godzilla, I'm like, Godzilla's objectively very cool. She, question mark, is just a big lizard. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought Godzilla was a woman.
No, Mothra's a girl. Mothra's his
a girl?
girlfriend.
I thought Godzilla, like, laid eggs and had, like, you know, like, son of Godzilla or something.
You're thinking of God.
Yes, we're thinking of her.
I like the big.
Yeah,
The Vic?
you're right.
And
She's right.
And commentary.
I agree with her.
I like big people. And I like small a lot of things.
I do think, especially...
Ugh, Oreo.
I do think, especially in person, it's very funny to, like, see me and Amy and then see the things that are immediately, like, to our tastes. Because Amy is, like, 1 inch wide and very cute, and I'm a gorilla. And, the media I like is just like, oh, a cotton ball with 2 dot eyes. I love it. And Amy's like, I would like butt metal playing over a dragon, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, man.
What are you doing here?
All right, I'll leave.
What the
That's
fuck?
That's not what he said. Can't
What
believe
voice?
What are we doing here?
His voice rang with hostility.
I found you, Zagreus.
he was
I
scared.
love you, Aram. Okay? I love you.
Aww, aww.
All right.
Damn.
We'll see.
I feel the love from his response.
Oh, Aram, you know what I was saying? That I'm excited now that it's being uploaded onto the Jello Plays Games channel, that hopefully will like start to catch on with people, is the triple question marks being read as bees?
Bees? Yeah, bees.
What was that? Who started that? Was that you or Austin? It feels like a you.
Maybe it was me. I'd have to do the research.
Is my hair sticking up? Here's something for the show. Till next time.
I'm really glad that Amy agreed with me on this point, because I felt really bad where you can romance Thanatos and Meg and kind of attempt to romance Dusa. And I was like, oh, Thanatos is so hot. And then you start dating him and he gets like a new portrait as a reward, where he goes from being like in partial profile and looking like very cool and sexy. And then you get his romance thing and he's smiling and looking directly at you, and it's like such a downgrade, honestly.
It's
like,
so lame.
it looks way worse.
Aw.
And I was like, I'm so sorry, Than. Can you kind of like not look at me?
Can you not look at me during?
Oh, that's an extremely
Yikes.
common opinion. Oh, that's so sad.
Been up to since I last destroyed your multitude of heads.
Poor Than. I really like Thanatos. I find Meg and Than's relationship more interesting than Zagreus' relationship with either of them. I love that Meg is like, we've known each other longer than you've been alive. Which I think is really funny.
Coloring this wrong. Oh, whoa.
B, singular.
Ants?
No.
Hey, yo, they shipped us this extra L. What do you want me to do with it? Just lean it up against the first one.
I think that's one of the funniest jokes I've ever made in my whole life. There's a moment in whichever the first Crossbell game is, I think, which was a fan translation, and quite a good one. But there's a moment in it where instead of just coincidentally they typoed and have like a backslash or a forward slash next to an L in a word when I it's just like, hey, we got an extra shipment of L's, but this word doesn't need more. What do we do? Just lean it up against the next one. Such a dumb joke. And one of my all-time favorite bits we ever did for a character is we started like jokingly debating whether we should pronounce the word V-I-L-L-A as Villa or Via, which I believe are both correct in different circumstances. And it ended up extending to another character. So anytime they had a double L, it was no longer pronounced, and it came up way more often than we expected it to.
Ah, Estelle. Heyo.
Heyo.
Este.
Did you mean
Ah.
Esta? Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
see
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, we see about that.
I look into it. We. Look who it is.
That's just a bit we did in Pious Pebbles, where
Yeah.
Seth never said any L.
Oh yeah, Jahanaha!
Jahanaha! And Carl had a good time with that.
I liked when we stopped stream for like 15 minutes for me and Carl to just do a bit of naming words that started with P, making fundamentally the same joke over and over.
You know, that was incredible.
I don't
The
know.
Pious blank.
I don't know if this happened during. Maybe it was one of the Fates games. But one joke I really wish I'd been there to see live was the people making fun of calling the Silver Snow Route Silver's Now, and then someone softballing Jay the chance to say Silver's Now, and instead it going, hey, I don't have a lot of money, but can I pay you back later? Yeah, I'll accept coppers eventually.
I liked the joke of that route being the bandit route. Silver's now!
Trespasser.
Ow. Look away for 1 second and
Ow.
get hit with an arrow. Ow. Ow. Jesus Christ. I just
Get
took like
his
a
ass off the battlefield. He doesn't belong here.
Stop. Fuck. God, these guys are suddenly really dangerous when you're using the gun.
Disappointing for these so-called champions.
I don't like the gun. That's just
Put
a
another
preference
dime
thing.
in Zagreus.
Yeah.
No.
Let's put another dime in the Zaggers, baby.
I love rock and roll.
Yeah.
I don't like the gun. Shibba dibba dab shbing bimble bumble.
For a second, I thought you were doing a completely different song. Was it Old 45?
Aaron, what's that song that you jokingly sing the melody wrong on purpose
How
forever
could
now?
this happen to
Oh
me?
yeah, how could this happen to me?
That my dad was listening to that in the car the other day, and I had to stop myself from laughing.
I think about it every single time I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Jolted, let's go. Oh no!
No.
That's what I get.
That's the wronger brush. This is the rebuff of the night.
I can't fucking see because my attacks are covering up so much of the fucking screen. I'm taking so much damage.
Dang.
I think I took 400 damage in the last 2 rooms. With the attack sped up boost, it's like totally fine except for Asterius. I hate fighting him with it. I literally dodged that. I know it didn't happen on screen, but I pressed that button. I'll press that button. Axe swing's too far, dude. Man, this went from like a clean ass run to I'm in danger really fast. Fuck off.
Well fought.
Oh, finish that. Yahoo.
In this round,
Cross it out.
you found me, Artemis.
Ooh, ah. Uh-oh.
Time to hunt.
Ooh-ah! Yay.
Here I am.
Hmm. Game sucks. I go to bed.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Good night.
I was making a reference.
Oh,
Good
I love
night.
you all. Oh.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Tom.
Alright, everybody say good night, Bebo.
Good
night,
night,
Bebo.
Bebo.
Night, people.
Yeah.
Good night, Beambus.
I knew there was a possibility.
She won't like this.
Look. God, I was about to call her Hera. That would really piss her off. Look, Athena, I gotta be honest. You're just one of the easiest ones to deal with.
Yeah.
You don't randomly spawn damage on top of me. And most of the others do, and it's bullshit, so...
You see,
Thank you. I'm sucking real bad, so that, Ooh, a fountain. Lucky.
I accept this message.
Ooh.
Hmm. Think I gotta go the piff route this time.
Yeah.
That was me going the piff route, which is what I call shrinking and piloting a submarine into his esophagus.
Easy.
Magic school bus
Makes
style.
sense.
Just gonna mute myself and cough for a bit.
Okay, I hope it feels better.
Not yet.
You jackasses, stop this. Jackass is a great word.
Pretty good. It's got a
I
satisfying.
thought you were gonna say
mouthfeel.
show, and I was gonna be like, really?
No. No, I can't deal with that one.
Care for a rematch?
Stole my magic school bus joke. I'm so upset. Sorry. I didn't mean to, Lovey.
Cruising on down, jackass.
You're a jackass feeling good. With your funny friend, Bam Margera. I don't know anything else about Jackass.
Margera.
Margera? How do you know? Is that
Yeah,
his name?
it's Margera.
Okay. I was saying it phonetically, so chat would know how to type it.
Oh.
Oh, lying.
What a cool dude.
No.
Oh,
Incorrect.
If this is too many people, I can bounce.
No,
Oh,
you're
you-
fine.
No. Sorry, I was just when I heard like, oh yeah,
Cool-
Bam Margera's a cool dude. No.
No, Will was
No.
talking about me doing the bit. No.
Oh, okay, good.
No, I also just strictly meant like if me being here is too many people, I can.
No, you're good.
I mean, you're just replacing Ozrido,
Ah.
who was in here earlier.
Got it.
Deserving fiend, all which you think you have achieved was merely handed you.
So, I've been getting into philosophy.
Why are you doing an impression of me?
Oh, you know.
I've never heard that one before.
So, I've been getting into philosophy. I see Piff watched the last Danganronpa stream.
Oh my god.
I didn't. I didn't watch any of them.
Oh,
That
we
is
know you were there
okay.
the whole time.
I've
biggest
been
fan.
here the whole time.
How much
Get-
more terrifying would Danganronpa be if it opened with "Get ready for a game changer"?
Might be more interesting.
It should be hard to be less interesting. Tonight's guest, one half of Twin Sanity, Junko Enoshima. He's normal. I literally forgot his name. Makoto Naegi. I don't need Zeus.
Could use the extra coin.
I'm sure Zeus will agree.
I don't need Zeus.
And will handle it very well.
So close.
I wish they would change the game. Well, that's part of the problem, is that Monokuma does change the game randomly. I will never get over the final part of Danganronpa where the bad guy's like, that's right, it's me, I'm the bad guy. And then they're like, it's one final challenge. And they're trying to set up the prisoner's dilemma, but like they don't do all of it at once. It's like presented as like 3 separate ideas. So they're like, all right, instead of all of you voting, instead of the original stakes, which is all of you have to vote for someone and whoever gets the majority vote, if they are the killer, they get killed and everyone else goes free. But if you vote for the wrong person, the killer goes free and everyone else loses, Among Us style. This time around, you either vote for you or me, and if even one of you votes for you, then you all die. And it's like, why would they wait? Why would they vote for you?
Nope, I said what I said, and I'm too embarrassed to fix it.
Pretty much. And I was like, am I crazy? And then literally goes around the room and like, oh my god, if only one of us votes for this. It's like, why would any of you vote for that? Like, and then the way I reacted to it was just, I'd like to play a game. In front of you are 2 buttons. One of the buttons kills me. The other one kills you. Both of them are clearly labeled. There are no tricks. What will you do?
There are 4 people sitting next to you with the same buttons.
There are 2 buttons.
There are 2 buttons.
And
one of them
isn't-
opened the door.
And one of you isn't really paying attention. Should I hit the left button? No! Damn.
Well, we all die. Piff, would you be kind enough? I feel like it's been years. Would you relate the "there are 2 buttons" to chat?
So, chat. There is a game in Pokemon where you reface Fucko from, was it 5?
Lysander. He's from the 6th gen.
Oh, 6th gen. Okay. And he's the guy that goes just like, this world is imperfect, it is not as beautiful as I am. And so he's back again in some alternate rainbow rocket universe thing that he's just like, I'm in a completely separate universe, I do not know what's going on, but I'm still planning on destroying the world. Walk into my office, there are 2 giant buttons. One of them will open the door, and the other one will activate my doomsday weapon, killing everyone and us.
Now choose.
Pretty much.
Go
ahead.
Sorry. There's not much for me to add other than, God, that my Lysander hate is from the same era as, like, my fairy tale hate, and it's not something I think about much anymore, but it's still, like, you know, if I go and open that particular furnace door, I can see the coals still glowing.
Yeah.
So, the door handle to the bathroom downstairs just came off while I
Oh.
tried to open it.
Oh.
I put it back on, but it is loose.
Okay. Just can you get the door open or?
Yeah.
I imagine you could just push it.
You probably want to. I don't know which side the handle's on, but if it's a situation where you could accidentally knock it out like from the other side and get stuck, then you'd probably want to just leave the door cracked.
So it was just like the handle part. And it still like turns and opens and stuff, but you know, that was cool.
Good to know.
A cool thing that just happened.
Are there screws visible that you can tighten?
No.
I see.
Tighten.
So, someone, I guess, two thoughts. To finish there are two buttons. Piff was relating how crazy and annoying he thought, and like silly he thought that was. And he kept bringing it up for the rest of the day until it got shortened to someone else would start talking, and then Piff, in a villain voice, would go, "There are two buttons!" As if suddenly presenting an insane choice between one really obvious good thing and one really obvious bad thing. Someone earlier in chat said, just finished listening to the 7-hour Octopath review, and now I have a new vocal stim. What is it? Can I ask? I'm curious.
Can you imagine if they said, there are two buttons? It's like, oh,
hell of a coincidence.
Whoa.
There are two buttons. One of them opens the door. The other blows up the world. I will not tell you which one's what. I don't know why it's installed like this. Pick one.
I've been too scared to press it, but I have no problem with a child making this error. Because then it's your fault. Good problem, man.
Oh,
God,
whoa, what do you think of this predicament? Yeah, there's a reason I made that the preview. I do think my Cyrus summary has a lot of the funniest stupid moments. Capital idea! Oh, a lot of people in this town have been disappearing, and there's a door in this mountainside. Oh, the door opens, the plot thickens.
There's been so many games that I've played that has that exact sort of like weird cadence of just like very blatantly going like, here's a thing that obviously we need to interact with. I wonder what will happen if we interact with this obvious object. Oh my goodness, it did exactly what you think it was going to do. I wonder how this is going to play out in the future. And you're like, what do you mean?
God, anything could fucking happen now.
Oh, the tiny vermin is one of the hardest fights in this game, actually.
Yeah.
I hate this fucking thing.
They're pretty relentless.
There are two buttons.
I'm not going to say this again. But there are, in fact, two buttons.
I won't say it twice. There are two buttons. You just said it twice. I won't say it thrice.
But there are.
I didn't even play the two buttons game. Just baseline XY. That motherfucker and Team Flare as a whole. Just the most nothing burger, you didn't even bother coming up with something thing I've ever fucking seen, where they're like, what's our theme? We're snazzy dressers, and literally you just have to pay a shit ton of money to join us. And I was like, oh, so you're an MLM? That's a funny idea. What's your scheme? Destroy the world.
Why?
That's a jump?
What? What does that have to do with your theme? Huh? Why are people paying lots of money to join you?
No, see, it makes sense because they don't know they're going to destroy the world, and we realize we did a bad job. So if some of the Team Flare grunts you talk to say, I don't know why I joined Team Flare or what it does, and we lampshade it, it's fine, right?
Guys, don't you understand that he's crying?
He wanted to play on the monkey bars.
I will say, the collective screen cap of, why are you crying? Pokemon almost makes it worth it.
Ooh, someone saw Thanos. Ooh.
I got so excited too. Because they're so fucking, Team Flare's so fucking dumb, and like, you get their pitch, and I'm like, oh, are we finally going back to like a Team Rocket style team that's just like, yeah, we're just shitters bilking people out of money or stealing shit or whatever. And then Lysander's walking around in the game's like, oh man, what a mysterious character. Who could the bad guy be? And the professor's like, I'm best friends with that Lysander. I like the cut of his jib. And I'm like, why, dude?
When you get your first Pokemon from a guy and he's like, dude, I'm besties with Andrew Tate. And you're like, can you explain what about him you're into, actually? It's like, well, not only are all his takes rank, but he's mean.
Whoa.
I like his dress sense. Look at how well dressed the man is. Do not associate with the well dressed villain.
Also, it must
he looks like a lion.
It must
Pokemon
be
is
pointed
a
out
lion.
that he is like, he's wearing a suit that I bet costs some money. But like with Team Flare being an established thing in the world and him just wearing like Team Flare accent colors, is that not kind of like showing up to the function with like the haute couture equivalent of Proud Boys uniform or whatever? Like, and it's like, he's just so funny. That Lysander. I do remember
that Lysander.
I did specifically write Team Pants Guy for you, Aram.
Yeah, no, I appreciated that. I think that was me working through my grief about that character, just like ProZD had his "This world is imperfect" sketch, which just so perfectly nails the baffling storytelling of that character in that game.
My machinations lay undetected
for years, for I am a master of deception.
Yeah.
For lack of wipe away the impurities. Is anyone else listening to this? Make it as beautiful as me.
Is anyone else listening to this guy? You know what I hope we end up like if we ever play more games in the sort of Ace Attorney of the Devil family tree. I really hope you're the guy comes back.
Yeah. Why do I have to convince you? You're the guy.
It's like, oh yeah, well, like where the stakes are, you need to vote for the guy who did the crime, and it's majority rules going, the guy you've correctly assumed is the killer, don't believe you. Why do I have to convince you? You're the guy.
You're the killer, just admit it. Accurate summation of the rest of this game.
I can't believe I owe Ace Attorney Investigations 1 an apology after playing Danganronpa. It is worse. Like, it is worse, and that's crazy. I really didn't think it would be.
And you prove it doesn't make sense.
My favorite extended running gag is you coming into stream series that you are usually not in and going, what's going on here? Eating popcorn and then doing a bit that's just you referencing this really will be the final testimony again. And it's like such stolen valor every time because you like weren't there. Because like he'll come in at the end and he'll be like, "Oh, looks like you're in the middle of a slog. The game's about to keep going." Shut up, Aram. You weren't here for this.
You weren't in the trenches. You don't know.
It's
It's so good.
It's really
This
funny.
really will be the final test.
Aaron, shut up. Like, as though you saying it will elongate
Will
the
cause
game.
the game to lengthen.
Entirely of gemstones.
Yeah.
It's funny, though.
Our chase after this man is far from over. What do you mean?
No.
Remaining runtime 5 hours.
That case is wild. I mean, it's extremely boring, but like it's wild it exists.
It's
in
wild
the
in a boring way.
Can we pay you to play Ace Attorney Investigations official translation? Absolutely not. I would never replay a fully voiced game on stream. Especially one as bad as Investigations. What a waste of everyone's time.
Why is that?
What do you mean, why is that?
No, I said that's that.
Oh. I thought you were going, explain. I was like, shut up.
Explain.
Prove.
Explain to me. Can you prove this investigation's a waste of time?
And also the third case.
Lots of coin there.
No, it's the second case. The second case at the carnival or whatever, where like
That's the
you
third
and
case, but yeah.
is it, oh right, yeah. Where you and Glass were there, hearing me lose my mind over the fucking mirror. And it's like, we didn't, oh, the mirror was there on the, we didn't notice. It's like, I thought you were looking at the fucking blueprints. What are you talking about? Can you prove there's a case? Can you prove it doesn't make sense? Really is. It really is.
Truly.
That's it.
It really is.
I like that one a lot because, like, I think there's something poetic about the fact that it sounds more absurd than it really is. Insofar as, you know, like, he said, you know, here's my explanation for whatever, and you said, and, you know, Edgeworth responds, that doesn't make sense, and so, you know, he's basically just saying, like, what do you mean? Like, why is this not an adequate explanation? But, like, the specific wording, can you prove it doesn't make sense? It's just fucking golden.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But can you spell knife?
Any ideas for a new fully voiced game? I think Oz and I are gonna play the second Layton game. We might look for a third. I imagine it would probably be Savvy.
Fucking diabolical box, right?
Yeah. Could be that. Aloha gave me some options. Well, technically the next one, when it comes out on the 15th, Vixen and I are gonna voice Adrian's bug lesbian game that she made before ISAC.
Yeah. That looks
God, someone in chat reminded me, like, for all of the can you prove it doesn't make sense in Ace Attorney, and there are some bad ones. Like Many Memo is crazy, but truly leave it to Danganronpa to out-stupid every other game in the genre with a thing I literally, it sounds like I made it up as a hyperbolic joke. But you're in the middle, you're like starting, I think it's case 5, and Kyoko hasn't been around for a while. Because she's never around. She's always hiding behind objects doing investigations, and then she shows up and is like, I have it all figured out, so why don't you tell them what happened, Naegi, for no reason. And you walk in, And before anyone can even say anything, the stupid occultist guy goes, I think Kyoko is a ghost, and I think she's not real. And instead of going, shut the hell up, you literally have to disprove that Kyoko is a ghost. And it's like...
That just sounds like padding.
Yes.
Which is unnecessary.
You figured it out. You solved the case.
Yeah, that and... We made fun of it, but, like, I don't think we made fun of it enough when... At the start of... I swear it was the third trial, Monokuma goes, let's explain how a class trial works. I'm like, what do you mean explain how a class trial works?
Let's start with a basic explanation of the class trial.
We've done this twice.
People are dead.
Maybe something train stop.
Man.
That'll show you.
What the hell?
I feel all tingly. Let me in.
Hey, you seem to be a person that's probably into philosophy. You got any philosophers that you would date?
You got any philosophy? Like I have some in my briefcase. Any philosophers I would date?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Which one's your little meow meow?
We don't have time to unpack all of that.
I mean, Kant, he's the Kantiest.
Oh.
Different. I mean, those are different questions. Who's your meow meow versus which would you date?
Let's go with meow meow. I mean, that's really the important question here.
Obviously.
Obviously.
My meow meow.
I hate how I took that into a broader, like, which historical figure is my meow meow, and I immediately had an answer, and I don't like it.
Well, you have to tell us. I say, kicking my bed, kicking my bed, kicking my feet on the bed, teenage girl style. You have to tell us. Ow!
It was like a thief in London in, like, I think the 1700s named Jack Shepherd.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good one. Jack Shepherd is cool.
Yep,
I know who
because
he
it's
is.
just hey, here's a guy who keeps breaking out of prisons in the 1700s.
He also was, his arch nemesis was the guy that Moriarty is based on, who was the corrupt previous kingpin of London's underworld, and his official title was the Thief Taker General.
Yep. I didn't know that fact though. That's who Moriarty was based off of.
I think my meow meow philosopher. I'll go Marcus Tullius Cicero.
Okay.
Good one.
I think he had a lot of. Yeah, there are plenty of Roman and Greek philosophers who are doing like really big picture, like what's the foundation of the world kind of shit, like Plato. I appreciate Cicero was one of the more grounded ones insofar as, you know, how he related his philosophy back to like politics and law and shit.
Very real answer.
Hello,
Jello.
Where's the meow meow coming?
Hello, Jello et al. When Shiba Inu Rooms gets an anime, which Shiba Inus do you all want to voice? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I don't know what that is, and I've never heard of it.
I think he qualifies for meow meow status because he did a lot of good work and then got assassinated on the order of Mark Antony.
Oh. That is like a little meow meow.
That is like a little meow meow.
Okay, what are you talking about when you say Guy Fawkes led a pro-monarchy? That was the guy trying to blow up the monarchy. Am I forgetting something?
Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament. I don't actually remember what his
It was the day the king was supposed to... Oh no, they thought that the king was actually there, but in theory they were supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't really remember what his actual ethos was that he advocated, aside
I
from
don't know, maybe it's been
blowing
too
up
long,
Parliament.
Blowing shit up.
Just trying stuff.
We've all been there.
We've all blown shit up.
Well, look at you.
Soup, soup,
They
soup.
tried. They got way too far. They were way too close to being successful. Well, yeah, no, they were fucking idiots. I just don't remember the pro-monarchy part of it.
Perfect fit. Greetings,
Number one
Doctor.
Guy Fawkes hater right here. I don't know if you're gonna find any like
Okay.
vocally pro Guy Fawkes people here, officer.
I mean, well, here, sure. There's I mean, all the people who like buy Guy Fawkes masks.
well, they're like losers.
We
I
do
guess
not
that doesn't-
forget. We do not forgive.
I mean, there's an entire holiday
God.
where you're supposed to burn little dolls of him, so...
That's petty.
That's
It's the British!
that's true. It's the kind of
Bro.
comfort manga I thought you'd be into. Oh, I haven't heard of it. Sorry.
Gosh, you don't remember what year...
Okay, here we go.
That is
Here's the
fine.
controller breaking. It's like if I just, it's doing the thing. Ooh, where I'm holding it all to the right, top right. Ooh,
Mm.
annoying.
I don't know. I didn't do that.
It's weird because we worked before, and then you played a bunch of Elden Ring and stuff on it, and then you got.
I don't know. You broke your last controller playing Hades, and now
Yeah,
you're
but I
playing
broke-
Hades with
I
another
broke-
controller.
I broke the button because I was pressing it, and it's an Xbox controller.
Now you broke it in a different way.
No, I didn't. It did this right away when I plugged it back in.
Oh, Jello.
No. No, it can't be. You have to be nice to me.
Next floor.
You're
No.
accusing me of breaking your stuff. I didn't break it.
I will recommend a controller that has lived through my many, many, many video games for years. It's a little on the expensive side, but God will it last.
Yeah, if you send me a link to that, I'll probably just buy it, because tired of controllers being bad.
I mean, I don't... Maybe I've had better luck with it than most, but the PS5 controller I've had since, like, it came with the PS5 itself, it's been trucking. I use it basically every single day.
I thought you were going to do a dumb joke and be like, I mean, I don't know if other people have had this experience, but I think the Joy-Cons hold up pretty well if you want to get some of those.
Oh. No.
You know what the worst game to get Joy-Con drift is? Ring Fit Adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'll do
You'll die.
a bunch of the exercise. You'll die. You'll do a bunch of the exercises, and it will just eat your inputs. So you end up like sitting there sweating, doing sit-ups, and you're like, please, and it's like, do 8 more. Quit guzzling. Stop it.
Stop it!
I still have a DualShock 3 that works. Has been giving me, I mean, like, it's been giving me issues when I've been trying to use it for video games, but I'm not convinced it isn't the cord that I was using. So... And that shit... When did I buy a PS3?
Never. Trick question.
I was still in high school, so... I don't know, like 2010.
Come on in. Not yet.
And link. Nah, it's probably not like the best page or whatever the flip, but I just... If you're gonna buy a controller, I don't think needs to be said, but do not buy used.
Oh yeah. I I don't really buy anything used. Like, unless it's like a rare video game or something where it's like, that probably works.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, you can just be like, this doesn't work, asshole, give me my money back. I don't know.
It's just like especially important for like controllers. If there is a used controller, do not be surprised when it just doesn't function.
Oh, me out of here. I missed a pot.
No.
You're fucked.
Much better. My chaos bone evolved into effect.
Do I have any other projects besides Epithet? We'll see what ends up happening. Writing is not really an all-day activity, in my opinion. It's kind of like a 2 to 6 hours, depending on how much juice you got in your brain kind of thing. So, depending on how I'm feeling, I might try and eke out some work in the Dokapon video. Wow.
Oh, right.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, that came off as very rude. That was
No,
not
yeah,
the
I
intention.
deserve it. No, I'm a pee pee poo poo boy. I see how it is.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I'll jump on that grenade, but the grenade wasn't armed. You pulled the pin out. Yeah, that's fine. I'm blowing myself up.
Takes the grenade out of Will's hand, pulls the pin while making eye contact, tucks it into my shirt. See what you did?
You did that.
This to me.
That's mine. Hey, he's a thief.
He's a stealer.
He's a stealer. Explodes. Oh, great. Now we broke it.
He's a stealer. Send him to Pittsburgh.
No, you're a Valley Girl, Jello. I will say I feel like that's the only time I've ever been on stream and have the had like the Lenti experience of being like, don't point out habits I didn't notice about myself. And I had to. It's so funny that Aphrodite's call, when you get palms for it, it's like, don't worry, we're upgrading it for you. So now, the charm lasts longer. It's like, that's not what I'm using it for.
Some of the like palm upgrades is pomegranate. Like they're like, oh man, the first thing gives me like 30% extra damage.
Yeah,
and then the upgrade gives me 2% more. And I'm like, that's even less than 2% because it's adding. It's not even multiplying by 2%.
Yeah, I don't understand some of the scaling in this game. It like there's so much that's like, now all your pomegranates are worth double. It's like even tripled at the end. Like if you get a double pomegranate and you already have a double stack, it'll be like, wow, 3 whole levels, it does 10% more damage. And I'm like, did you check?
Hear yourself?
It's like, I understand. I feel like at some point you wanted people to diversify rather than like stacking the same abilities, but also, what the fuck, you know? Like, it's a little weird.
The fuck?
There is specific things that do really well with pomegranates. Some things that maybe you want to throw like one pomegranate at, but most times pomegranates are kind of useless.
If you even care.
If you even care.
You will.
Yeah.
You want to knock out Emerald Weapon?
Oh, sure. Let me save real quick.
Okie dokie.
You want to knock?
Knock knock.
Knock knock snuckles.
It's not. Oh.
Got
Knock
him.
it off, Knuckle.
Fuck, shit, fuck.
I'm normal. I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night, Aram.
Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
It's a normal time to go to bed. I'm normal. Someone messaged me. Is it Aram saying I'm normal? Oh, it's
It was
Piff
me
giving
with the controller.
It's Piff giving me the exact thing I asked for and then forgot about. Thank you, Piff.
Yay!
Good job, Piff.
Yeah,
Yay.
I'll buy that because I could use a controller. I don't know what it is about me. I destroy objects. Like, I've got the bad touch on physical objects. They just degrade very quickly. All right.
I'm just glad you finished the sentence.
I destroy things.
I'm a destroyer.
I'm a destroyer. You couldn't handle my twisted hands.
holds up pretzels on stumps.
Wow. Whoa.
I'm a destroyer is a battleship.
I'm a destroyer.
I'm a weirdo. I'm not normal.
I'm a weirdo. I wear a hat.
Damn, you a freak. Can I get your number?
Piff's right there.
I am not like other boys. I play video games and wear a hat.
Thank you for reminding me of the Jughead scene in class. I haven't thought about that in a while.
You're welcome.
My younger cousin, who was like in early high school, was really into that guy, and was watching Riverdale, and we ended up watching season 1 of Riverdale at like the same time as each other because Nico and I were doing it as a joke before we gave up. It's really bad.
No, it's not good.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Thinking of posting media analysis / criticism videos. Any tips? Don't start it with the big I grew up in the Twitter era preamble where you like are trying to preempt every like counter argument people might have, and it's like, no, I know, like, no, I don't want to say this is bad, and like adding the like, it's okay if you like I'm gonna critique this thing and I don't like it, but it's okay if you like. You don't need to do any of that. If you're
People are gonna be mad.
If you're
Yeah,
talking
for
about
real,
something,
cut that shit out.
it makes it a worse video viewing experience for people who are patient enough to watch your thing, and for people who are there to be mad, they will be mad no matter what you do. So,
I mean, like, I guess it can depend on the subject matter, but like, do it tactfully and definitely don't overdo it. Like, if you find that your conversation, if even like 30% of it is just being like, now I know what you're thinking, or blah 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 blah, or this doesn't mean blah blah blah, like trying to appease people, just like cut it out.
just don't.
Because they're probably too stupid anyways to understand, even if you explain that.
The people that will be offended by criticism will ignore that, and you will piss off an actual listening audience.
Other advice, have a thesis, and if you don't have one, don't make a video. So like it doesn't have to be like a super complicated thesis, but like if it's as simple as like this aspect of this work makes it worth talking about, or this is really good, but the pacing as present here, here, and here detract from it, and I want to discuss that. Like, that's a thesis. That's simple enough. But if you're just like, I don't know, I want to react to something, and I'm going to talk about it for a long time in kind of an unstructured way, don't do that. That's like a vlog more than anything, or like a ramble post, and you don't want to present that as a video essay. Like, it's fine to do, but make sure it's clear what you're doing.
Yeah, at that point, it's a video I say. All right, you're not really doing much.
This guy never stops being funny. It's exhausting.
You should make a video about me.
This is my friend Will. He's nice. Fucker.
He's the funniest person I know. Fucker.
Fucker.
You know, you should make a video about me is how I got into YouTube. I started making Let's Plays at the, wouldn't say the complete start of this era, but like, I was watching Retsu play and I'm like, oh, what if they do one of mine? And so I like earnestly try to do Let's Plays and then like see if I got critiqued by them and then try to learn from that. And it just never happened because like they, I wouldn't say shortly moved on after that, but like my videos were not like that style. But they were.
I can't imagine you doing a bad enough job to get Red Super, because even when they were doing it, they would find like very unique problems. Like after a little while, even they were like they hit the end of their era where like, this is kind of a mean thing to do. It's big enough. It's no longer warranted. There's like a lot of new people coming in and most of them are kids. And we're like fucking 30. So they went from like, this is bad and you're an idiot to like, there's one insane element of this that you did that is so crazy it deserves to be commentated on. Like one of my favorite ones that's like kind of petty, but in a way I find really funny. Someone is playing a ROM of some old game. I think it's I Wanna Be the Guy, actually. And they're using, like, this is in a pre-OBS era. So they were, no, it must have been a SNES game. They were playing some ROM, and every time they died or changed screens, the ROM had a feature that would flash its logo like a flashbang. And it just said like SNES 96X or whatever.
I think I remember that one.
So Slowbeef was just
SNES
reading.
9X.
Yeah, he was reading like, I don't know, Moby Dick or Pride and Prejudice, and was doing a bit where he didn't commentate at all. He was just doing this like, I'm reading classic literature out loud, but then every time it flashed, he would go SNES 98.6X or whatever. Which is like, I don't know. I think it's really funny. It's a good bit. Like it's
a good bit. And it's like not making fun of the person.
Like it's kind of like how when you're thinking this is bully advice, I guess. Sorry. Well, it's kind of like how. So say like a shitty politician or something does. Say like you got like Ben Shapiro says something crazy in a speech. It's cool to make fun of him for being like a jerk or wrong or like things that are stuff that like he could change about his behavior, but it would be weird to make fun of him for like wearing a yarmulke in all of his appearances, which he does. You can't usually see because it's on the back of his head, or like his face is ugly in this way because that like that's not something in his control. That's just rude. But
yeah.
So in that way, I kind of like it being like, you're using a really weird emulator that's got a stupid problem that's super avoidable and you could easily find a different one. Like that's a very, that's something that you could swap. So the critique isn't useless. Whereas just being like, this guy's not funny or charming is like kind of mean, and it's not something you can change or fix overnight.
Yeah. Some folks just don't have charisma.
Ben Shapiro won't be affected, okay? But your oomph, who sounds like Ben Shapiro, will see your words.
Oof. Saying oomph in a Ben Shapiro voice hurt a little bit.
What are we supposed to do about this chicken jockey? What is this all about?
Or like if you want to make fun of Ben Shapiro for like clearly having never sexually satisfied his wife and being really weird about it in public, like that's a-okay.
Light this motherfucker up.
You know what I'm talking about, right? You remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah, no, I'm well aware. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That was one of those things where like you'd hear him talk and you like keep tilting your head like, yeah, man.
It's one of those things. It's like you couldn't waterboard this out of me.
Yeah.
Can't make fun of him for being a terrible person. Yeah, he could stop doing that any day.
Goo. Sorry, dodging attacks.
Goo.
Goo. Goo has like really taken over as like just a noise to make. I sound like a fucking mascot character in anime.
It's one of my favorite Will noises.
Goo. It's just like, I'm in fucking danger, goo.
Speaking of bullying, we did bully a lot of noises out of Will's usual repertoire, which I feel a little guilty about, to be honest.
Yo, fuck me up.
We did, for real. It's not a joke.
I was bred wrong. My nose is shorter now. Ow. The firing squad. It got me twice. But I'm okay. Ow.
I'm okay, Dad.
I'm okay, Dad. No, I don't need the truck.
I mean, Will blew you up with a grenade. That's fucking true.
That's not what happened! We all know that's not what happened!
Why is no one talking about when Will blew me up with a grenade? God, saw some hardcore telephone gaming about stuff about me on Blue Sky, because I posted a thing that Gianni retweeted or reblued or whatever you call it on Blue Sky, and so it, you know, got comments outside of my follower base, and someone was like, aren't you the guy who got fired for saying racist things about multiple Japanese creators? I'm like, literally no, like that never happened. I have no idea what you've heard.
You were never even fired.
I was not
from
fired.
anything.
No, I was not. I was done doing all my contract work for Sound Cadence, had been done working with them on Lovely Complex for over a year, and had finished Potionomics, that had wrapped, and Discotech never paid me a dime, because fuck them.
Yeah, you weren't even working for them.
No, I was not, and people were like, Discotech fired him, and it's like, they didn't pay me money, guys. That was literally a pro bono project, and I did, I think at industry rate, like $35,000 of work for free.
Damn.
Maybe more with the director rate. I haven't done the math. And like, I agreed to do that. I knew I wasn't getting paid, but like, let's not pretend I got fired. Though Discotech did get mad at me, and they're like, we will not be working with this man in the future, which is an easy thing to say when you've never talked to me because I wasn't your employee. Jackasses. Yeah, I did also see people who were like, Jello's transphobic because one of the 700 characters he said to cut from One Piece is one of the 4 explicitly genderqueer characters, and it's like, you're just an idiot, sorry.
Already made it that far, have you, boy?
People are just hungry to be mad.
The problem is everyone's like, I don't like this person and I'm not smart enough to articulate why I disagree, and this is a part of, like, you said something mean about a thing I like, and I don't know how to separate that from my being. And to justify my being mad about it, I must find concrete reasoning you are a bad person, so I win. So it's just like, I couldn't find any, so they just make shit up. And it's like, you're allowed to just go, fuck that dumb opinion, and move on.
I've been saying this for a while. It feels like that there's sometimes an emotional reaction and then a retroactive, like, justification that might not even be an accurate statement, just to be like, this is the reason why I feel this way. Even though, like, sometimes it has fucking nothing to do with your actual, like, reason for disliking it, or just be incredibly inaccurate. I've seen so many posts that are just, man, I don't like this thing because, like, of this thing. And I'm like, okay, and then I look into it, I'm just like, oh, you're factually wrong. Weird.
You didn't even look into this.
It sounds like you just dislike this, and then trying to make a reason in your head why you don't like it, even though it's, like, factually incorrect. You can just say you don't like it. Just get your base emotions out there. Say it to yourself. You don't like it for a blanket, basic reason. It's fine. I'm just mad that I keep seeing reviews from people that fucking dumb that they can't even figure out basic. Okay.
Yep.
I guess I'll explain if I'm into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Also, just reacting to someone in chat real quick. The Jello blacklisted rumors. Yeah, that one's super not true. The reason I stopped being in voice acting around that time is because I was getting ready to move to Canada. I literally have the receipts. I was in Canada with Amy when the Lovecom shit happened. We were hanging out together. And
yeah, it was during the February trip last year.
Yeah, which ruined that trip, which sucked.
Yeah.
Mad. And fucking I was just like, I don't want to be recurring characters on shows who might need to come back because I'm not going to have a booth, which I currently don't have a booth. So the only thing I do right now is SMG4 because they don't care if I have a booth or not. And everyone, I get actually a lot of, I even showed Amy, I'm not going to say what the show was, but, one of them came out. I got audition sides for My Hero Academia Vigilantes. I still get auditions for that. Crunchyroll still gives me shit, which is crazy because they actually didn't give me stuff in LA. So actually I'm getting more auditions than I was before.
I bet it's in here.
You. Flies are fun and cool.
The Lovecom drama happened while you were on vacation? Yes.
Yep.
And it gave me tummy hurty like the whole time.
You know, he was not okay.
Because I didn't know if Lenti was getting in trouble or if Aloha was having to deal with people like attacking our channel or whatever, and I was really worried about it like nonstop. And luckily, no, it was mostly targeted at me. What even happened? Literally, so in any entertainment industry now, because we're all like run by corporate overlords at some point, like if you go up the chain far enough, like Crunchyroll's owned by Sony, etc., etc. It's why, like, if you ever look at interviews for Marvel movie actors, they're never allowed to say anything about the movie. It's just like, it's coming out because it's not an interview, it's an advertisement. I had finished working on Lovely Complex with Vixen a year, like in 2023, and it was a rough production for a lot of way more reasons than I said in the post. That would have been like, those would have been like actually uncool for me to say, but I could ruin about 4 people's careers, and I didn't. Which was very nice of me. And it was just a rough production that we didn't get paid for, and again, we knew we weren't going to get paid for it. And I talked a little bit about it because I was like, it's a bad show, which it is. And I was like, here was our process. So here's some insight into this part of the industry. Because you go to a con and you never see people talking about the actual adaptational stuff. And because I was showing off some of my, it had a video attached to it. And it was some clips from the dub. And I thought it would be uncool of me to paywall it because I don't own that, right? So I didn't paywall it, which was a mistake, and it got passed around a bunch of like transphobic Discord servers because the show has a trans character who's voiced by Oz and who does a fucking great job. And I talked a little bit about how hard Vixen worked to like make sure all the trans elements of the show were okay. It's an incredibly trans cast. It has like 16 or so non-binary and trans actors in it, which is huge. You never see that in anime. And because so people were like, they localized it to be more woke than it was. You know how it goes, but we didn't. It's pro-trans in the original. And I was just like, the show was bad and working on it sucked, but because like it's the show that it broke Vixen's back literally, and she was so stressed about it and almost killed her. And I posted about that publicly, and then within a day, Vixen asked me to take it down because the discotheque saw it and got mad, so I took it down. And then I was like, I won't say anything about it because I don't want to feel like I even reached out. I was like, hey, what do you guys want, like studios, what do you want me to say? No one ever got back to me, so I just remained silent, which was a mistake. I should have defended myself. And everyone else be damned, frankly. And I just haven't, like, taken the time to do an official correction. And Discotheque also made it way worse themselves. They brought attention to it to the degree that they started angry tweeting about it, and fucking Toei told them to take the tweets down. They were like, you are making this way worse and blowing it out of proportion. And they removed their own tweets because they're so stupid. And, you know, it's just usual, like, anime localization drama where people say they hate localization because they're like, they're bringing in politics, but really what they hate are just the things alt-right people hate all the time. It's why the Dragon Maid dub got slammed for using the word patriarchy to the degree that's literally an outlawed word for localization at Crunchyroll now. They are so scared of it, you cannot write the word patriarchy in their scripts. I mean, I guess don't quote me on that. I haven't written for them, but I've heard that multiple times. And I just didn't say anything about it, so... and there's like no official info about it other than my post, so people just make shit up about it to get angry. What I heard was something about shit talking the original's takes on trans people. They literally they have Oz's character compare herself to a male dog. So we took shit like that out, cause it's stupid and gross and bad, okay? That's the stuff we changed. And then after the stuff died down, it was funny. The attention that got it made it go from a Blu-ray from an anime no one gave a shit about that Discotheque announced on like the 4th of 11 tweets in a monthly tweet chain. So nobody saw it and knew it was out because they don't advertise their stuff at all. And it went from like nothing to one of the #1 anime Blu-ray on Amazon because a bunch of people were buying it. And then after the initial like review bomb of like, I heard it was woke, people were like, actually this dub's really good. And now it's got like, it has really good ratings. It's like high 4 stars because everyone's like, the dub's great. And like Piff and I were just saying that people are like, I can't have this opinion, it must be wrong. So they just make up a headcanon. People were like, actually the dub's pretty good. So another rumor I've seen going around is that the dub that I worked on with Vixen is not the dub that's in the final Blu-ray. They made another dub after they heavy quotes fired me, which is so insane to me. They didn't have money to pay us. Who do you think they rewrote a whole show and got everyone to re-record it in the 2 weeks after it had already shipped and come out? I keep seeing that. They're like, they got rid of your dub. And it's like, no, they didn't. That's why my name is on every episode. Because we wrote it. It's also why
people think is going on?
Well, they
when
literally
anime
have
gets
no
localized.
idea. They literally have no idea. I spent like 5 hours every weekend, actually a lot longer sometimes, depending on how many errors there were in the time coding, with Vixen, writing episodes of Lovely Complex. And we wrote like the first 13 episodes over Discord, and then we wrote the second half of the show in her apartment. It was one of the first things I did in Los Angeles. And it's like, I could take the time to like, I have all the receipts. I could take the time to like clarify this, but it's like, I don't want to, you know, take a week or two out of my schedule and draw attention back to it, right? And I have been debating because like after like all the One Piece shit where like people just make shit up about me because they're like, he said my dumb pirate comic for children is sometimes bad, and I'm 4, so that makes me angry. It's like, I don't know.
I also worked on Lovely Complex.
You did do that.
I did. Yeah. It had nothing to do with almost. I basically just put together the bloopers.
Yeah.
It's nice. Mm.
They said none of your work made the final cut, which they were lying about. Oh, did Discotheque actually say that? If that's like legit true, I might actually make a quick video about it then, because if they just fucking lied, I would like to rake them across the coals, because they've made my life this last year a lot worse, while all I did was do 5 digits of money of work for them for free. And then I got a bunch of their DVDs sold, so they probably actually made a profit on that show. So they can suck my cock. They did say that, I think, don't quote me. Well, unlike most people on the internet, I will look that up before repeating that fact.
Oh. A bold strategy.
See how it plays out.
See how it pays off.
Yeah, I think Vixen would have told me that, so I don't know if I think that's exactly true. I believe people might have misinterpreted something they said that way, but that would be a wild thing for them to claim.
A very bold and idiotic thing to claim, so...
What's regenerating?
Darkness.
Pure passion coming up.
I know for a fact some YouTubers claim that on Twitter. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, they're just liars. Anime news YouTubers are like nematodes. They're like the lowest common denominator scavengers. They're just like, hey, that's mean to nematodes. I don't even think they're scavengers. They, sorry, nematodes. Now I'm gonna get canceled again by the nematode crew.
Man. For something you actually did this time.
That's true, I deserve it. I deserve this more than anything else this past year.
Asmongold covered you? Well, then you know it's all lies.
I don't know who that is.
That's good.
That's good. Short, he's a really big idiot that makes too much money.
Okay.
Maybe the rats will get him.
Rats. The rats. We're the rats.
We rat real hard. We
clap real hard. We're the rats.
I'm a normal sized rat that does some of the work.
Some of the work. I am a rat who is okay. Let's see what kind of trouble we can stop today.
I saw a really transphobic clip of Asmongold recently. Trust me, chatter, he's done more than that.
Oh, yeah. It's impressive it was just a clip.
Uh-huh.
One of my friends
It's
said
impressive it was just transphobia.
Yeah.
One of my friends said you get fired to be being shitty to your employees. I don't have I have one employee and it's Aloha. Employees?
Sometimes piff, I guess.
What?
Not on Lovely Complex.
Oh, yeah. I know. I thought you were talking in general.
Yeah, I thought that was also a general thing, but also I was just like, no, as an employee, I think Aloha's the only one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even count myself. I haven't done anything for Jello since with the audiobook.
Year, yeah, you did the audiobook visuals for that.
I guess you're more like a guy Jello gets on commission.
You're like a contractor, which is what I was for Lovely Complex, except there was no contract because then they would have to write a contract that says do all this and we'll pay you nothing.
Oh.
What was my incentive for working on it? To help my friend Vixen, who was having a bad time working on something for free as a favor to somebody. And I was like, I would like to try and see what it's like writing for an anime. I've never adapted one of these before. I would like, what's it like writing for lip flaps? I thought it would be interesting to be like on the other side of the glass. So I did that once, and I was like, okay, that was not fun. I would not want to do that again. But yeah, no, had we been paid for, like, I'd have to ask Vixen for a rate, but I remember she told me what she got paid to write some stuff, and that was for Netflix, so, but it wasn't anime. And I was, like, shocked how much she was making per episode, and I was like, oh, okay. I thought we were throwing away, like, $200 per episode, but you're telling me it was some, like, mid 4-digit shit. That's crazy. Okay.
Stitches hungers.
Ooh. Oh, after your special. Okay.
Arthur. The spirit.
I was not there. How
Oh.
dare.
How dare.
The Emerald Weapon, if that's your real name. This is bullshit.
This is
Well, you maxed
bullshit.
out all of the
Apologize
swords.
immediately.
Yeah. And then, you know, since I genuinely was, like, caught off guard by the amount of hate the One Piece video got, especially because someone on the YouTube staff clearly hated it since they shadow banned it. Like, I don't know if this is still the case, but for a while, at least, if you searched for it, it literally didn't come up. Which is very funny. But because that happened within the same year of me, like, not defending myself in hopes of, like, causing as little trouble for everyone else as possible, because I was like, well, even if I defend myself, it'll just get, like, taken out of context or put on reaction channels, but, you know, I don't know. I'm glad I finally got to air out my stuff. I could talk about way more than I've been saying. And if I ever do a video on it, I will have all the receipts and stuff on the screen. We'll see. I'm getting pretty sick of people literally just responding to stuff and being like, didn't you, like, kill a dog 3 years ago? And I'm like, you gotta be better about researching shit on your own, people.
That's so true.
Would I consult a lawyer first? No. Why would I? I had no contract that I would be breaking. I never signed an NDA about anything. And nothing I would say would be false, so it wouldn't be libel.
Alright. Master Chaos, I've returned.
Choose how to circumvent the fate's design.
54.
Worth it soon enough.
But, like, even then, like, I don't know. I don't have, like... I still worry that if I, like, bring it up again, you know, it could cause trouble for, like, Lenti or Oz.
Olympus, I accept this message.
So I'm hesitant. Would I ever do another Zilla stream? No, that was kind of a thing that, like, Jay, Yam, and I did together, and I don't really do stuff with Jay now, so it would feel weird to me to, like, do, like, episode 3 and him not being there.
It would be weird to do it without Jay.
And, like, I'm sure he'd be down, but scheduling Jay is, like, trying to catch a lightning. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, my original point. It's kind of very unrelated, but like I've kind of been really against Steam reviews lately, because there's been like a few distinct ones that are just like, man, I don't think anyone really knows how to write any of these.
No. They're user reviews. What do you expect? I've seen people literally be like, This restaurant was pretty okay, but they didn't put ice in my drink. 1 star. I'm like, what the fuck is your problem?
You should, and for that, you go to hell before you die.
Before you die.
Yeah.
So, there's a game that almost nobody knows about. It's like the Tarnished of Juxtia. No one probably knows that one.
Sure, man.
Easily.
Cool spell.
So it's a game where it's based off of Dark Souls. You know, the extremely like slow-paced. Make sure that like your swing does big damage and then you block or roll out of the way because you don't have enough time for anything else kind of games. Somebody went like, I played a lot of these kinds of games before, and this one's just too slow, and I played it and I went, this is faster than almost any other game that I've played in this entire genre. What are you talking about? There's an actual mechanic that if you're aggressive enough, you start just gaining magic rapidly and you attack faster. So you start just like spitting out damage in front of you like a wave.
Yeah, but like it wasn't from FromSoft, so it's bad and slow. I don't care if 3 people made it. They should have tried harder and been like an entire studio. Yeah. I don't know. It's the reason I don't enjoy reviews. There's plenty of times like, you'll look at a review and like, oh, okay, this guy gave it a negative. I want to hear this because everyone else is giving it positive. So like, what stuck out for them? And they're like, oh yeah, I got 40 hours in. I don't like the music. I'm like, that's it? That's the whole reason? Put on a podcast, man. It's fine. Like, just mute it.
Even in my like joke review of Clicker Heroes, I gave it a positive review because I know reviews like will
Games
affect
live or die by
things.
Games straight up live or die by them. It's the reason when we finished every time we played Of the Devil, we're like, please, if you get this, review it and give it a nice thumbs up because they're doing a really good job and there's like 4 people working on it and man, it helps them so much.
Yeah, I remember the first Steam review I ever did was for Tangle Tower because it was like a $15 game and every single character is fully hand animated and there's
and
like
voiced, right?
And voiced, and there's like 40 pieces of evidence and every character has a unique reaction to every piece of evidence.
Pretty good.
And they were like, the game's only like 5 hours long. It's not worth it. I'm like, you're insane. You've never made anything in your life. You have no idea what you're talking about. I bet this took them like a year minimum.
Yeah.
I hope there is more games that get released that are like UFO 15, where it is a compilation of like, here's a whole bunch of smaller games that we thought couldn't really hold their own, but like in this like little clump it can. I'm like, it honestly works. I love
cool.
UFO 15 for that.
I'm glad that turned out well for you because when I had first talked to you about it, it seemed like you were like, it's like fine. I was like, oh no, there's 50 games in that. Well, I hope that turns around eventually.
Well, that's the thing about 50 games. Your opinion has to go through 50 games. Now, mind you, that could be easily put in a really bad spot because it's 50 games. You can get a lot of things wrong in 50 games.
Right.
But you can get a few things wrong in a few places and a lot of things right. And you go, wow, there's actually a lot of just good in here.
That's true.
First Jello stream I've caught. Normally watch the YouTube videos. Hi. I'm glad you just joined instead of joining 20 minutes ago during Serious Talk. What videos do you like? I'm trying to make it normal again.
I think it was getting back to normal naturally.
But now that I've pointed it out, it's more normal.
I'm
normal.
God.
You're normal. You're normal.
I'm human and alive.
I'm human
All right,
and alive.
For your normal question, is that for the chat, I'm assuming?
That
or
was
to
for
that,
the chat.
Specific viewer?
That was for the chat, yeah.
Okay.
No, that guy in particular. Make it normal. Don't fuck it up. Don't make it weird.
Oh, no, actually, like, for real, that was, like, the person who was like, I've never been here before. That was directed just at them. I enjoy normal videos, says someone else.
Huh.
Hello, says someone.
Oh.
Anyone
Hello.
play I Am Your Beast? Yes.
And we're
Fred.
very normal about it.
Fred Jones' video essay is a highlight. Yeah, I should, like, I hate editing myself on camera, and I hate editing footage from a camera. It's way weirder to work with. The codecs are mean and stinky, but, it makes editing easier to just have a you to cut back to. And also, people are more sympathetic if there's a human face talking at them. Ooh. I'd rather make it to the end.
Friends?
Do I have any thoughts on Joel G's Ina? Not really. I think I saw. I feel like Lovey was just engaged with that, and Savvy likes Ina, I think. It's interesting. I don't really have any thoughts, though. I did see it around so much. I was like, I can't fathom what this is based on, like, fan art and stuff. I was like, is this a game? Is it a show? What the fuck is this thing?
What have you made?
Yeah, it's just absurdism. I'm not much of an absurdism guy. I'm normal.
I'm normal.
Well, I'm not into, like I have a friend who I only talk with sometimes, but, God, we've known each other since I was 14. And, he's, like, it's funny because every time we talk about stuff, I'm super into, like, structure and dialogue and character development. I'm a big character guy in media. And he's, like, hardcore into, like, spectacle and feelsy, emotional, weird shit. Well, by his own admission.
I just love the throw in of like weird shit right at the end.
No, he's
just
like
a fucking idiot.
He'll like show me his most recent what do you call it? He'll show me his most recent like letterbox, and he'll be like, I'm such a fucking art kid, I'm such a loser, and it'll be like 5 or 7 insane anime that you've never heard of, and it's just like, and he'll be like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen, but it has a singular moment that's incredible. And I'm like, that's not a way I can appreciate stuff, so I appreciate that perspective.
Yeah, but it gets really good.
That one.
But it gets really good 40 episodes in. Oh, that's neat. What about the other 39?
Don't
How are
watch 'em.
those? Oh, but you need them for the payoff.
Me talking about Bomberman Jetters, if I'm being honest.
I don't know. I popped in for like 2 episodes. I was like, oh, this is like pretty decent.
Bomberman Jetters is a like C-tier monster of the week show that is pretty charming. So you can definitely be like, I would understand why you'd watch that if it was like on TV and you were like making dinner. And then it's got like 8 episodes worth of main plot that I think are actually phenomenal. And we would make jokes about the like the quality difference of like, shut up, it's a Max episode or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, like, obviously the best part of Bomberman Jetters is the stuff towards the end, but there's nothing in the other parts of that show.
Yeah, you understand, I like to undersell it a little bit, because
I know.
It's hard to pitch why it's
Because you're
good.
in bail is
I
There's a
gotta
reason I'm-
undersell it every time it gets brought up. This is the best anime that ever existed, baby.
But baby, it was a joke.
But it is the best.
No, even I'm like, it's like a 7 out of 10, because it's like a 10 out of 10 for about 8 episodes of runtime, and then it's like, I don't know, like but depending on the episode, like a 4 to a 7 or sometimes an 8 for the rest. It's fine. It's a good show, but like,
You're describing Evil West, by the way. Evil West is one of the greatest video games ever made, but it sure is a fucking 7 out of 10.
Evil West rocks. I love Evil West.
Evil West is so... It's just too long.
It is too long. Look, there needs to be a market of afternoon games. More people need to make one-sitting, stupid, fun afternoon games that exclusively exist to be bought from like a disc replay at 4 p.m. on a Friday with you and your friends to be like, what do? I've got a big bag of Lay's potato chips and Evil West.
Yeah. Some of my favorite games are just like 7 out of 10s. Like Code Vein. Code Vein is a 7 out of 10.
Honestly, Code Vein's pretty fun.
Code Vein is fun as hell. Like I had a great time with it. It's also a really fun co-op game. And like, sure, there's Door Hell, and we don't like Door Hell.
Nobody likes Door Hell.
Door Hell sucks.
I love Door Hell.
One of the few times I'll fight you, but I will apologize afterwards. Door Hell is bad. There is weird Hatsune Miku in a sewer. And there's also Pornstein and Smut. But outside of that, like...
God, that's funny.
I bow.
I don't care who you are, that's funny.
I don't care who you are, that's a funny joke, because if you saw them boys, you go, that's Pornstein and Smut, and I know which one's which.
Hatsune Miku, I'm awake. No, you can go back to sleep.
You can go back to sleep.
It's okay.
You can go back to sleep, Brick.
That was gonna be. I was gonna say, was that Lovey? And I looked over, and yes, it was.
Yeah. Sorry, Piff. What were you saying?
The funniest thing about the game is that it's like its leveling system is so garbage. Like,
yeah, it's not good.
I played through almost the entire game. I played the entire game and half of the final dungeon without leveling up once.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I needed to.
Clearly you didn't.
Hey, Flair and Lovey, do you guys want to be mods? Not so I can give you mod powers, because mods can't fucking do anything on YouTube. You can't even ban people. It's a waste of time. But
so chat knows you're important.
Chat knows you're important, and I'll be able to see your names easier out of the corner of my eye.
Wow.
Lovey says sure.
Okay. I'll be chill. Lovey readying a gun to ban everybody. Oh, I can be a mod? Yeah, I trust you. Standard moderator. I mostly just want like a little icon next to your names. So I can be like, that's one. Oh, Piff, how about you? Would you like to be a mod?
Oh, yeah, I'll be a mod.
I didn't know you weren't. Anyone else want to be a mod while I'm handing these out?
Me hiring people for the White House.
Whoever
Is Will a
can
mod?
donate. I don't know. Whoever can donate the most money right now.
Don't
What
say
if
that.
But what if I donate a lot of funny?
That's a joke. I will not actually do that.
No!
I'll leave it up to you if you want me to be a mod on here.
Yeah, I added you.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
I love, I'm a trans lesbian. If I give you $40, can you mod me? Why do you think I'm a trans lesbian is like, you can't lead your resume with that. It doesn't, what does that speak to your modding capabilities? If I were hiring a programmer, then I'd be like, oh, you're a trans lesbian? Come on in. But if I'm not, it doesn't have anything to do with it.
No, you're cooking though. You're onto something.
Hey, who's here? Who's in call?
Something else.
A lot of people.
I'll type.
The mod's on it. Don't worry.
I put almost $50 in. Are you sure, Jill? Don't pay me money for that. It's not worth the bit, and I'm not going to mod you.
It gave me a mod alert telling me I was a mod. It deleted my message.
Mod fight. Only one of you will remain.
Yeah, God, I guess, Mackenzie. My goodness.
Okay, let me retype that, I guess. Thank you for the pop-up, YouTube. So useful.
Kicks rock.
Kicks rock.
Kicks YouTube.
Honestly. I wish I could kick YouTube. YouTube always be saying dumb shit to me. YouTube be like, hey, now when someone says subscribe in a video, it makes your thing rainbow, and it's like, okay, so you've got a robot trawling every video for to listen to people talk. I hate that. That's disgusting. You're a freak. You're not normal.
You're not
You are
normal.
You are not normal and alive.
You're not me!
Hi, Kenzie. I don't think I know you, says Flair. Kenzie is like part of Piff's ancient crew of friends, and... What? That's true.
Sorry, it just could be interpreted as the people in my crew are ancient.
No.
God, we've been friends 11 years. When did that happen?
11 years
11
ago.
years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, guys, okay.
When are you gonna learn, boy? I'm the fastest joke in the jest. You ain't gonna
Actually-
catch me.
Fuck, dude!
Actually, Mackenzie being friends with Piff for 11 years happened this year.
Fucking shit, she's right! That's math!
You found me, Artemis.
Well, hell.
I was gonna say something really mean.
Go ahead, Glass.
That never
Go
stopped.
ahead, Glass. You got this.
You got this, Glass.
He said you're the fastest joker in the West, and I was like, is that why your labor was so quick? Like,
My what was so quick?
like you. That's how you were born so quickly, because you're a joke.
God.
I don't believe so. I don't know how long it took for me. But if it makes you feel any better, I was born deaf. So
And then
You just came out there like, no, I can't hear you. No,
and the doctor picked you up and went, hello!
hello! And that was my head on the table. They were like, hello!
Hello!
I'd be a fucking genius, but I'm only funny now.
Who was dropped as a baby by their parents' own admission? Raise his hand. I would have been so powerful. I got nerfed.
My sister, she's like, I am so smart, and you screwed me over, because when she was a little kid, they were like, oh man, we never had this is our first kid, so we're gonna be as careful as we can, but you know, still have fun. And my dad put her on his back, and he was like talking to my mom, and didn't like realize about the ceiling fan. So my sister's like, oh,
Oh
Yeah.
no! Oh no!
and
God,
she's like,
that's-
I'd be a fucking genius. I would have solved global warming if you hadn't. fucked
That's
me
so
over.
funny. Someone
Yeah,
in
instead
chat.
she's the most successful virtual capitalist.
Actually,
She straight up crashed economies.
I think it's a good thing she got nerfed, because if she were a real world capitalist with that power, it would be like genuinely scary.
My sister's abilities as like being a like virtual capitalist is so funny.
I just like to see it crack. The
Literally.
someone responded to who fell downstairs, or who got dropped, and a true panda says, yo, I fell down some stone stairs in a park. And I was just like, that's the funniest way to open a rap I can imagine. yo, I fell down some stone stairs in a park. Mama couldn't see them because it was too dark.
I'm on the floor like carpet.
I'm on the floor like carpet. Flew out of her hands and I went down, crashed against the stairs and I broke my crown.
That's teeth.
So, I do not know how this happened or whatnot, but the back of my head is completely flat, and no one is taking responsibility. That just could be how
No one is taking responsibility. I love the idea of you just like being at the dinner table, like, we can't keep dodging this, guys.
It's like
We just
it's
can't.
like that Tumblr post of the family who's like, back in the day where you could like order pay-per-view like naughty movies on the nighttime channel. My parents and I were both definitely doing it, and no one knew who was running up the bill. But long story short, it was $600 a month, and to no one in particular, one day my dad just looked into the middle distance and said, "It stops now."
That's such a funny story.
No one took responsibility.
I respect it. It's just like we aren't gonna dig deeper. I don't care who's doing it, but it's done.
It's
over. It's bullshit.
It's bullshit. It's like, Piff's like one of those, I don't remember the name of the tribe, but I know there's a tribe in Africa that, like, they carry their babies in a satchel on their back, and they've got a flat board between, like, the front of the satchel and the mother's neck. And what they do is that purposely as they walk, the baby's head bumps against the thing so that it flattens, because it's like part of their local beauty standards. So you like flatten your baby's face to make them attractive culturally.
I mean, that's kind of what I was going to say, is there is an issue, like, I'm going to say Western world just to not discredit that culture, but it is, like, you're not supposed to let your baby lie flat for too long, because it does result in the back of their head being flat.
God,
so, like, and there is, like, a situation where if doctors see that, they could just, like, your baby's wearing a helmet now until it's no longer flat.
Babies are so complicated.
So complicated. Brain increase.
I did also fall down quite a few stairs. One excuse me, as everyone who's probably already heard this story in this call. But for the people in chat, I during the time where I was a young teenager, had my friend over. I was excited, and Jelly, you'll probably be able to actually see this particular piece of architecture. I don't know. So, when going downstairs, I usually like skip a few stairs, like or going like upstairs. I'll skip a few stairs. And I would like grip onto the sides of the railings and basically launch myself like down the stairs. And so one day I was particularly excited and launched myself forward. Now, I didn't really realize this at the time, wasn't really paying a lot of attention, but apparently at the bottom of the stairs, the ceiling doesn't just like come out like flat.
Oh no,
like,
Piff.
Like, there's basically a tunnel, then it goes into the roof. And the tunnel doesn't end in just like a nice smooth shape. It then goes like, all right, there's a 90 degrees corner that this is now the roof. Or the ceiling, that's what it is. And so I launched my forehead directly at this 90 degrees solid object. And I hit it, and my body flung backwards like an in-air pendulum, and like the back of my head then slammed on the corner of the stairs. And then tumbled the rest of the way down and immediately stood up, and I was like, that was embarrassing.
Gosh, Rooney, that's so embarrassing. I say bleeding profusely.
There's no blood. I didn't even get bruised.
Somehow Piff managed to not crack his head open completely.
And both my friend and my mom was at the top of the stairs.
Piff, you're pretty tall, right?
6 foot.
Yeah, that's okay. That's pretty tall. The taller you get, I swear this is not just a me experience. Because anytime anyone, just naturally, if you see someone crack their head against something, you're always gonna go like, ooh, because it's like the worst place. It's the worst thing to crack. But as you get taller, you just get used to slamming your head into stuff over time. And you do build up an immunity. And I remember when I worked at the zoo, and I had some very small bosses. They were like 1 foot tall ladies that rode around in a golf cart. They were so tiny. And it was raining really badly. So instead of our usual outdoor picnic break area, they brought a bus that was like a decommissioned bus. And we were in there, and the door of the bus was old and low and metal, and I slammed my forehead on it, and they were like, oh my god, are you okay? And I was like, did I hit my head? Because like it just did no damage. Like eventually you become so tall and immune to the bump that you just like hit stuff and you're just like, another fucking day. The bump.
Thinking about for a while at one of my jobs in the dining room, there was like a low-hanging metal chandelier that I would just smack my head off of every single day. And yeah, I think at some point I did push.
Yep.
I think at some point I did just stop reacting, even though customers would see it and be like, ah! You know?
Oh. I missed a fish, but they're kind of useless in this place.
Hey, man. The fish didn't choose to suck ass.
What? Oh, sorry, should I have killed the fish? Would that have made it happier? It's like, well, I would have felt more appreciated if you killed me.
They said I was killing.
Zagreus. The Zagreus. That's like something to talk about.
I mean, when you want to be killed by Zagreus.
No. Zagreus is a bit of a fail boy. I like Zagreus a lot.
I wouldn't say that.
I would. He's a canonical fail boy. That's his whole backstory, is that he's not good at anything except what you see him doing in this game. So he spent, like, at least a decade or two just trying a bunch of jobs and being the office fail boy.
I'm just gonna take all the bone stacks. I don't give a shit. I'm so strong.
You're so
I thought you were just gonna be like, I'm gonna say it. Zagreus doesn't deserve this.
Why are we so mean to Zagreus?
Polly has joined your crew as a murderer.
As a murderer.
This is the funniest fucking bit.
This guy won't give me a Durgan.
Oh boy.
This sucks. Also, my fucking portrait is broken and I don't know why.
I would just, like, what is the button? There's the, like, recommended gear. I would just activate that and then just reconfirm it and see if that helps fix it. And if that doesn't work, I would just go to the portrait and wiggle it. That sometimes actually works.
That should fix it. Apparently, there was a ring that was wrong.
Oh
I
no.
think.
I'm
Yeah,
so
I
sorry,
know.
Yoshi P.
I know. Try again.
Oof.
Okay, yeah. I fixed it.
Hooray. I'm so sorry this is taking so long, Yam.
Oh, I don't mind.
How could you?
I'll literally never complain about running anything with you ever after what you've done for me.
For Grandpa. Yeah, but, like, Grandpa was...
After hiding the body.
Well, hold on. Allegedly.
On stream? Wow, Jello.
You told us not to talk about crimes on stream.
Narc apocalypse over here.
No, but, like, the problem is that Emerald Weapon takes, like, 10 minutes every time. It's just like,
Yeah, but we're talking, so it's like, it doesn't really feel like a chore.
Oh god, I'm running as fast as I can. My sprint button doesn't work. Gosh, shit! Don't worry, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Anyways, but enough about that.
Yes.
So sick of these great shields. I wish they were bad shields. I wish they were mid shields.
I'd wish they were bucklers, because that would mean they were designed for parrying and are not useful at blocking big attacks like your sword. Though, I don't think bucklers were really a big thing in Greece.
Yeah, they use zippers.
A lot of leather.
What fucking toga had a goddamn zipper?
Mine. It's bad. It was bad and it sucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you deserved it. Maybe you deserved to be bad.
They're just so hard to tie. And the pins hurt.
Unbelievable.
This guy's fucking bullshit.
Or zippers created.
A while. You.
Vampire
story?
Vampire Piff thinking back on his time in the zipper mines. Oof. Once again, the timer might fuck me. I don't know if I'm dealing enough damage to take these guys out this quick.
I haven't played Hades 1 in a while, but I straight up hate the third zone. I think
It's
I think
a
it is my
lot
least
harder
favorite.
than the other 4 or 3. I think these guys are way harder than Hades is. It's so annoying because I think Theseus is really annoying in the normal mode, and I think Asterius is awful when you're fighting him in the heat.
The juiced up mode?
Yeah, his AoE jumps just really piss me off.
Why did that do so much damage? Stop it.
You have a monster.
No! Don't look!
I already looked, I'm sorry.
Oh boy. Okay, 1 minute left.
Really?
Come on. That absolutely didn't hit me. Axe you? What would Axe you think? No, I can't be shy about losing this Death Defiance, considering if I don't beat these guys in the next 1 second, then I just lose.
No, you got 30.
I know. Alright, can I beat up Theseus? Probably not. Nope, definitely not. No, I'm so fast I get run over by him. Stop! Fuck. Oh, Hermes, you're fucking me over.
Hermes hurts me.
Oh, God. This is literally the exact same position I was in on the last run. Come on. Yeah, I don't have a choice.
Beans.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's getting so heckin' warm in my apartment.
Welcome to the house. Look, I have to say, I just don't think you have a real chance against both Theseus and the Minotaur together. But you might just have a chance to get the Minotaur's autograph from you. Maybe you ask nice or something?
Oh man.
I do so.
And in 2 weeks, Expedition 33, baby.
Wahoo!
Too pricey for me.
Gonna be good.
Was Kazan good after? Well,
I hit a boss that kind of made me think of like, and I'm not gonna spoil it, the final boss of Shadow of the Erd Tree, where I went, I don't think I give a shit enough to try this fight, quite frankly.
Damn.
There's just like this boss in Kazan whose entire gimmick is like, I always have a shield up, and the only way to like make me drop it is to break my stamina, but hitting my shield doesn't lower it. You need to parry all of my attacks perfectly, and then in the very small window with your limited stamina, break mine. And if you fail, I will hold my shield up until all my stamina comes back, meaning nothing happened. And I'm like, I don't think I give enough of a shit. Also, I found out that once I uninstalled Kazan, I've had no audio troubles. So I think NetEase games just like break my audio hardware.
interesting quirk.
Yeah, does that mean Kazan is a bad game? No, like I did enjoy what I played. But I've also kind of gotten to the point where I'm like, if I'm not like, not to be the Ratatouille food critic, but if I'm not loving a game, I'm like, I got other things to do, man. Like, I could just go do something else. Plus, Kazan has the weird problem that Neo has that I don't like at all, where they're like, what if instead of, like, designed loot, it's, like, random bullshit? And I'm like, that's not good for a Souls game. Don't do that. You need to have, like, structured
Yeah, that
things.
sucks. That's one of the worst things about Skyrim is how much loot is radiant. Like, you gotta... Speaking as an exploration-y boy, you gotta make some stuff that's custom. That should have hurt me. I'm glad it didn't. me sticking my head in the oven as a joke.
Oh,
Funny.
Diablo loot, yeah. Essentially, it's Diablo loot.
I was actually going to ask you about like that game, and just like, man, I've constantly looked back at it and was just like, should I? Should I? Because it looks really fun.
It is cool. I think it's a very cool game, and I think if you can like get it on sale, it's worth like trying. But I found it to be like, so when FromSoft is like rude to you, right? You go, all right, fine, whatever, and you just pick up the controller and you do it again. Because it's never mean to you. Like, Neo 2 is mean to you, right? And Kazan kind of does that shit too, where they're like, hey, I'm gonna have you fight this boss who has 2 phases, and I really hope you learned the parry system, because if you haven't like nailed it, you're gonna have a bad time. Especially considering I have a mechanic where I'm gonna keep doing flips, and I will randomly decide to do a like teleports behind you nothing personnel kid that will not only do an assload of damage, but destroy your max hit point possibility for most of the fight. And you're like stuck like that. And it's like, oh, so if I beef this mechanic that I can't really understand, I can't recover. That's a weird decision. But they also do a lot of things that I like, where, so they have a lot of repeat bosses in that game. But they spice it up each time by doing like ooh, there it is.
Hey, let's go.
I rolled an 8.
It doesn't matter. You're the only one rolling.
Yep, hey. Where like, take for example, this is very early in the game, so it's not a huge spoiler. There is this like blacksmith goat who fights with a hammer and a chisel. And the first time you fight him, he has this gimmick where he will slam the chisel into the ground and then smack his hammer into it, and then each smack will make a fire radius that impacts, you know, larger and larger area and stays for X amount of time before it leaves. Cool. So you've seen this mechanic and you know what it does. In the second time you fight him, it's the same arena, but he does it and it fills the entire arena for like a minute. And you're like, how the fuck am I supposed to survive that? You're not. If you look, there's a ladder that takes you to an elevated arena. So that you have to, like, while he's charging up this attack, sprint to the, it's a ladder. Sprint to the ladder and climb to the second floor, and you're fighting him in a whole new arena that has a whole new problem you have to be mindful of. That, like, you can now fall in part of it. And I'm like, that's cool. It's the same fight, but you've done something different to make it more engaging and, like, add a cool twist to it. That's neat. Because Elden Ring, a lot of times, is like, it's the stone cat that looks at you weird. 2 goblins. You're like, oh, okay, that's really weird. Whoa, we're really spicy now.
I mean, to be fair to Elden Ring, they're like, we're making this game so big.
Right, and that's the trade-off, though, right? Is that Elden Ring has, like, a fuck billion dungeons, so it's like, all right, well, there's only so much you can do. Meanwhile, with Kazan, I kind of like cross my arms. I'm like, I fought 5 bosses. What do you mean I'm fighting this guy again? Like, you know what I mean? So, that's in the first fight too. It is, but you don't have to use it. And it like caught my eye even the first time I played. I was like, why is there a ladder there? So yeah, I think Kazan is pretty darn good. It also has Ben Starr, which I really like. Even though
Ben Starr.
I do love Ben Starr. Because he is just a very lovely gentleman who is just happy to be in the industry. And he keeps popping up.
Yeah.
God, because he's in Expedition 33.
Dude, he's in Hades too.
He sure is!
As like maybe the hottest character.
Literally.
Wow.
Finger guns.
I loved when I saw that trailer. I was like, oh man, more Hades 2 stuff, cool. And then that character talking went, is that my boy Ben Starr? Is that my boy Ben Starr?
And you sent the trailer to me and you were like, did you hear something? And I was like, there's no fucking way.
Dude, Ben Starr must be in the most luxurious position where people just call him like, "Hey, we've got a really hot black-haired character. Are you interested?" And he's like, "Yes."
We got a fire themed man. Are you in? And he's like, you know I am.
Dude,
Are you
if
in
Gustav,
or are you in?
Are you in or are you in? If Gustav is not,
I quietly high five Piff under the table.
if Gustav isn't fire themed in Expedition 33, I think the game's a total wash.
Yo, this game sucks.
Yo, this game sucks. No, Expedition 33 is gonna be real good. I'm very optimistic.
I watched Sky Pirate Girlfriends for the first time in a while, and I was quoting some of it to Amy last night, as though she hasn't seen it. And I'm so amused by the entire section that's just like, what would make this battle, this train dungeon way better? A big dragon comes up besides the train. Oh, of course, Yam. I'm sorry, Yam. There are no dragons in this game. Yo, this game sucks. What the fuck did you just say to me? Why are we here? You lied to me!
Yeah, Yam's got some pretty banger deliveries. Because, like, "It's me, I'm back" is, like, ingrained.
You guys did pick that one up, yeah.
"It's me, I'm back."
It's me, I'm back.
It's a good phrase, because it's useful casually, but it's also funny. Whenever a character, like, shows up again, in, like, a stupid Team Rocket way.
I would love to have another game similar to Sky Pirate Girlfriends. That was just a fun time. It's like the exact level that you're looking for in a game.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Yep, I wish I had more, but there's a reason that Skies of Arcadia was like a game for me where I'm just like, it's like one of the best ones, guys. You gotta believe me.
Yeah. I wish I had, you know, some game to like whip out and be like, yo, we got to. Because like normally I'd be like, oh, it'd be like Phantasy Star, right? Phantasy Star has a story, but like it's doing 40-minute long quests of the same shit, and then a robot goes, she's not here, and then you do another quest. Like that's the
Kingdom
plot.
Hearts ass story structure.
Oh, that's mean. Don't do that to my game.
Look, I'm just saying. I'm just responding to what you said.
No, that's not fair. Take it back.
He's like
Use
here,
words.
right?
Yes, actually.
Okay, I remembered correctly.
Wow, way to go. Destination, surveying the perimeter. There's rocks.
Shit.
Good night, class.
Good night,
Have a good night, class.
Good night, glass.
The ring girl goes back into the TV.
I don't doubt what Jello said about trans kids thanking him at signing events. Those signing events were like 90% genderqueer kids.
Oh,
Let's see here.
You were
I
there,
loved
yeah.
doing those. Yeah, I loved.
You were there.
I love being there for those. Like, do you want to ride, Will, on your cool dragon?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Yeah. We are going all the way up there.
You know, there were a lot of the fans that showed up were like kind of young, and I don't know. I thought all of them were so sweet and adorable and cute, and it was just a really nice time.
We got people at both who would walk up and be like, I'm not out yet, but I'm trans, thanks. And it's like, cool. Sorry you're
Be
in
like,
Texas.
hell yeah.
That just makes me think. I know I've definitely brought it up before, but there is this incredible scene in Dimension 20 Fantasy High where this character is like been a bully and keeps like dropping information. You're like, you're clearly gay, dude. Like, it's cool. Like, no one's upset about it. And like, the character finally comes out, and he just leans over and goes, check it out, I'm gay. And it's like so fucking funny.
Yep.
Wow, I get a full ass cutscene to get this robot dragon,
Yeah.
and like,
I wanted to watch it, but I think we queued for something in the middle of it, so I had to skip it.
oh no.
You know, I'll just watch it in the journal. if I remember.
I would have shared screen had I known.
That's okay. It's probably just a mecha comes out of the clouds.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I assumed like someone would have built this and been like, "Yo, cool, real dragons. Want to see my mecha dragon? You fucking idiot!"
Yeah, no, I mean, like the other ones are like that, but I mean, it's a mecha dragon, so I wanted to see it. But you know,
What's this guy doing here?
it comes out of the clouds, and your character is like, "That's mine now."
And then a bard walks up with a harp and goes, "That fucking rules," and then leaves. It's like I don't understand.
Jello, do I have plans to do another signing thing? Not for a while because there are no books for a while. So it would feel weird to me to not offer them at the signing.
That makes sense.
Also, if you work in Canada, the government will get you.
Yeah, like the only time I was thinking is like we're gonna be in New York for a little bit in summer, and I was like maybe I could do something there because people were like, "Are you doing anything East Coast?" But there won't be any. No. Is the answer.
No.
Wow.
There you are.
Didn't the first epithet signing happen the same day as the Trump shooting? Yes, it did. And Lenti literally leaned over to us after the event and was like, "So?"
You're not gonna believe this.
And we were like, "Wow, wild."
Yeah, I also remember the fucking, during that, the Mighty Magiswords creator, which is like a cartoon, got caught for having like truly unfathomable amounts of child porn in his house. Like terabytes upon terabytes. And Tiana was like, "You guys, do you know this guy? Because I know this guy and this is freaking me out." I was like, "No."
Yeah. Yeah, Tiana was like really disturbed by it. Like rightfully so, but yeah. That's
So a
really
lot
what
happened.
I remember.
A
Yeah,
lot
a lot
happened.
happened that day. It was good for us, but
Jello, come to Manchester. I might be in England for like a day or two in 2026.
when we visit Savvy,
Because my parents were like, "Do you want to come to Ireland?" So we were thinking they got some inheritance because my last grandparent passed away, and they were like, "We want to go to Ireland. Everyone else in our family's done it. We have the, like, I'm well off now from YouTube stuff, but everyone else in my family is like obnoxiously rich, and we're the ones who are not. So we've not done any travel." And he's like, "We want to do our Ireland trip," and they invited us, and I said, I can pay for it. You guys should keep the you guys should keep what inheritance you got, because they really put in their work with taking care of my grandmother. That I would feel bad taking that, but we were gonna go to Ireland and then maybe pop over to see Savvy for a day, since how many opportunities am I gonna get to hang out with Savvy in person?
Right.
Why you?
We go take care of business here, just like we used to.
Is this a system setting? Where the fuck is this?
Come back to
What are you
Texas.
looking for?
I don't want to.
Oh my god.
That's.
go for it.
I was just gonna say that's honestly not true. If I'm being real, there's like a lot of stuff I regularly miss about the area I live near Dallas. Mostly the pizza, to be honest. It's not like good pizza, but there were like 2 pizza places that I like am constantly just like, nowhere does it like that. I want my big. Is anyone in the call in the Dallas, like from the Dallas area?
No.
No. Sorry.
No.
I mean,
I was waiting for anyone else to respond positively. I'm just going to assume no.
No. I'll sign negatively. Nuh-uh.
So if you came to I came to Dallas already. I was there. We were there within the last year.
there last summer.
They were in Salad.
We stayed with Aram.
Mm-hmm.
Well then.
I know, but I wasn't able to go. This is like totally unfair, and there's a million reasons why you genuinely, it makes perfect sense you wouldn't have been able to go. But I will say, a girl showed up from Norway, and we were like, what are you doing here? And she's like, I wanted to meet you, so I got a ticket to fly here from Norway. And we were like,
Jesus.
And we like looked at her mom, and we were like, how much did that cost? And the mom was like, $1,000. Like, clearly not super
That's it?
impressed. Yep, apparently. I was like, Jesus.
Clearly not impressed.
I mean, that's a lot for a child.
Yeah.
That's a she's
I was
like,
just expecting more.
she seems like 17 maybe, and it's like, damn, I don't know, I never would travel internationally to like get a book signed. That's crazy to me. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
We gave her free stuff.
We gave her everything we could give her. Cause I'm Mr. Anti-capitalism, anti-merge, so everywhere we showed up, like, all the other voice actors had, like, prints and dolls and stuff to sign, and I, like, made really good money at the first event, and I was just like, okay, and I got to the second event, and I was like, Danny and Kyle, do you want these items I have? And Bryn, do you want the rest of my Phoenica dolls? And they were like, what do we pay you for these? And I was like, no. Do you want them? Do you want to have them?
That wasn't the question.
So all we had were some posters we were selling for Majin, because Majin printed a bunch, and we sold out of those. I should have brought more. Those are good prints.
Yeah, no, they were really nice.
Those Sylvie prints fucking ruled.
I'm glad we sold out of them.
I don't think I'm worth thousands of dollars in an international flight. No. Unless you're Amy coming to visit me, no. I'm like weirdly... I'm like uncomfortable with the idea of people spending money on me. I think it's weird.
I had to get used to it.
Well, cause like... Well, like... I'm good financially is the thing. Like, and I know a lot of people who follow me and are very generous could like, it would be better for them to keep that money. So I feel bad sometimes when we get stuff and I'm like, I don't know, like, I'm
No,
glad.
that makes total sense.
Yeah.
There is a person that was just like, oh man, you're so kind to me. Can I get you like KFC? And I'm like, you are... I didn't say this to their face, but I just went, you are having close to a mental breakdown this entire time and just, like, trying to stay together, and your life is barely hanging in the balance and all this other stuff. Do not buy me anything. You need the money.
We had to, I remember, this is a couple years ago, but, like, Keen was going through some real financial rough patches, and Keen is a very generous gift giver, and at Christmas he would like buy everyone a game and stuff for like 9 or 10 people, and we had to be like, Keen, we super appreciate it. You cannot do this right now. You do not have the money to be doing this.
It's appreciated, but don't.
But like the joy, I know you are my friend. You don't need to prove that with a gift, and I'm glad you're thinking of me. But the misery I know you not having a couple extra $100 this month will cause is not worth any gift you could give me.
Yeah. I'm a very problematic person to, like, get
period.
Christmas and birth.
Can't believe I've got you on my stream.
Yeah, you know, I use you as a smokescreen. But, like... But, like, when it comes to Christmas or birthdays and things like that, people are like, what do I get you? I'm like, don't.
Yeah, that's why when like 1,000 Extra Resist was on sale at around Christmas time, and you were like, oh, maybe getting it, and I was just like, don't you dare, while I'm like on the Steam page already buying it for you.
Can we cancel Will? Please don't. I don't think I could function.
Oh.
Stop him, Richard.
Oh, he's weak.
He won't survive the winter. Is Will canceled from the Jello sphere? There is nothing Will could do to be canceled from the Jellosphere. Also, like,
what an interesting challenge.
Leaves does not return.
I
mean, that technically would work.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone I regularly hang out with getting the big, like a legit cancel button or whatever in a friend circle. In the way that, like, I don't know. Do you ever, this is something that, like, Amy and I talk about sometimes. Do you ever, like, hear people talk about their friends and you're like, you're not friends. You guys hate each other.
Yeah.
Or, like, your friends are crazy. And I'm like, look, I only have, like, 15 friends. But they're also, like, the ones I purposefully picked from, like, 30,000 people I've interacted with to some degree over the last 30 years. And, like, there's a reason there that I don't think I have a good sense for people. Like, I'm bad at first impressions, figuring out who they are. But I think over time, I'm pretty good at getting a read on people.
I'm quite confident in my first impressions of people. I don't really cut much slack, to be quite frank. I basically give like a minute, and if I don't like, no, like genuinely, I'm like,
no, we know.
Yeah, I'm like, I need a minute, and I'm like usually correct.
Oh.
Like, I couldn't be like, oh, this guy killed someone. Like, that's not the information I get, but I'm like, I think I'd find you annoying after an hour. Like, that's all I need.
Shall we get started? Go, Sisyphus. Got you covered.
Thanks for the autograph. Die.
The time I can think of for, like, being able to read people quickly is I remember years ago, we had a traffic person who was really good at their job, and they're like, I just need a little help, though. And they're like, okay, we'll get another person. And this new person popped up and was like, hey, I'm so-and-so. And I shook their hand and, like, had 2 or 3 sentences with them. And they're like, I'll be right back. And they left. And I turned to my friend and I was like, you fucked up. I'm like, what? I'm like, you fucked up. That was a bad hire. And, like, I don't believe you. And I'm like, give it a week. And, like, less than a week later, she was like, I can't fucking stand her. She's a fucking idiot. She does everything wrong. She doesn't know what's going on. I'm like, yep. Nailed it. You should have had me in the interview process.
Funny as hell. Ooh. That's a rare combo. People, well, like, that's one of the reasons that I try to do charity stuff at least once a year and try to give at least 5 digits of money away, because, like, I truly don't believe the money. There's been so much inflation. I know the number's gone up, but I remember seeing that, like, study where it's like, at the time it was scientifically, once you have $75,000 a year as your income, which was quite a lot, especially at the time, that's probably closer to 100K at this point.
Yeah.
Money will not make you happier as a person, because you've
Right.
got all your Maslow hierarchy of needs shit going on. Like, you have it all covered. And
Yeah,
I
you're-
feel
you're
like
just kinda
I'm
set.
there. So I'm just like, I'm actually trying to get better at, like, supporting people on, like, Patreon and trying to redistribute the money a little bit, because,
yeah,
like, it's honestly ideal if people can, like, pay me money, and then, like, you know, at the end of every year I can, like, give $20,000 to, like, Gaza relief or whatever, because then, like, you guys are basically donating also to a good cause through me, and I also get to, like, you get to see access to, like, my Patreon or whatever, which,
yeah,
you know. Can you get me Dorito with, like, a bag?
Me want Dorito.
Me want bite. Me want plant corn dog delight. I truly, I don't know.
No, I got that. No, it's a thing of just like, I've always said, I'm like, I don't need to be a millionaire. I just want enough where if I want to get a pizza and maybe a video game, I'll just
It's
do it.
not a big
and I don't have
deal.
to think about it. Right.
Yeah.
Like there's no deeper thought than I think that'd be nice to have.
It's because like the difference, the most important like different strata of money is like Chula. When we met Chula was like really in the doghouse in terms of cash and stuff.
Yeah.
And Chula also had like a bad string of luck with like crazy managers and insane jobs. And I'm so happy that Chula's life is like normal now. That's like like it was like years she was going through it. But yeah, like going from that like I'm barely gonna make rent this month passive fear and anxiety to like I can get myself a little treat walking home and it's literally not a big deal is like the biggest that's the biggest wealth gap. Like it's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah. Like I think I've also said the one rich person thing I want is like it'd be nice to have like a home instead of renting. But if I'm able to get a home, I would like a pool table. That's like my rich person thing. Is I'm like that would be neat.
You
I
know,
would
like
also like a pool table.
that does sound fun. You
I
know,
like pool.
you know what my rich person thing is, and it's like it's a little more of a stereotypical like too much money to burn thing. I'd love a house with one of those like you remove the actual door and get that company that makes like fake hidden passageways to put a door in front of it. That to me is like that's the sign of like I've made it, and I could afford that right now. I just like don't own a house to do that, and also like there is literally nowhere in this place where that would make any sense. But like to me, that's the most like this is a stupid expense that makes no sense. But I'm like,
but wouldn't it be neat?
I want a cool hidden door.
It's cool though.
No, I get that.
Yeah, I don't know. I try really hard to. It's so hard to offer money to your friends, especially if they're all Americans, because you know, like.
Oh, try it.
No, like. I try it a lot.
Let's experiment. Like I don't know. Like what would you just throw out a number?
I've paid you multiple times before. Will.
Not recently.
No, not recently. Not recently.
The content I provide you.
Will did say he was like, as a joke, someone was like, we could put Will on Danganronpa 2, and I was like, Will would never do that, and he went, I would have to charge, and that would be fair, and I would pay you.
Will, you're talking as if you don't do pretty well for yourself.
I mean, I'm rich in company, but like the pockets could always be heavier.
Yeah, well, no, like I don't want to like I won't say who because I don't think that's anyone's business.
No. Yeah.
But like within the last 2 years, I've had 2 people I'm friends with be in like really rough spots, and convincing them to not only like take a couple $100, 3 friends actually, to take a couple $100 and not pay me back is so difficult. It'll be like, okay, I can pay you up to $599 because after that point, like the IRS has to get involved and like neither of us want that, but here's a gift. And they'll be like, okay, I'll pay this back. And it's like, no, I'm giving you $600 because if I hand you $600, it will not matter to me, but you will not be having a terrible month anymore. And like,
right.
It would be stupid of me not to. I don't know.
I still appreciate that one time you sent me money for a taxi so I could get home for Christmas a little easier.
Oh, I don't remember doing that, but that's good. I'm glad that happened.
I think I was supposed to go home that day, but there were so many storms that the ferries were canceled, and I was just bitching in a call because I'm like, I hate taking the bus, because I can't take the bus there just for the ferry to be canceled, especially with all the stuff I had. And also when you met me was the worst semester in university, so I believe you include the message like, so you won't be stressed for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think the response was, yes, I was not stressed for 10 minutes. It was wonderful.
There's this... I feel like my whole life is quoting Tumblr posts now, but there's this great Tumblr post where
Tumblr.
I'm saying it like that on purpose. I'm doing it on purpose, guys. there's this great Tumblr post that's just like, hey, if you have a friend who's grieving or lost like a really close loved one, like a parent who they liked, you know what you can do for them? If you only have like a little bit of money and you don't live near them, buy them a charcuterie board, like a really fucking big one, because like funerals are like big and obnoxious and expensive, and there's like a bunch of stuff you have to do, and if people are grieving, they might forget to eat. But if you give them a charcuterie board, they always have an actually pretty healthy, pretty varied thing they can pick at for like 2 or 3 days. And I was like, that's really smart. So like, I know with like Wyatt and Aram and probably a couple other people, I know they'll be like going through a bad thing. I'm like, do you want me to like buy you a pizza, get yourself a really nice like Uber Eats dinner or something, and tell me how much it was and I'll reimburse you for it? Like, I've done that with Wyatt a number of times.
That ought to make Theseus shut it for a bit.
I had a particularly egregious health bill once. It was like $8,000.
Jesus.
And I really needed that, even though they like upcharged like crazy. I stayed there for 3 hours. Most of the time, they were not there, even when I was pressing the button to be like, "All right, I'm done." Like nobody showed up. It was 3 hours, and they went, "Yeah, so you had like an elongated stay," and I'm like, "Bullshit." You know how much my elongated stay was? How
One
much
day.
of that cost? No, it's 3 hours. I was there for 3 hours.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Do you know how much it cost to be at the elongated stay? Extended stay.
$26,000 somehow.
No, because the total was 8,000, and that can't happen.
I don't know. I thought 8,000 might have
happen.
been. I thought it might have been the final price, and maybe you talked it down using your PIF powers. I don't know.
Don't.
So the original
that
was
would work on
8,400 at most. It was over $2,000 of that bill.
Yep. It's stupid.
Medicine's a scam, bro.
And like, that was another thing. One of the people who like had financial stuff that I helped with this year, they were dealing with medical bills that were insane, and I had to be like, hey, like, I'm happy to give this to you, but you should check first to see like if me giving you money puts you over like some kind of like employment threshold, because like, you know how like if you're disabled, different countries have like, if you make less than like 2,000 a month or something, you get like social services, but if you make $2,001, they fucking throw you out. And like, there's some stuff in insurance like that too, and it's like, I don't want to fuck you over by giving you money, and luckily that wasn't an issue. But yeah.
So, that time that happened, I was still like going like, well, I can't possibly pay this. There has to be some like system in place that like allows a person like me to not pay $8,000 I don't have to basically go like, yeah, I went here for like 3 hours and they gave me an IV thing and some like suggestions about like what to eat by me procking the question of, hey, what should I eat because I've been having problems keeping food down. So that was $8,000 apparently. So every single like person that was just generally fairly well off, like in the friend group, messaged me privately and went, hey,
All right.
if you need like a loan or some sort of thing, like all that other stuff, I'm willing to do this. I'm like, cool for you to say this. I'm going to fucking try to figure out what the hell's going on over here, and I will probably come back to you if it's necessary. Luckily, it wasn't, because they went, hey, you really can't pay for this. Then don't.
What? I just
Fair
don't
enough.
understand the healthcare system at all. It just
So-
doesn't
It's
make
bad.
any fucking sense.
The healthcare system is based on them overcharging people, so they can actually then go, all right, you only have to pay like this much actually out of this large number, and then basically the difference of money they can use as like tax deductible biz.
God, that makes so much sense for how Americans do shit. Oh my god, it's like
God forbid we just help people.
it's like how mega stores are always like, do you want to donate $1 to some charity? And it's like they already did that donation and you're just giving them a tax write-off by paying them back for it. Never do those, by the way. Never ever donate to those.
That's why I never do it. I'm just like, you can
You're a
do
piece of
it.
shit. You're a liar. Donate on your own time.
You don't need my money to donate to something.
Walmart.
You can just do it, Walmart. Fuck off.
Walmart, I know you're good for it.
Vigilant still.
I'm in Ontario and there's a 40k limit. That's not awful.
That is way better than I thought it would be, to be honest.
I've gotten pretty
Don't
good at... I was just going to say I've gotten pretty good at doing the mental math conversion between CAD and USD. So.
Perhaps the blasted face shall.
I try not to think about it too much, otherwise it hurts.
It's like a 5-to-7 ratio.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes really easy to do in your head and other times really hard.
Hooray!
Also, I'm still paying American dollars for rent here, so some months it costs like $200 more than others because of the different rate, which is annoying.
Hooray! That's the stuff.
We're gonna try and get you a bank account this week.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
this week. I was like ready to do that. I was ready to do a lot of stuff, and then my car broke down for a month because I'm me.
Yeah,
Wait,
that was
again.
Oh no!
like-
This was in February.
the last time. Yeah,
Not
around my
again,
birthday.
Yeah, that would be. I would be mad. You would know.
If it happened, yeah, for a third fucking time.
You would have been told.
You would be torn
Yo,
asunder.
the dragons.
Yo, they got a dragon. Who the hell this guy? Who's this cool guy that's got a dragon?
Oh my god, right, there goes that life. Don't
Cats
shoot
be
me
like.
I was thinking it, actually. Ugh, archers are the worst thing he can summon. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Come on. Fuck off, you two. Fuck off! Oh, I might actually lose just because he summoned archers. I think I need to outdamage him. Nope. Okay. Come on. No, fucking... They're in, like, the worst spot. I'm cooked. It's over.
Nah, dog. You just gotta believe.
I got unlucky, like, 30 times in a row in this fight. Can I beat his phase 2 with 5 HP?
Oh, bro, this is gonna be the best Hades you ever did see.
Nope.
No, we haven't died yet.
For last time.
Tragic.
So I'm on a delay, and things were looking pretty good.
God, those archers totally fucked me over. Well, at least I can give Hypnos this thing.
Yay!
Run, Yam! I will protect you, shotgun.
I'm okay.
What's this? It's kind of hard to read the handwriting. It says, "No way."
Incoming yellow? Bro, we got enough problems. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Bro is yapping.
Bro is, yeah.
Enjoy it, Hypnos.
Isn't it amazing how you seem like you're clearly a pretty good person and everyone on the internet seems to need to find a reason to make you a worse human? Yes, because...
It's the internet.
People can't just be like, yeah, he thinks a different thing about media than me. Also, you know, like progressive, so like crazy people don't like me for that reason.
And they will go to the highest extreme.
Character called Skelly to assist me here in. Who? What? No. Why would you even...
Oh, the normal Thanatos portrait. God, I missed it.
He has a different one?
Yeah, if
Snaps
you're
to
dating
face
him.
you.
No. whip crack noise. Uh-oh. I can fuck Megara if I want to, but I don't want to right now.
The swarm grants me 1 honeycomb. Like the cereal? That's pretty good.
Honeycomb's a pretty good cereal.
Yeah, I haven't had honeycomb in a while, so I appreciate this.
Here's what I caught lately.
I don't like the mascot. I don't think that's a controversial opinion, though.
The little fur ball?
Yeah.
Oh.
The Freak. That has gotta be his name. I won't look into this, but it's gotta be. The Freak.
Yeah, like I disagree with Jella's media takes, but I am what we call an adult. I know you disagree with my media takes. You have an N avatar from Pokemon.
Hey, boss, you want me to take care of this guy?
Skelly, who are you working with? I know it's not Achilles, it's not Nyx. Dusa has no idea who
I'll
you
take
are.
that as a yes.
My father. Sorry, pal, my lips
I'll give him a foot massage you'll never forget.
Oh, you're never gonna get this again. You're fucked.
I said no. Tell me, Skelly.
What do you mean that didn't do damage? A nice job, Door Lord. You let him get away.
Someone else. Is there something questionable about N avatars? This is Azul from Twisted Wonderland. Oh, sorry. It really looks like N on my alt monitor. Am I crazy? Sad Otaku, 5 notes up. Looks like N.
I mean, he's wearing a hat, so.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
it's
and
N.
wears a hat, but this is it's like a fedora-looking thing. But I
Oh,
can
is it?
understand the mistake.
I thought it was a baseball cap with a white front. Okay.
The shade is rescinded, chatter. We're sorry.
Nice try, pal. Mortifying of it.
Hey, boss, because we made a mistake and we don't want any witnesses. You want me to take care of this guy? Or?
No. No mercy.
All right, I'll take that as a yes.
Sorry, I'm. It's a new cutscene for the first time in 40 hours.
Oh. In your fancy house, all right? Or else I'm done for. I promise. It's Charon. Charon. Huh. Yeah, he's rich. He's got connections to guys like me, and I think he's got a horse in this chariot race. He got... What's his angle? No idea. Maybe he likes you, maybe he's bored. And Hermes. Yep. Now let's pretend like none of this ever happened so I can stick around, all right? Okay.
Oh god, it's the fucking spear again.
For Arthur.
Who's just behind us? I don't believe it.
Achilles.
Yeah, whatever, let's do this.
Bro, they are upon us.
They are upon us, bro.
We are under fucking attack.
We sure
Literally,
are.
that is what is happening. Can't keep running from fights. Who said that?
Who said that?
You know we can.
Claire?
Claire?
Wretches of the underworld, take heed.
Ah!
Lord Poseidon.
Ooh. Epic level title dash. I can't believe the RNG required to even start the golden Hades 64 run. Hades 64 for the N64.
Wowzers.
Hey, Max.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's no good.
No escaping from the bitter cold, you know.
I've only disagreed with Cello once, and it was an opinion he literally didn't remember saying. Are you talking about me going like, I hate Sentai openings or something? I was like, I don't even remember thinking that. I'm sorry. Have I played Slay the Princess? No.
Well, here goes
Seems kind of interesting.
Looks neat. Heard good things. Honestly, The other project they're working on, Scarlet Hollows, that has my attention. I'm very curious
That
about
sounds
that.
like a Will thing, yeah.
You would love it, Jello, once it's fully out.
Scarlet Hollow?
Yeah.
Like, the little bit I saw, I was like, I am digging the vibes, and this just looks cool.
Oop. That almost killed me.
Honestly, could be a good read-through game.
I'm down. I heard someone
It's
say
like-
Slay the Princess is a great game, but like for some reason would actually be really awful as one of our read-throughs. And they had a
because
good
it's
reason.
voiced.
Oh, well, that would do it, yeah.
Yeah, it's fully voiced. There'd be no reason to. And also, there's like 2 characters?
Yeah.
It's weird because it's not 2, but it is. It's a whole thing.
I don't know much about Slay the Princess, but it sounds at least like the person playing the princess would be talking for like 3 hours by themselves.
Sometimes.
Again, I don't know anything.
Yeah,
So.
it's a little column A, column. Like, I feel like it'd be alternating pretty significantly. To me, Slay the Princess seems like a great game to play with like a small crew, kind of like 1000X Resist. Like, I can't imagine streaming 1000X Resist.
That's what
No,
I've
it's not a
heard. Is
stream
it's one
game.
of those. It's like a play it by yourself game, which I think is a super valid thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to turn off the voice acting for that game. It's
So
pretty
good.
interesting.
Yeah, I disagree with Jello on like a fifth of the media that he has takes on, but I have actual problems to lose sleep on. I feel like Amy and I disagree on.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
That's,
I'm like, chatter, so do I.
that's very normal. Though when Amy and I disagree on media, we talk about it at length in the kitchen for an hour. That's what usually
Yeah.
happens. But
And then
that's
then we're like, that was fun, and we go on with our day.
That's like a perk of us dating. So what I'm saying, Chatter, is are you single? Do you want to join the polycule?
Saw your vibe from across the chat.
Oh,
ew.
What a gross sentence. Like, good joke, but I'm like imagining that for real, and it's awful. This is my favorite sub-boss, because sometimes you can kill it in 1 second.
Bro, I'm so McFreaking lost. Oh, there's men there. Oh god, they see me.
I'm touching it.
I'm touching, I'm grabbing! It's so funny.
Delicious.
Touching it.
Bro, warrior, fuck off, bro. I don't want this smoke. I already told you.
Jello and Yam arguing about the openings list. That's kind of not a joke. We literally were talking about the merits and demerits of the Cyberpunk Edgerunner opening for 25 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, we were.
We don't agree on every opening.
Care on, mate. I know you meet an awful lot of dead, and it probably gets very.
Yeah, especially like near like
Ah, right. Didn't think so. Forget
like in the 90s, 80s, and some 70s. There are some where either I'm like, this shouldn't be here wholesale, or Jello was like, I don't like this one, it shouldn't be here. So
Yeah, there's at least 2 on the list that like I'm a Kekai Sensen hater. Yam had to do a lot of Yam had to convince me to give the Vinland Saga openings a bigger chance than I did. That Yam saved
isn't that
those
crazy to hear?
Yeah, and that was like Vinland Saga's 4 is one of my all-time favorites now. And it's because you were like, I bet the Japanese is better and I can find it, and you spent like a whole day looking for it, and you found it, and you were right.
I did, because they were fucking nowhere, and that's weird.
Any in the top 10 we don't agree on? No, by that point
No.
we're in perfect harmony.
Once it hits like 60s-ish, we're like, no, these all deserve to be here. and we like
The
them all.
top, there's like stuff where I'm like, I think a lot of this, I think you could definitely debate like 75 down. I think 50 up, or honestly 60 up. No, we got it right. The only one that I've seen that people are like, what do you think of this, is I do think the Pop Team Epic opening is really cool and has a lot of things we're looking for. I do find it really annoying, though, if I'm being honest. The Nichijou opening, which people ask about a lot, is also like very close, but it is like a third boring, and then the other 2/3 repeat, which is like a huge downgrade on our system. Jello single-handedly bringing Gara the animation down. Yep, and I will die on that hill.
Yep.
There's
you don't know, Chad. I fought pretty hard for a lot of stuff to get on, and I had to let some go at the end of the day, but I had victories. Just know that.
Yeah, okay, I saw a lot of people saying this. I think you putting Hiroaka's first opening that high is weird because it's a clip show of characters, which you said isn't good. No, I think the first Hiroaka opening is the best way you could possibly cut to that many characters as quickly as they do. They don't occupy the focus of the opening. It's just in this like one really hype bit where like
and it like cuts to the beat and they're all doing like a fun little pose. They have wacky outfits.
It shows you all their costumes, so it's a grab. It's not boring because it shows you like what all their things are, and they are, I think at least some of them are in the rest of the opening a little bit, though it's mostly Bakugo and Deku, which is smart because that's what the plot is about at that point. It's like how in the second opening, when more characters are focal, the Kenshin Yonezu one, where they're stretching, at the end, they give these cool shots to Uraraka, Bakugo, Todoroki, like all the people who matter at the end. I think it's really good. It's like, there's some openings on there that are like, this is like groundbreaking, this is incredible, and other ones that are just like, this is kind of a perfect execution of a really basic topic. I'm surprised the Cells at Work opening didn't make it to top 20. I can't say I remember what that looks like off the top of my head, but I do remember a million years ago that I think like Will, Aram, Shula, and I watched an episode or two of Cells at Work. This was a long time ago.
Yes.
And we were just like, it's kind of cute. Drops it immediately. And I've been an opening nut for my whole life. If the opening was really good, I think it would have left some kind of impression on me. I'm really sad about how credits massacred Hunter x Hunter 2011 is. Me too. It's I was pretty surprised how bad they are.
Mm-hmm.
I expected to see more Studio Shaft openings in the top 100. Yeah, I talked about that on Tumblr a little too. I think we picked some of the more underrated but really good Shaft openings. I think Maria Holic is really good, and I think like I talked about it at length. I was like, hey, like I remembered being like, dude, Staple is so cool. I like the idea it has, and I was like, oh, it kind of only has one idea. It doesn't really iterate on it at all. Whereas like you've got something like Chainsaw Man, and it's like, what if we did like movie send-ups, but like it does like 30 in a row.
Just to give context to Staple, and I think the Chainsaw Man comparison is a little unfair, but for Bakemonogatari, the first one, the conceit of the show is that the main character is following like the weird bullshit of one of the girl characters, and there's like 4 or 5 of them. But every time the show refocuses on a different girl, the opening changes, and that just happens to be the first one. So it's just like, here's a little symbolic thing that we're doing for this girl specifically. So it meant that they were basically making 5 openings for, God, how long is that show?
Not that long.
It's not that long. So that's kind of why they're like that. But, you know, the criticism is still valid, at least in terms of, like, it has one idea.
I think of all the Monogatari openings, the best one that has a case to have made the top 100 is Double Cherry, which is the one that I use for the theming opening with the mirrors and the flashlight. That's the one with the bicycle made out of neon lights flying through the air. That one's cool as shit, and nobody has that one on their video. They've all got Renai Circulation on there, because that's the popular one. And it's
well,
like...
I think Renai Circulation is really good.
It is good.
I think that's... We did look at them. I think the one that we ended up saying was technically the best one was the one for the last girl they cover, who is the cat girl. But we're like, we can't put this in the video, because
Was it horny?
that's the one where it literally looks like she's getting molested.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
no.
it's like really bad, but also it's quite good
That's
for
that's
what that character is going through. Like, it's a good showcase of it, but it's also like, we can't do this. This is like
That's just Shaft
would
as
be like-
hell.
this
Shaft
would be
is-
like putting pornography on screen. We can't do it.
Shaft is so funny because they're like, we're gonna be so aggressively horny, but like we're gonna be so artistically creative about it that you kind of have to recognize us as pretty talented. And like, Shaft also did And Yet the Town Moves, and I stand by that
Yeah.
as their like one of their best openings, and no one talks about that one.
Yeah, exactly. We got good Shaft representation. You guys were just mad it wasn't the Monogatari series.
Arakawa's them too, right?
Yeah.
Next island.
Have any openings come out that could have affected higher ranks? Literally just Go Loser Ranger. Amy and I were actually talking today. We do want to do a follow-up stream where we have people submit openings and then have Aloha grab them, which I'm sure he'll love doing. And hopefully we can have people like at least get him the get a link. Maybe that should be a requirement. Like, you need to be able to find this somewhere so he can screen grab a version with credits.
Not even Don Don. No, stop asking about Don Don for real.
I had a really big post about the Don. You know what? Yeah, sure. Just to cover it, we got like 300 people here. I can go over the points pretty quick. So the Don opening is good, but I watched it solo, and I was like, and I showed it to Amy, and you were like, and both of us were like, no, it's good, it's good, and I was like, it kind of doesn't have the grab of the other two Creepy Nuts openings though, right? And you're like, no, it definitely doesn't. And I think what's going on with those is Creepy Nuts is in their like big new we're the cool guys doing anime openings era, and everyone is correct in loving them and being excited. But when they showed up for Call of the Night and fucking knocked it out of the park, that was like, the creator of the show was a huge fan of them to the degree that show is named after one of their songs. They were like, hey, can you use this song? Can we use it in the show as like credits? And they're like, yeah, and we'll make you a new song for the opening. And then Call of the Night has this really fun, like incredible diegetic lyrics on screen. And it's like flying around. They're literally falling. Shit's upside down. You get all this fun vampire imagery, like the psychic bite. And then Mashal, nobody's favorite show, a show that no one gives a shit about, gets season 2, and they're like, we hired Creepy Nuts, and we did this cool, like, urban street art, walking down the street, punk, like, rap battle, I'm gonna kick your ass kind of energy, which works well with the show, and it's got this, like, great color scheme, it's got all these fun character interactions, and you can pretty much immediately tell what the show's about. Where it's like, oh, this is One Punch Man does like at Hogwarts, basically. And you get to see all the people reacting to him. And at that point, everyone's like, we're excited for Science Saru to do this Don opening, because they're a well-loved studio. And we're excited for Creepy Nuts, because they're like, if Creepy Nuts is everyone's favorite, so all eyes are on them. And Creepy Nuts does a great job. It's a catchy opening. And Science Saru does a pretty good job. But it's like a lot of the opening is like the stylized monsters. And I watched it, I'm like, I don't know if I could confidently tell you what's going on in this show. Maybe the boy turns into a monster and they fight aliens, ? It doesn't go over the pitch as much as the other two do, especially Call of the Night. And I think a lot of the cool things it's doing, unlike with Call of the Night and Mashal, I look at it and I think, you guys got Creepy Nuts, and someone in like the board of directors was like, that Mashal opening got like 60 million YouTube views. Do that. And they went, okay. And they have like the same color palette. and they've got the same urban street art flair, but instead of like graffiti, it's like stencil artwork. And I also think some of the animation is a little choppy looking, not in like a terrible way or anything, but like especially that shot of the girl shot from above and she like twirls her hand around at the camera. It's like, could have used like 3 more keyframes there, but that's just what Science Sarge stuff looks like. It's a little choppy.
Isn't there something about them copying a Rihanna dance as well?
I don't know.
I caught wind of that recently, so I don't know anything about it. Maybe I should just look it up.
Yeah, and it's like, it's like, so don't get me wrong, it's a cool opening, but I think it's kind of just, it's like how when, this is an unfair comparison, but stick with me. It's like how when the first Freerun opening and the first Dungeon Meshi opening came out, and they were like the hot shows, and the first Apothecary Diaries opening, and they were hot and shiny and hot out of the oven, not like, damn, nice legs hot. They were fresh, and people were like, this recency bias, this is the thing I just knew, I'm really into this. So like for a little while, those were at the top of everyone's lists, and we were like, I don't get it, why are these up here? Especially Dungeon Meshi. And then lo and behold, a year later, nobody puts them on their lists because they've all been outdone. Yeah. And I think that's what Dandadan is. I think it is way better than all those other 3 examples, but I think that's what Dandadan is. And I think Amy and I have a pretty good finger on the pulse of what is the current popular thing. Or we did within the last year. Like now that the video's out, we've kind of taken a break and we've stopped. But that's the vibe I get from it.
Yeah, I did find it. It looks like in the opening there's a clip of like the main girl dancing, and it looks like they definitely used Rihanna as a reference because it's the same. But
Have I seen the Vigilantes opening for Hero Eka? No, I haven't. The only thing I know about that show is Jason Marnuka is in it, which is great because he's good. I like Jason Marnuka. He's got a great voice. He's the voice of the stupid fucking villain in Hikari's plotline in Octopath 2, but like I love that guy. He's I think he's Victor in Lackadaisy.
Look, it's me, witches.
He's one of those people who like Lenti and I are always like why aren't more people hiring this guy? And I was like, people aren't hiring Jason Marnuka, and she was like, not that much. And I was like, that's insane. He's so good. You know, he's got one of those, like, I'm a fucking villain voices. He's also, like, I love his vibe. He's one of those, like, guys who has a strong vibe, where his vibe is, do you remember in, I think it was the second Zillow stream, the house Rube found that was The Skeleton Appears, where it was, like, a Halloween house? Jason Marnuka would live there. Like, that's his energy. Yeah, and I've only talked to him a couple times, but he's been a super sweet and cool dude. Holy shit,
he's Megatron.
Yeah, he's Megatron right now.
Oh, cool.
That rules.
That's just what his voice sounds like. He's fucking good. Yeah, someone was like an Apothecary Diaries super fan on Tumblr and was like, here's my takes. The first opening high-key sucko, and the other 2 are way better, and no one talks about that. Like, they got Vinland Saga'd, and I watched the other 2. I was like, I didn't even know there were 2 others, because everyone just put the first one on there, because it was sparkly. And I watched them, and that person was fucking right. The other 2 are, like, way better.
I'm glad, because I high-key don't like that first one at all.
You don't like that one at all, yeah. It's because it's sparkly and it has a drop. That's literally all it takes for people. And that's why people like the Spy Family openings. I say that, again, they're not bad. They're fun.
Right. But it's the same thing as, like, you mentioned it earlier with the free rent openings, and you're like, yeah, people put this in their top 10 or whatever. And I, like, thought about it, I was like, I like that opening, but I don't think it's incredible. Like, it's a nice song or whatever, but I don't know. I like the show, but...
We did at least discuss the free run.
Yeah, we
I
looked
think
at
only
it.
one. Yeah, only one was available at the time.
There were 2.
Sounds about right.
There were 2 at the time.
The Yoasobi one. We did
And-
like discuss its symbolism and shit, but by the end we were like, nah, it's not strong enough.
There were the two moments I remember, there's a shot I really like, which is the one of like Frieren. There's like a sky, and she's leaning out a window, but instead of a wall like on the side of the house, it's just in the sky, and she's like kind of leaning out casually and watching the her assistant and the red-haired boy. And I was like, I like that shot. That's imaginative. That's got a cool visual. And then there was that bit at the end where it's like her looking to the...
Where the two shots kind of like slide together, sort of.
That was my excuse for going, I'm confident in not including this one, because I was like, I feel like the symbolism of this shot in particular is actually completely fucking backwards. Because the show is mostly about, like, at least, we only watched like 3 or 4 episodes, but it's about her, tell me if I'm wrong, it's about her being functionally, like, basically an immortal after all the other heroes that she was like friends with die, and her being like kind of experimenting, discovering like what it means to outlive all the people you're friends with, and sort of starting a new generation of adventure with the other 2 characters. And at least in the first couple episodes, and I've heard this doesn't stick, she's like almost everything she does, she's like, that reminds me of something Himmel said or did, one of the heroes who's dead. And the last shot of the opening is this, like, conceptually pretty cool shot of her, like, following behind her original 3 heroes in front of her, and then behind her are her new friends, and the shots
That's a little backwards, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, wait, is this... Okay, so are you saying that she's, like, she can't move on from the old people, and she's like ignoring the new ones because they're behind her and not in her field of vision? Or, and then like, no, because it converges, and then she takes a confident step forward, which doesn't make sense because she's moving forward with her life, but why were her old memories in front of her in that shot? I was like, in the same way that like Comey, I think, is kind of confused with its theming visually, I was like, I think this is confused. I don't think it's very elegantly done, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I know that director can do better because that guy did the fucking, what do you call it? Ranking of Kings opening.
Right. Yeah, and like with Frieren, it's a shame too, because it's like one tweak away from being a really powerful image.
She's taking lead with the new party, but they're not in the shot when she steps forward. They're not with her. She's alone.
Yeah, it feels more like an introspective thing for her rather than showing what she's doing.
It's because in the plot, Frieren is largely following her original path to their eventual goal. That's fair. I don't know. I don't think that comes across. I think it feels weird, but that's a solid argument. I didn't watch the full show, but I don't know. I thought it was a little weird. I thought it was just a little weird.
So, out of I sometimes will just kind of watch openings to see how they are. Mm-hmm. There's only 3 that's notable for me, where 2 of them actually were just like, I probably should watch this, and one was just like, that's an awesome opening. I have almost no interest in watching the anime, but I love the opening.
That'll happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of those where that's the most legit thing.
There was the one that had like a really good drop with like a skull.
Kokoku.
That's Kokoku, yeah.
That was great.
Activate.
And that was the one that was just like, cool. I have no
the show's
have
bad.
no attachment to an anime.
It.
Oh, okay, cool.
Vixen's in it.
Then I was immediately clocked it, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's one of those shows that everyone's like, the opening, right? Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. The other 2 was the vampire mask, stone mask for JoJo.
JoJo? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, JoJo Part 1?
JoJo's a great one.
The specifically the remake of the first. Anyway, that one I was like, you know what? I probably should actually watch that.
It was good.
And then the other one was Odd Taxi.
Yeah, Odd Taxi's good. All of those are on our list.
They are all on the list.
I think that's what Piff is saying.
Oh, sorry.
But I haven't seen Odd Taxi. I probably should because I have no idea what it's actually about.
It is about it's kind of a casual mystery show where I feel like Oz and Will, immediately I watched the show and I was like, I feel like Oz and Will would enjoy watching this together, even though I don't think it's quite something either of them would watch on their own. If that makes sense. But it's about the walrus taxi cab driver is the central character caught up in a disappearance mystery where there's an idol group of 3 young cat girls and one of them goes missing. So it's sort of an ensemble mystery where like some people are just like, well, she went missing, so what we have to do now is just move on and get a new girl or whatever. And other people are like looking for her. It's like then certain characters are just like, I was a huge fan of this band and I'm obsessed with this one or whatever. And it's kind of Bakano-y in that they're all like separate plot lines that eventually converge in unexpected ways. I thought it was pretty good.
I should check that out. Actually, like, the premise sounds even better than I thought. I thought it was just going to be like, yeah, it's kind of chill, trying to be jokey, and that's about it. Like, doesn't really go anywhere. And I'm like, oh, okay.
It is
mystery immediately was just like, you know what? Yeah, I'd be down for that.
The also worth noting to you, it is told the dialogue is styled like Manzai comedy, which is like the 2-man like straight man and goofy guy comedy. There's literally Manzai characters in there. There's a subplot about Manzai. All the characters talk a little they talk a little stylized. Like none of them talk slowly really, except the main guy.
Okay.
It's interesting. I liked it a lot, and this is a mystery. I can't say anything about the spoilers. There is an element of the show that is like a twist, not in regards to the central mystery, but in regards to the show's style, and I thought that was the coolest thing about it. And if you know, you know.
Neat. Very neat. Yeah, I should probably just find like a good, easy to grab place. Oh, very nice.
It's a Netflix anime. Which is why it almost has good credits.
Yeah, it was weird to like re-look at that because I was like, oh man, I remember those credits being something that I really liked, and I was like, yes, the style, the vibe, the music, exactly like this is Piff coded in my head. And when I like looked at it again, I was like, huh, it's like weirdly paced. I'm sure it has like symbolism and things like that, and the lettering is fucking covering up so much shit.
This feels a little rude, but I take so much pride in people being like, after I watched your video, I am more discerning, and I'm realizing a lot of stuff isn't as well crafted as I thought it was. And I'm like, that's technically not a good thing, but also I'm so proud.
I think it's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
It means we're teaching people.
Yep.
I think it's important to be critical, but I think there's also a point where it's like, you just gotta let shit go and enjoy stuff.
Yeah, I can still go, I look past all of this and it's still like something that I'm interested in. Mind you, again, I've seen a lot of openings. I've seen that 100 openings. I looked at that and went, I'm not really interested in any of these shows, seeing any of these openings, except the ones that actually like registered in my head that it was like in the past. I don't think this has changed my opinion going like, oh yes, the top ones are the top, and I definitely want to see these now because they have done so well in their openings. No, I still have like taste in my own biz to like what I like and what I resonate with, but it's good to like see other perspectives and see like what could have been done better.
And like, there are plenty of openings that both me and Jello like that aren't on our list at all because we looked at them and we were like, no way, this is, you know, this is the great
battle brawlers.
Right, exactly. I love that. But also, like, I'm thinking about, there's a bit of extra Patreon content that we did where we just talked about, like, our personal top 5. and also personal bottom 5. And like,
That's
I
a
don't
good
know.
one. I recommend that. I think it's the most easily accessible and funniest one of the extras.
Yeah, like I got like the second Kami-sama Hajime Mashita opening I adore, but you know, I also recognize what it is, right? I'm not gonna pretend it's more than it is, but I'm also not gonna pretend that I don't love it.
Oh yeah, Ralph, Ben. Thank you for telling me about it. It's Ralph Bad in my chat was just like, thank you for your stream, Spiff. Which is very just nice.
Oh.
Also, thank you for writing about UFO 50, which is also very nice to me because I've been continuing to put work into writing out my thoughts on UFO 50, and it's really nice to even just get recognition that people are even reading it.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Wild Wolf, it would be so funny if true, big if true. Ow. Grandma, be nice to me. Grandma. Grandma. After
Grandma,
this room,
I'm
I
begging
need to move the laundry along.
Thank you, Bird Crow Fly. I didn't know you were streaming, Piff. Bailed on Jello immediately.
Everybody hurts. Everybody's talking at me. Alright, hang on.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Thank you for the tiny whale. Jello has no tiny whale. Thank you. Thank you. Game Changer is insane. Oh.
What?
So I was just reading out chat a little.
Oh.
Don't mind me.
We're talking about Game Changer. The new episode's fun.
Yeah, I
That
saw it.
episode was insane. Speaking of which, Pip, I still need to give you my Game Changer episode password, even though you said no. I'm gonna do it anyways.
Okay.
Can I just say that I felt so seen when you talked about how important credits are? I want to go into something like that as a potential career choice, especially with English credits, so thank you. God, get hired by Netflix. Fix them.
Fix them, God, for real.
It's something that we talked about a lot, and I had such a hard time, like, recreating when I was editing. But, like, Amy and I literally had a joke. We would call openings Netflixy if they had a certain look, even if they weren't on Netflix. And, like, I couldn't find a bunch of the examples. I couldn't recreate it and explain it. So I was like, I guess I can't talk about this in the video. But, like, there's no way we just imagined that. It was such a problem.
No. Oh. Twas merely a jest. I'd not have given you
Don't mind me, just getting a little EP. I'm not gonna go to bed just yet.
I won't make you do another one of these.
Whoa.
Oh, don't worry. PvP is not what's like making me EP. Because like PvP is one of those things where like I don't know what's happening.
I will say, I've been getting very lucky today with Tomolith spawns next to me, so I've been able to get my achievement counter up by, like, I think, like, 20 today.
Whoa!
I know, that S Tomolith that we have, it spawned right next to me. So I was just like, hell yeah!
Oh,
Oh, blue is coming.
Oh, how is getting through Belantro going?
Oh, not too bad. I haven't been playing a whole lot this week, mostly because I was working on my last assignment, but that's done now. I think you were there the last time I played, so I haven't made much progress yet, but I still like the game.
That's good.
That's the hope. That's the dream, baby.
That's the dream. Also, you're pacing yourself, which is also good.
Yeah.
Do not go full Balatro, especially for completion right off the bat. You will immediately go insane.
You know, I'm typically not the type to do that anyway. I only go after games 100% if I really like them already, and I've already spent a lot of time with them, so
right.
I'm not really worried about burning myself out doing achievements, because if I'm burned out, then I won't play.
That's so fair.
He has no bearing. He has no grace. This Zag has a funny face.
Whoa.
Don't say that to this Zag.
Yeah, man.
My favorite union, Zag Afra. That's a joke. They're my least favorite union.
Well, hell.
Okay, that should kill him.
Oh, the cyber monkey is a friend. Okay.
Stop. How are you blocking this? Fuck off.
We should be hitting red.
Any tips on being a voice actor? Don't. That's my tip.
Have you tried just not?
I mean, props to user123 for just making that little throwaway account with the generic name and the generic icon and then user123. It's classic.
That's honestly, that's a rare find.
Not bad, kid.
No.
User123 is probably actually one of those names that have been tried to obtain more than once.
Can I explain the union thing? Okay.
Haven't we aired out enough dirty laundry this stream?
Thank you? Question mark.
Laundry.
I can talk about it very briefly. So, all unions are good, and the concept of all unions are good, and I am super pro-union. That's why we have most rights. And SAG-AFTRA is a Screen Actors Guild, and they are a very good union for stage actors and screen actors. Mostly screen actors. I've heard mixed things from my stage friends. Voice acting is very much a thing. They are the voice acting union because there's no other union. And they, by comparison, have not done well by voice actors for quite a long time. And also just, so say, let's go with some famous unions. Say a lot of union rights were literally fought in actual wars with battles you can look up on Wikipedia, by mining unions and people. And when you're working a hardcore blue collar job, like a miner, it's very easy and important to have a unified front in your union. So you can be like, hey, you're asking us to work 16-hour shifts in dangerous conditions. We're all striking until you drop that to at least 12 hours or at least 8 hours or whatever. And obviously that's not good for the bottom line of the company. So they're going to fight against it, probably with militia and Pinkertons and stuff. And I'm not going to get into all that. I have way too many thoughts on the union's history in the United States. God, I was doing some research for a project set in hypothetical Colorado, and I read way more than I needed to about union violence history. Do you know America's been in 2 Cold Wars on their own soil? It's crazy. Anyway, check out the Colorado Cold Wars to learn more. Deeply interesting, but super depressing. Unlike most wars and coal-related stories. So, anyway, the idea of a union is it needs to be unified. So, if everyone is on a unified front, and they're able to be like, hey, I see you're looking for work in town as possibly a miner, join our union and join the strike. Because if we hold out and by basically boycotting our own company, they eventually have to give in to our demands, and it will, and if they don't, then they'll just keep losing money hand over foot. And it makes sense for everyone to just go, no, we're not going to fuck anyone over. We're just going to have a unified front. And they fight it with like scabs and underpaying people and like bringing in, there's a lot of history to it. The point I'm trying to make is that all those miners want the same thing, right? Like being a miner, you all are working towards the same task with like your brothers in arms in the mines. Acting is very different. Acting is technically a competitive field, no matter how friendly you are. So, I won't name names, have seen receipts. Hundreds of receipts. Literally triple digits of receipts for this. The way the LA scene works, it's not like you can all go out and be an actor, right? Like, every role will only have one person booking it. Mm-hmm. So... there is a competition between other people to, like, between different actors to... Hi?
There's a raid. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm talking about unions because someone asked, and now I'm opening a big old can of worms. So, the idea is, in a great world, it would be the same. It would be like, hey, no one work, like, you all know that the video game industry is like fucked right now and super exploitative. There's tons of people getting laid off. There's a lot of crunch. It's a bad industry. The whole entertainment industry is a bubble that's about to pop eventually in the next 5 years or so. And
I can't wait for the AAAs to die.
Me too. Oh my god, I'm
Yeah,
so
for
excited.
real.
Yeah.
So $100 for a single game. Eat my whole dick. And if everyone held the line and was like, no, we're not going to voice in any game. Like, there was a really big video game strike, like 11 or 12 years ago. And I remember, like, Steve Blum being really vocal in that one. And that was during, like, a huge writer strike. And there are still games today that you can, like, play. And they just have, like, shockingly bad voice acting because people, like, pulled in scabs and stuff who did a bad job to get stuff out. And right now... the big narrative is, hey, everybody wants to be, like, they're like, no one likes AI, which is true. That's like a very unified factor. And it's like, all we have to do is not agree to voice in games until they basically give you a contract that's like, I'll be in your game, but you can't do AI shit with my voice. I want it in writing. And they're like, that's all we're trying to do. But the problem is the actual SAG-AFTRA union in the world of voice acting is kind of incompetent. And getting them to sign off on a project, even if you have the money for it and even if you want to, can slow down a production by months, which I have seen happen multiple times, because they have a lot of paperwork. It's very slow. They will often like email you back and be like, oh, can you get this for me? And you'll be like, I sent that to you 6 months ago or whatever. And it just gums up the works. And the benefit is mostly just getting a stamp that says, I'm SAG-AFTRA approved. Like, this is a union project. So, for example, Epithet Erased actually paid more than the union rate for what it was. We were paying $1,000 per session for people, which was nuts. But it wasn't a union project because I didn't go through all the steps. But like, so the union is not exclusively the only people who, it's possible for projects to like not be exploitative. Like I saw, Marissa was telling me like, apparently recently the union was like a little mad at Supergiant. They were like, why is it Hades made a lot of money? Why isn't Supergiant going union? And it's like, well, because... And it's like, well, because they don't need to. Because everyone who voices in Supergiant, or at least most of them, especially like Hades and before, it's like Logan Cunningham and a bunch of people they've known for years. It's like, it's kind of an in-house project. They don't need union protection to be like, oh, don't worry, this company won't exploit you because Supergiant has never exploited anyone. And involving the union would avail them nothing. It gets them no protections, but it would waste a lot of time on the production end. And it's like, we're already paying them a fair rate. And I mean, apparently Ben Starr's in it, so maybe they're reaching out a little bit more, but I'd imagine a lot of the actors are still the same. I know Skelly's in it. I'd imagine he's still, what's his, Darren Korb, right? Like, who's just their house guy.
Yeah.
And Like,
I'm not hyper familiar with the voice cast for Hades 2, but like all of the returning gods that have their voice actors are reprising their roles.
Yeah.
There's some new characters. Doesn't the woman who voices like the narrator in Baldur's Gate 3 do Hecate?
Yep, sure does.
Yeah.
And she's great.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
Oh my
Hi.
god, Hecate.
Hi, I randomly got thrown here after a video. Neat, love Hades. Hi, glad to hear you, have you here. Someone asked me what's my thoughts on union stuff, which is a really deep and boring topic, so I'm answering that before continuing. Anyway, I'll try and go faster, because this is a really nuanced topic, and I'm just skirting it. So, the problem is, LA people are really competitive, and this is just the truth of it. Obviously, they will not admit to this, but I have seen it for years. It is completely true. I have so many receipts that could ruin careers. I know people who will scab for projects. I have seen the entire like Discord and Facebook group message and email conversations of people who all sign, hey, we're going to strike on this project because we want this game studio to either flip a project union, even if they're already paying union rates, but it's not like union protected, or we want AI writers, even though no one, like that studio has never done stuff with AI. And like, it's very, like, I would prefer the studio do those things and you hope they're paying well, but usually it's clients, like the game maker. So it'd be like, we want Nintendo to be union, not like Bang Zoom, who is hiring us to voice. It's usually the client directly who needs to flip, and the studio has nothing to do with it. Like, they can be like, hey, here's what we're hearing. But I have seen people go, hey, we got all these voice actors to sign off on this thing. We're all going to stop working on this project until it flips union. We're not going to reprise our roles. You're going to have to recast all of us. And we're hoping that's so inconvenient that you will flip, and ideally, it will create better working conditions for everyone involved. That's awesome on paper. But then, I know for a fact, someone, I'm not naming any names, someone signed on to that, and I know them, and they were a sweet little bean, and they're obviously like, yeah, I want to support this, and it's the right thing to do. So they went, I'm not going to reprise my role, and they got recast, and upon hearing that, 5+ people who were on that initial email immediately went, never mind, now that there's real consequences, I am going to reprise my role, at which point the line is completely broken, because now, like, only 20% of people are actually striking, even though more than that say they're like, oh, I'm holding the line, but then like in private talks with the company, they're like, I'm actually still gonna work, like, please don't recast me, I like this role, or I want the money. I've seen union things be sent to people where it's like, hey, all of these people signed on and they're all like holding the line or whatever, and I've seen studios go, hey, we need to confirm this, are you really doing this? Because this will impact if we can like cast you in this future project or whatever, because it's like non-union, or you only union now. And I've seen people go, what? No, I didn't sign that. That's just a lie. Hang on, let me talk with my agent. I've seen that multiple times, and I know for a fact that a lot of LA actors who are working, like, it's not exclusively LA, but it really is an LA thing, will be like, they will sell out anyone for a nickel if it gives them a 1% better shot at another job. And like, obviously on their public face, everybody is pro-union. No one's gonna be like, I hate the union, I want AI to replace us. That's not what it's about. The union is also stratified in a way where, so when I was working LA, I would love to have been doing union jobs. But you need to have been cast in a number of things before they'll like take you, because they need to be like, well, even if you're willing to pay their dues, like, yeah, I'll give you the union rate, I have the money, but like, you need to basically prove like, oh, you've done enough, you've basically been invited to the little union clubhouse. And it's like, they'll say it's not, but like, it is. You can't just knock on their door and be like, I'll pay you $1,000 a year, can I be in the union? I don't know if that's the rate, don't quote me on that. And there's also a thing called FICOR, which I know Justice Washington is FICOR, Lenti's FICOR, I think, which is basically, I'm in the union, I pay dues, but under certain circumstances, I'm allowed to like keep working in other projects. I know for a fact, I've seen the email from the union that people I know someone was casting a lot of people who were FICOR and who were being Taft-Hartley'd in, which is basically when I worked on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and it was Wonderlands. They were like, hey, this is a union game. We flipped union. You're not a union actor. So we need you to sign this thing that says, for this project, everything is hunky-dory and you're going to be union, basically. And I said, okay, great. And they paid very well. And it was like basically around $1,000 for a 4-hour session. And then there was some union dues they would chop off the top of it. So you'd get paid like, I don't know, like $920. So like really good. And that's what they do for, so I know, there's an actor working on a game that I wrote for who they were like, we need this specific ethnicity or this specific accent. So that's a good reason to Taft-Hartley someone on board. But the union does, and they straight up lie about this. They're like, we can Taft-Hartley anyone. We'll happily bring anyone in. They hate doing it because it's extra paperwork. They're slow. They gum up systems. No one likes doing Taft-Hartleys because it's annoying. So they will ask casting directors to not Taft-Hartley people, and I've seen the actual emails between like a studio, the casting director, and the union going, hey, stop casting FICOR people, stop casting people we need to Taft-Hartley into this game. It's annoying. And it's like, well, by the rules of the union, you're not allowed to do that. But they're like, okay, but we're going to cause problems if you don't listen to us. And it's like, okay, well, then you're jerks and you're liars. And there's a lot more, like, I think that's the other thing, like, not everyone who supports the union is like this at all, but there are enough people who have been in it for a long time, who are in it for themselves, and they go, if it's hard to join the union, then that means the union-only projects, they only go out to union-only actors. Or like people who have access to those casting pools. As if that's small, that's less competition for me to audition against other people. And that sucks. And I know that's not even the majority of people, but I know for a fact there are people like that. Because if the union was really a good union, it would just go, everyone who comes to LA and can pay the dues, get in here, form a unified front, every voice actor. That way we can really like rake the companies across the coals and get good rates in anime, get good rates in games, but that's not what they do. And it's a shame because there are tons of actors who are super vocal and are so genuine about like, I'm really fighting for other actor rights or whatever. And for every one of those, there's always someone behind the scenes who's like, yes, I am absolutely supporting this. And then in Facebook message groups is going, has anyone actually been recast or can I stick in this for a couple more years? Does anyone really care? And because of that, it's like, it needs to be a unified front and a dam or it doesn't work. Like if there's one crack, then it's like a boycott. So that's why I don't like SAG-AFTRA. I think they're kind of just an incompetent union that was mostly grandfathered in because in Los Angeles and the greater Hollywood area, you are gonna have a lot of screen actors and stage actors, and there's all that infrastructure, and then voice acting starts popping up within the last like 50 years. And I mean, it's been more than that, but and they're like, I guess this is acting, come on in. And like last October or something, there was like they totally fucking failed the negotiations for voice actors, and they were like, we got a big thing that we're all happy with. And they like presented the shit and every voice actor was like, fuck this, you didn't get us any AI rights and that's the only thing we asked for. And they were like, yeah, but fuck you. Anyway, union people vote on it and like there's not as many voice actors in the union as there are stage actors, so it'll probably pass. And it's like, I don't know, I just think they're jerks. Also, the politics of some of the people that own it are really gross, which, you know, not encouraging. Anyway, sorry for all that. It's not everything that's trying to be like, go pro-union is bad. Not everything that's like, hey, I think the union has issues is good, because some of them are scam artists. This is like one of those things that like I would not feel comfortable being an expert on unless I had like all the documentation in front of me. And I see so many posts where people will be like, I've got an innocuous question about this on Twitter, and someone will respond, and they'll be like, here's the sanitized version of it that's glossing over a lot, and it's not true, and people will be like, thanks. And I've seen that in both directions. So it's like a thorny topic, but also it's one of those things where it's like, people really put a lot of themselves in their acting in LA and their little cliques, and some parts of the pro-union crowd are a clique. So if you're like, I have some notes about that, they're like, okay, then we're not casting you in anything, even if you are a union or whatever, and we'll box you out. It's very high school. These are among the dozens of reasons I was like, I don't think I want to work in this industry. Unions as a thing are good, but they can still be run poorly. Like, if you play Disco Elysium, they do a great job having, like, a pro-union faction that's, like, high-key kind of evil. But, like, also the faction they're fighting against is hierarchy evil, so it's, like, it's fun.
No one gets to be good in Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
Except Kim.
Say one of these communist or fascist things or fuck off. Yeah, so, like, don't go around, like, don't take my opinion as your own. Don't go around, like, touting that, because I have a lot of experience, but it's mostly, like, I'll hear someone venting, and they'll show me an email chain that I can never show anyone else. And I, like... It's one of those things where it's like, yes, I could actually prove everything I'm saying, and I could have a nuanced take on it, and I could get all the paperwork to see how long shit takes. But, like, it would get everybody who's ever told this shit to me in a ton of trouble. And, like, even if it's like, they're right, and all these things are problems because of the way Elway works, like, a lot of people who that would harm are in positions of power in Los Angeles, and it would fuck over their careers forever. So it's like, oops. Union's kind of bad. But unions, the concept, are great.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Thanks for listening to me talk about boring shit for 30 minutes.
Let's talk about something cool.
Like snakes.
Y'all remember air hogs?
I don't.
No.
What's an air hog?
Way back in the day, it's probably like early 2000s, maybe late 90s.
And all those fucking, like, airplanes and shit?
Yeah, they were like airplanes and race cars that, like, you would use an air pump for, and then you let those fuckers rip, and they just go blasting up, like, air hogs!
Yeah, I remember those!
Dude, they were pretty rad. I never had one, but, like, I always saw them at the store, I was like, God, maybe. Chat, take out your hogs. No, hold on.
What? Hey, wait.
Wait. No.
Wait. Well, that maybe on Piff stream.
Yeah, the cars that would go on walls. Was it an air hog? I specifically remember one that was like, they were advertising it as all-terrain, and it could even go on water to an extent. I don't know how well, but... Was that an air hog, or was that something else?
It might be. I'm gonna look at air.
You know what I'm talking about? Because, like, there was a specific commercial.
Yes. Yeah, it's like the wheels would, like, turn sideways as it entered the water. Yeah, I thought that was cool as hell, and I was like, why don't real cars do that?
I typed in air hogs, and one of the first things it suggested was, like, the wall climber, and I'm like, yeah, actually. Tell me about the wall climbing hog, bro.
I also remember one that could, like, spin its body in the middle or something, which meant that it could, if it got stuck, it could, like, spin around and get itself unstuck, or it could flip itself, so it could always just go.
Yo, this shit rules. They follow a laser pointer.
Oh, sick!
Fucking cats, dude.
Ow, the audio broke on this thing and went super loud for a second. Sorry, did anyone say anything? That scared me. That was, like, generally alarming. Yeah. Air hogs were always the, like a toy I think back on fondly. Like, even though I didn't play with them, because, like, It reminds me of the early 2000s and especially the 90s commercials for like toys were so fucking awesome. It was always some guy yelling. It was like, "Hey, dumbass, you playing with sand? Not anymore. It's a Power Ranger that shoots a plastic thing." Like, oh my god, that's the best thing ever.
And then in the
man.
Then in the early 2000s, it would be like, "Are you tired of playing with regular sand? New rainbow sand. Rainbow sand. Put it in your hand. Put it in your eyeballs. You can make it."
You guys
rainbow."
remember Floam?
Yeah, Floam.
Yo, fucking Floam.
For
We actually had some Floam.
90s and 2000s commercials are one of those things that you're like, it's probably just nostalgia that I thought they were like more something than commercials these days. And then you like watch them for 3 hours. And you're like, no, this is way more interesting than what we got now.
They're
As
so
someone
fun.
As someone who works in advertising, I am so disappointed with like advertising nowadays. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not like all terrible, but the thing is no one has fun anymore because businesses are so afraid of looking foolish, yet they actively put their foot in their mouth like every time.
Oh, Cloud
and
is
it's
literally dashing. Sorry.
no,
I'm
you're
fucked.
good. No, we don't know that yet. But like, take for example, in the time that I've been, getting more involved with radio, it's been really fascinating to see how much people are like, "Oh my god, AI is changing everything," like for the worse, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" And like, I have to explain to them like why it's bad. They're like, "I never thought of that." And it's like,
You're so stupid.
"So are you like, what's going on? You drove here? That's cool. I don't know how you did that, but that's impressive based on the new knowledge I have of you."
At least you're spreading the knowledge.
Yeah,
so they can no longer feign ignorance or
Yeah.
claim ignorance, more likely.
I straight up drag their asses in front of clients. It's,
Please talk about that. It's
I'm so
funny.
proud of you for doing that. It's like one of the coolest things you do, Will.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've had recently is not recently, but like whenever we have a recording with a client, a salesperson will likely be, well, they should be there to kind of like provide guiding and coaching, and also if there's like any need for a modification of a script, they are immediately present because they will understand what the bricks and mortar of the commercial are going to be more than me, because I'm overseeing 600 commercials and this is their client, so I need that person there. And in that process, there are plenty of times where I'll have the salesperson be like, having to look over the script multiple times because the client who's reading the script is going, that's like in error in the copy, like grammatically. That's not the right information here. And the salesperson has to go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I like lean over and go, "Do you use AI?" And they're like, "Oh, well, yeah, I had ChatGPT help me with that." I'm like, "Cool."
Help you with that. It's a fucking 50-word script.
Right. And I was like, so, and I like very blatantly go, "So can you walk me through what you did for this commercial?" And they're like, "Well, I had ChatGPT help me with like the basics, and then I massaged it." I'm like, "And so you massaged it wrong because there's still errors in it?" And they're like, "Well, I just sometimes need a little help." I'm like, what is the client getting out of you using ChatGPT? Because the reason they would come to you is because you have years of experience in the marketing side of things. Like, that's the reason they came to you. But you're boasting about the fact that you're using a thing that the client can as well. What's the sales pitch here? And they're like, "Oh, well, it's not a big deal." I'm like, I could see the client like kind of the gears turning, like, "Hey, yeah, wait, what am I paying you for if I also have access to this technology and you didn't do anything with it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, obviously."
Finally, someone who I hope AI does take their job in an indirect way and get them fired.
And that's what I even tell the salespeople. Like, you understand that half of the reason you have your job is because you are also writing copy that is personalized to a client. Like, you have to understand that's like part of your job. And so another thing that happened in the same recording session was the the client was like, "We don't want to say this fact just because like it's not, we can't like 100% confirm it." And she's like, "Oh," and the salesperson's like, "Oh, but I did the research." And I leaned over again. I'm like, did you have AI help you with that research? And she's like, well, a little bit, but I double checked it. I'm like, did you know that if you ask AI how to avoid pizza cheese sliding off of the pizza, it'll tell you Elmer's glue? So maybe like don't use AI at all. And the client was like, yeah, I mean, if you needed facts, you could have just asked me. And I was like, that's a really good point, because you're an expert in the industry, wouldn't you say? And he's like, yeah, we've been doing this for like 15 years. I'm like, 15 years? Why didn't we mention that in the commercial? That's a long time to be doing something right, huh?
If I sucked at my job, you would be like the goddamn Grim Reaper walking around the office, Will.
Well, because here's the thing, is like, I've told people time and time again, the way that I run production is I'm like, there are 3 pillars of production: patience, professionalism, and politeness, right? You need these 3 to ensure everything moves appropriately. And once I am fed up with people's shit, which has been happening a lot recently, and they're like realizing it, those all go out the window, and I am just a fucking asshole because I will toot my own horn here. I think I'm very quick on the draw when I need to be, and I usually use it for comedy, but I can also be a bully. Yeah, and I'm ready to use that power. No hesitation.
Can be really mean.
Yeah, I can be. And that's why, you know, I do my best not to do that unless it's like warranted.
You're using your powers for goodwill.
Yeah. No, they're in school, it is shocking I wasn't a bully. It's very shocking. But,
it's because people liked you and you were already in a position of power in your school. You didn't need to exercise anything.
Yeah.
And you are generally pretty easy to get along with, so...
Because I don't want conflict. It's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
This wasn't the only reason, but I did drop a class this semester partly because of AI.
Right.
Yeah, you did, you came home really sad from a class, and I was like, what happened? And you were like, the professor, like, told us to, you know, go out and, like, do a project for the rest of the class period and use AI, and I felt so disgusted by it. And you spent, like, 2 hours writing a researched email with links to articles being like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, I was like, I basically, like, explained my position, but I also didn't want to come across as, like, insulting the professor, so I'm like, listen, here's my reason for feeling this way. I understand why AI probably seems attractive, especially in, like, I go to, like, an information school, so it's a combination of people who are more, like, traditional, like, record-keeping, you know, libraries and stuff like that, but it's also people who are, like, into programming, so, like, techie people. So, like, I, like, you know, tech innovations are gonna foster there. Like, I understand, but I was also like, listen, morally, I think it's wrong to use AI. And I asked the professor, like, can I do it another way? Can I do things by hand? Can I do things traditionally? Because I refuse to do it. And to her credit, she was like, I understand your position. That's perfectly fine. Just, you know, leave a note that you did it by hand and it's fine. But, like,
you won't need to leave a note. It'll be the best one in the class, and that'll be why.
Yeah, and, like,
it'll be different.
It ended up not mattering because I dropped the class eventually, but for like a combination of reasons, but that definitely was one of them.
Yeah. I just, it's one of those things where I keep telling everyone at the office, I'm like, stop using it. We didn't need it before. You don't need it now. And the fact that you're using it as such a huge crutch, like, really reinforms to me that you are not qualified for this job. Straight up. I don't care if you think it makes it easier. You're actively providing our clients a worse product. And because
also, your job's
you're doing
not
that,
hard.
Right, you just write 30 seconds. Just do it. I know it's monotonous and all that jazz, but, like, there are other solutions to this. Like, for example, the system that we use for like organizing commercials and whatnot has a feature that you can upload scripts that you've written. Very key part in there. You have written. And what it does is that any market that's connected to this system, you could be like, man, I don't want to write another fucking car dealer commercial. What did someone else write? And then you can look up and be like, hey, here's what so-and-so wrote about this like local Toyota dealer. And you can like, this is a great starting point. Okay, this like gets the ball rolling and a human did this. And then obviously you like tweak it or use that as a launch point of like, oh, I like this word. I'll use this as a basis and move from there. But regardless, a human touch is involved. AI just, man, it'll just make shit up, dude. Because it can't filter the information like a person can. It can't use like logic. It just does it.
It doesn't think. It just predicts words. It doesn't actually know what it's saying.
Fucking Google AI that I can't turn off.
So bad.
I literally have a plugin to turn that off.
Oh my god.
Give me that plugin.
Yeah, can you send that my way?
I believe it's part
I
of like
apologize, I should ask, but also
I believe it's part of a wider like block list that you can get for uBlock Origin.
I think I have it.
Okay, yeah.
So if you got that, send that to me too, since my Firefox just like, I don't know, reset itself and logged me out of everything, and I've had to like reinstall my extensions too.
I'll do my best to find like the source information I got it from, because I don't want to give you the wrong stuff, but keep talking.
Let me tell you exactly, like, what the fuck it did wrong. I was just like, you know what? Who's the CEO of, like, PlayStation right now? Who is that? Looks it up, like, types it in, and then, like, the top thing on Google, is, of course, is a freaking Google AI thing. And they're like, oh, yeah, this guy, it's this guy. He became the CEO this year, 3 months from now.
What?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
either Google AI knows a lot about a big shakeup that's about to happen at PlayStation, or it knows nothing. So
yeah, I know I've definitely brought up this example before, but it's a very telling one, and why I'm like, because I'm hoping, I am very confident that the folks in our chat are wise enough not to dabble in AI. This is important dialogue. I don't want to talk about this. Okay, it's over. But I very distinctly remember there was this story of this guy whose job is like hiring people. Like, that's just his job. So he like goes to the applications and then goes to the interview and all that jazz. And he noticed that this one kid he was talking to, was very young, was like a little slower on the draw. Not like because of nerves specifically or anything of the sort, but he was just like, oh, is he feeling comfortable? And he's like, hey, before this like interview, before this interview goes like any further, I just want to make sure that like I'm not making you feel nervous or uncomfortable. Just let me know what I can do, because you know, I just want you to feel welcomed here. And the kid goes, oh no, sorry, I normally have ChatGPT help me think about what I want to say, so without it I'm a little lost. And I was like, you're fucking cooked, kid. I'm sorry, you're cooked. Like, if you can't even produce your own thought, sorry, man. It's over.
That's so rough.
So I just sent all of you the uBlock Origin block list. I'm trying to see if I can again find the one for Google AI.
Yeah, God, a coworker talked about her husband using AI to summarize her texts, and like, if at any level I was like, oh, Amy's messaging me, I need something to summarize what she said to me, Amy should kill me if that happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have more examples than the one.
Sure. Yeah.
So I was just like, hey, what's the Roman numeral for like 2039 or something like that? And they're just like, the room number is this, and I'm like, the AI thing pops up immediately. I was like, all right. And then I checked right below that, and they're like, here's the math for it. And it just adds like 300 to the number that doesn't exist. And I'm like, how do you fuck up a number?
Because it thinks a number is a word. It doesn't know their numbers.
It said the original number like this, put out the thing, and then explained why it was wrong. And then I checked.
That's how you know AI is fucked up, and that it is strictly a predictive tool and not something that can think or provide coherent answers. Because it's a computer that's not doing math anymore.
Right.
And if you know anything about how computers work, they are just math. So the fact that they've taught a computer not to do math anymore is insane.
If I'm not mistaken, there was like this discussion where they were like, so yeah, you've unleashed AI on the world, so that was a cool Pandora's box. So can you tell us about the black box that's like doing the AI? Like, what's going on in there? And all the people that made it went, oh, we don't know. And I like lean in my chair and go, what do you mean you don't know what's happening in the little box that says things? Like, no, it just does it. And it's like, no.
Hang on, I need to type it. I need ChatGPT to help me make a response to this question.
And it's like, you know, the 80s and 90s had like multiple trilogies about being careful with AI. They were pretty successful, so I'm assuming you saw them. Maybe we don't do this, man. Like, if you want to dabble in AI and robots and shit like that, like, make them do stuff at Amazon warehouses, man. Don't make them draw. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Here's the most egregious one that happened to somebody else and not me, where they're like, they were talking about like, yeah, I used to, for people in chat, you don't need to name names, but just somebody was just like, is it okay to eat potatoes from a can? And there's a thing called canned potatoes, and the first thing that shows up on the AI thing, they're just like, yeah, it is perfectly fine to do that. And then if you check any other article, they go, no, absolutely do not do that. They are partially cooked. You still need to cook them. So, like, things that will basically poison you?
Yeah.
AI will tell you the opposite.
Yeah, like,
Eat it.
that's why I keep telling people, I'm just like, don't use it. Just don't. It's not reliable at all. It's gonna get you killed or hurt. It's just, don't, man.
What can you do? Strength and beauty. I have a better idea.
So yeah, I have now got a pretty firm stance on AI. Never ever have it for any information whatsoever, because it is just making shit up.
Yeah. Straight up. Don't be doing it.
Straight up. Straight up. Can't be doing that, white baby.
Here's the fee.
If a coin flip is better at answering your question, you probably should not use it.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty good kit. How's the novelization going? I mean, I'm starting it this Monday. Or resuming it. It's the first book's halfway done on its first draft. That is a hella poison effect that got active on my punchers, on my grippers. God, I was rewatching that fucking Joel Haver video that's just like zombie movies that refuse to say the word zombie and losing my mind. 'Cause it's just like, I've had enough of these runners, had enough of these joggers, these grippers. I call them barfers because I saw one puke real hard once. The video ends when he just goes like, I decided to call them walkers because they walk.
Like, damn, man. You're cooking.
Good for you, Joel.
Can't do that. Get the fuck out of there, you fucking idiot. Oh, that's... Whoa. Get the fuck out of there. Wow, that was close.
Well done.
Enjoy your magma bath.
What are my opinion on creators like Doug using AI purely for entertainment? I hate it. It normalizes it. I think it's terrible. Even if you're a funny person doing improv on AI, on Gen AI based stuff, I think it's bad because you're still using Gen AI. Look, it would be one thing if it was just terrible, like it just didn't do its job well, and it was like actually good, and it took people's jobs away. That would be one thing. The fact that it's environmentally devastating is unacceptable. Like even using it at all is just like putting shit on the power grid. It's wasting resources. It's just unsustainable.
Yep, and everyone wants to try to make a business out of it. I am optimistic that AI is gonna just like, it's gonna wear out, right? Like, I just can't see it.
I think this generation is for sure gonna pop soon. I thought it was gonna happen last month when all AI sales fucking crashed because like China was just like, we made a slightly better one, but like it's still bad. It better go the way of NFTs. Yeah, like NFTs stuck around longer than I thought they would too, but they did fucking die.
Yeah. I just think, oh yeah?
Not to be a little bit doomer about it, but I don't actually know if AI is going to die, at least not like NFTs, mostly because it's more widespread. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like,
yeah, NFTs, you had to like get in it.
Yeah, NFTs, like anyone, like a lay person, you could try and pitch it to a lay person and they'd be like, I don't understand, and they wouldn't care about it. And if you actually got the explanation to them, they'd be like, that's stupid, right? Because they were stupid. There was no practicality to them. With AI, it's a little more difficult because like a lay person can immediately see the benefits and receive benefits and either be ignorant or, you know, depressingly not care about the consequences of using it or, you know, the implications of using it, etc., etc. And I don't know, just the fact that I'm like university professors are using it. I see people, like people who speak English as a second language use it to help them like form sentences. So like it does have some practical uses, but Jello's right. I still believe that at least as it exists now, it is a little morally reprehensible to consider using.
Yeah.
And if the people that know how it works should understand this. But yeah,
I've seen pretty convincing stuff that's like, this is like
useless.
I hate overusing the term bubble, but it is kind of this false investment that a lot of companies have promised. Everyone is chasing that like new big thing, like, you know, companies like Apple got rich off of like mobile iPods and eventually smartphones, and like all of us are coming off of like 40 years of crazy innovation. I was just talking about this with video games in relation with Amy, and it's like we lived through the growth period of video games where you got to watch them go from like pixels to like 4 triangles on a model to now they look like fucking Final Fantasy 16, and people are like, well, we're adding, this one's $600 million, so this game looks like 1% better. And it's like, we are at a point where that's no longer a selling point. It's just a money and time and art sink. And people haven't realized that. And in a similar way, every company wants to be the next Apple. So they're like, I need to get in on this big thing. So scam artists and people who don't care are like, let's try NFTs, and they're more successfully, let's do this AI thing, and we'll sell the concept to a bunch of CEOs who can force it on a company, while the people who do the nitty gritty go, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. And then there's going to be a long enough period where people are like, this doesn't work. Well, now we have to hire someone to fix the AI, which is what's happening with all the translation services. That happened to Chula's job, and she didn't get fired, but a bunch of other people did, because they got downsized. And it's like this, like Duolingo did it, and that's why everyone boycotted them. And it's like, this doesn't work. It doesn't save time because you need to hire someone to correct the AI, and you could just be hiring someone to do the job in the first place if the fucking robot doesn't work. And there's all that, and it's this giant multi-industry investment that everyone's going, this is the next thing. We are getting on the ground floor of the next thing, but it's not it's demonstrably not the next thing. And that element will fail. That element will absolutely fail because people keep investing it, they keep putting time and money in it, and it doesn't work. And you know how I know it's going to fail is because Google's version of it doesn't work. And if fucking Google can't make it work, then it's fucked. But right now, everyone's like, we're all pushing it, we're normalizing. And the part that scares me is that like little kids are using it in classrooms, and people are being like, I'm talking to my favorite character, and it's like, this is embarrassing. Use your imagination. Like, like, God. And I'm like so scared of, like Oz was looking for a new job, and it was like, we want someone who's like super creative and is open to using AI, and Oz was like, I'm not doing that. That's insane. Yeah, like engineers are using AI, that's going to get people killed. Nursing students are using AI, that's going to get people killed. And like, it's a disaster. Like, I think the fear is the normalization of it and how fast it is, especially for younger people. That's terrifying. Like, people, and I can imagine so easily this horrible future where like 20 years in the future, you're getting those like Tumblr, well, like, well, my social anxiety actually makes it okay for me to use Gen AI for every time I talk to someone because otherwise it would freak me out. And it's like, at some level, you gotta learn to be a human, dude. And like, if you can't formulate a sentence without like draining a lake, then fuck you. I don't know what to say. Like, you gotta figure it out.
Your problems are deeper than you realize, and a
need to work
robot
on
will
yourself.
not help you.
Yeah.
I will say, for what it's worth, being, going to the I school here, most of the of my fellow classmates, like my peers, anytime AI comes up, all of us roll our eyes, and we're just like, And it has it's interesting because it has a bit of an air of like, you know, like the prof will bring it up for either like discussion reasons or being like, or, you know, you can just have ChatGPT do it, LOL, and then move on. And even shit like that sends me into a quiet rage, but whatever. You know, like, everyone has sort of like a, you know, shifty eyes looks around, what's like the temperature in the room, like, should I actually say anything about AI and how it pisses me off? But as soon as one person is like, oh, you know, fucking AI, they're like, I know, right? So
That
that at least is comforting to me.
So I met Will and most of the rest of the crew, not Amy or Piff, but like Aram and Chula in college. And I actually remember like being in like Skype groups looking for like, we would do like, I'll hop onto like voice acting projects that would never go anywhere. And I found that there was such a value in being the first guy to say anything and to allow the floodgates to open and realize the silent majority was actually totally thinking the same thing. And that's probably a lot of the reason I am the way I am today, because I'm like, there is such a value in being the guy who is willing to be annoying and point stuff out, because it makes other people in a room not feel crazy. When someone else gets to be like, yo, that sucks, and everyone else goes, okay, thanks, I was thinking it, I didn't want to be the person to say it. And I don't know, I am a jerk many a time, but I do for real think there's value in that.
Yeah, I mean, there have been multiple instances. I don't remember what we were talking about, but I remember there was a time that like Aloha, me, and like a few other people were sitting there, and I can't remember what the topic was or who brought it up of like, hey, this is a problem, right? And it's like, oh my god, you too? And like, it just blew it out. And Aloha described it as, I feel like we all drove to the same spot and we all sat in our trucks quietly until someone put the headlights on. We went, wait, you're here too? Just like, and we're like, why are we all sitting in different cars?
That's really funny.
I will say, Will, I've had that exact like situation like between you and me multiple times, and always I'm like, oh, thank God, Will is with me at the party once again.
Will often like DM me and be like, I saw that shit you were saying on like Twitter or in the general or whatever, and I just want you to know I totally agree with you. I just don't have the energy to get into it right now. So
yeah,
cool. Thank you.
There's a lot of times I'll see something where I agree with it. I'm like, I don't want to get in this fight, but here's some bullets. Like, if you're gonna start shooting, I might as well give you some ammo. Because like, I can't stress this enough. You're not being an asshole. Because like, you need someone to do it. You need to. Otherwise, nothing's gonna change. And also, it's important to call bullshit out.
I remember that you guys were going around and watching, God, was that Ruby?
All right.
Season 5, and it's like, it's bad, but like in a fun way. And then I'm like, oh, I love those. And then I was in for like, I don't know how many episodes. And then there was just one episode where like nobody said anything after the episode, and I'm just like, so like pent up rage. It's like, I fucking hate this.
What you said is like the we're just gonna say the same thing, and you started first. You can take it. You can quote him.
Yeah, I mean, so what it was is basically we were just sitting there silently, and I was like, because we all agreed it was bad. It was like, oh man, I got nothing to say. And Piff had the incredible line of just like, I didn't know I signed up for Oops All Boring. Like,
it was I was like, yeah, we were all like, no, it was like a little more funny bad in the first couple of episodes, and then they get to this house and sit there and do nothing for a week, and Piff goes, I went, hey Piff, how you doing? He went, it's like Captain Crunch's Oops All Boring.
Right.
It's like, oh my god, no, I'm bored.
It was fucking savage, and it was just true. Like, man, fuck and all happens in 5, man. Jesus. I can't believe Bernie Burns bought that company. What are you doing, man? You got out. You're good.
I don't know.
Like, the name is tainted.
Maybe he wanted to fix it.
I mean, sure, it's admirable to try and resuscitate the person that took a bullet to the head, but, like, maybe don't worry about it. There's not much to be done. Because that's honestly what Rooster Teeth is to me. Like, there was a time that I loved that company. But, man, it went downhill so fast, and it's basically exactly when Bernie Burns left, and I obviously have no information to base this off of, but it's pretty clear that he must have looked around and went, uh-oh. Just left. Does Rooster Teeth even own Ruby? I don't think so. I think Viz Media got them. I think that's how it worked. I don't know. Yeah, I look at Bernie Burns buying Rooster Teeth and I'm like, what are you gonna do with this, man? Because, like, nobody is rooting for this company anymore because
Just in time.
It's bad.
They treated people like dog shit. They
made nothing good for a decade.
Right. And quite frankly, one of the main reasons they finally went under is Warner Brothers looked and went, well, we've been killing a lot of things. What's this thing that's costing us X amount of money and doesn't do anything? Like, oh, that's Rooster Teeth. And like, what the fuck is a Rooster Teeth? And that was that. I remember, like, in the last bit of Rooster Teeth's existence, I remember, like, how are they doing? And I looked, and their, like, highest view count video was, like, fucking 15K. And I'm like, you can't.
15K?
It was bad. It was rough.
Dude, I'm not doing good in view counts right now, and if I made a comic dub about nothing, if I made, like, Courtney Adventures right now again, like that thing you and Chula helped me with,
yeah,
it would do, like, 5 times that. That sucks, dude.
Yeah. It was, and obviously, this is going based off of memory, and maybe the numbers are a little wrong, but, like, it was rough. And really, the only thing that I'm like, beans about is that when Rooster Teeth went, we also lost Funhouse. And I liked Funhouse. Now, early Funhouse, there were times I would waggle my finger and go, no, you don't get to say that. You really shouldn't say that. But they got better about it as time went on. Far more so than, like, Achievement Hunter, which, holy Christ, the shit that fumbled out of their mouth. And then anytime there was a big problem, they're like, hey, put Jeff in front of a camera and make him cry. That usually, like, gets the viewers back, and they're like, oh, Jeff is sad.
My experience with Rooster Teeth is very much that one panel from Way of the House Husband, where it's the guy who's like, I've never smoked in my life, and the other one's just like he just has a radiance, and everyone's just like, oh, shit. Like, I've never done Rooster Teeth. I've never looked at them.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me in my entire life was when Welcome to YouTube went viral. And one of the things I said was, I was making fun of how, like, you know when Machinima existed?
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, no matter how bad you are, you will get Machinima will ask to partner you. It doesn't matter. And literally, I got an email, and the guy went, hey, I'm aware, but I'm the guy who's been told to reach out to you since you just went viral. Would you like to join Machinima?
No fucking way. That's so funny.
Like, he knew. Like, clearly he was some temp, and he was like, I watched the video, it was funny, but, like, Jesus, I can't believe they're making me do this.
I am now passed to ask you this.
I bet when he got the email, like, hey, can you contact this Yellow Positives guy?
It's like, oh my god.
No,
he'll be canceled.
What do you mean
in
the
40
detective's
years?
the murderer? No.
The detective's
Right? It's just like...
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
And like, you know, I looked at it. I looked at the numbers, and I mean, the website I went with full screen, and they sucked eggs, and they eventually joined up with Rooster Teeth.
Yeah, bae.
They were bad. So
Yeah.
He's fucking oops. God.
Now for the other one.
Yeah. I don't know.
You shall be imminently overrun, I can assure you, blackguard.
enjoy my stupid poison damage setup. I got 2 minutes. I can wait him out.
What if you need more time with Hades?
This is also definitely going to be my last run, by the way. I always enjoy the late night too long conversations, but it's like 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. Weirdly, I'm not... I think I got my second win.
Uh-oh.
Which happens. I mean, hey, you know, I chose this. Question for Will. Any plans to play Death Stranding 2? I recently rewatched your original Death Stranding playthrough, and I loved it. I'd love to see you play 2. I'm, like, really on the fence about it. Strictly because while overall I enjoy Death Stranding, it does have a loop that I personally don't like very much, which is walk here for like literally an hour. That's great. Can you walk back? That took an hour. Hey man, can you go back to where you just came from, but now with a body? And I'm like, stop. Just stop. Give me your cutscenes. I'm enjoying your story and your weird ass world. Just do that, okay? Because I don't want to sound like a COD kid, but let me shoot something every once in a while, man. You gotta let me do something.
I love that you're like a recovered COD kid in the way other people are like recovered alcoholics. I think that's so
I mean, you gotta figure, I grew up on Xbox 360, so like, well, and also original Xbox, because like I had Halo 2 and all that jazz, but like I fed off of like competitive shooters. Like that was my fucking steez, dude. And then I got older and I was like, this just doesn't really do it for me anymore. I way prefer like single player experiences or PvE. Like for example, Space Marines. Like, holy shit, I adore Space Marines. It's so fun because it's literally just, hey, 2 of my friends want to just like rip through a bunch of robots and it's going to be just a glorious, just violent mess. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And we'll shoot the shit the whole time. I'm like, that's great.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I can like talk about a hypothetical alternate universe we could be living in for a second. I remember when I like still sometimes played Overwatch, and it was like they keep saying they'll add like real PvE modes, and like imagining how fun Overwatch would have been if like each character had like just like 3 missions in like a repurposed level where they like blocked off some of it with obstacles and shit, you know, and it was like,
yeah,
oh, this is Genji, but you have to use like his dash to get through like the upper sections on Hanamura or something. Who cares?
Yeah.
And I remember being like, well, I would probably buy a Overwatch 2 if it had PvE, and then they were like, we have made a game that gives you nothing, and it's like, I guess I'm glad I didn't spend any money on that, goddamn.
Overwatch 2 might be the most impressive fumbling of the bag I've ever seen.
It's rough.
Overwatch was Game of the Year. Like, think about that. In 2016, it was Game of the Year. And to see it now, I'm just like, holy shit, guys. What the hell happened?
A common vid watcher, only now realizing y'all are live. Hi, thanks for keeping me company while I draw my comic. Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I do love that. I love how many European and Aussie viewers I get because I stream late so often.
Oh, sure.
It's actually one of the things I miss about being in PST is that I could be like, well, it's 1 p.m. Pacific. Who's around? Though now I actually get friends to do it with me instead of just like Piff and Marissa sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to join them, but there's a lot of times
It's
where
so
like, you guys
late.
Well, it starts at 11. I'm like, I don't have work. I just can't. But on weekends, I'm like more than fine to pop on and just like shoot the shit for a long while. I also saw someone mention in chat, was like, hey man, sometimes I like to unwind with a first-person shooter and just fight low-level bots. Oh, absolutely. But again, that's essentially PvE. Like, you know, for example, Gears of War had the Horde mode, and like that's fun as hell. That's like the main reason I'm excited for the next Gears game. And I was like, because back in the day, I was a Gears guy through and through for like versus multiplayer. But I think I would way prefer the Horde mode because it's literally just build your base and blow shit up.
This is such a horrible but true joke, but I saw someone point out how you know Overwatch 2 failed miserably when you barely see smut of the new characters.
That's true.
It's just true. It's like how BioShock Infinite, like, literally, this is not a joke, pushed forward innovations in, like, 3D MMD animation because so many people were freaks and they were horny for Elizabeth from that game, and they wanted to model her in, like, their feet or whatever, and I don't know what these people do. And...
I don't go here.
I don't go here. I truly do not go here. Look, respectfully, I understand when people are like, I want my big titty anime wife. Like, I want, I don't know, fucking Kuching from Genshin. I just got hit 4 times by the same ripple. Jesus Christ. Holy. But I truly don't understand. I think the 3D shit looks so ugly. But yeah, it's such a good... Because porn artists, they thrive on whatever the popular thing is at the moment, right? That's why, like, with anime,
Marvel
it's
Rivals
just like...
is doing great.
Yeah, Marvel Rivals, I see a bunch of... and then it'll be like, here's the new character, it's Sue Storm, and I don't know, I made her clothes invisible.
Oh no.
It's like, it's Squirrel Girl, and I don't know any other Marvel Rivals characters. But
they just added Emma Frost, and holy Christ.
I don't know who that is.
An X-Men, doesn't matter.
Oh.
I think Savvy has a few things to say about.
Is it another blonde white woman?
It sure is another blonde
Are you
white
kidding
woman.
me?
No. Here's the thing though. One, she's way bigger than everyone else.
You're gonna say one, she's white.
No, she is white with accents of blue, and it drives me up a fucking wall. But
Again?
thankfully, yes, it's like egregious at this point. But luckily, she is like notably bigger, and she has like a cape. So like, there is something to help with distinguishing her. Really, the crazier thing is, she is thick, and she now has a choke slam ability, which is making everyone go crazy.
Okay.
For the obvious reasons, but also because it interrupts literally every ultimate. So, you know.
It's like how, so, like, obviously, I don't know, Genshin porn is a cottage industry. But, like, when Honkai and the other ones came out, I didn't see any of that. And, like, I still don't know any characters from, like... I literally can't think of the other Hoyoverse games.
Zenless?
Zenless? I was like, I see the boy? The Cliff Chapin boy? Who's, he's got, like, white hair and a red jacket. Like, I see him sometimes. Did
you say you don't see smut for Honkai?
I don't know.
Okay, I do. So
Okay.
Yeah, I think it just depends on like who you're following on, because like I don't see anything for Honkai.
Oh jeez.
Zenless I do. Genshin not as much anymore, but like
definitely
still.
not anymore.
Right.
Jesus, this is gonna be rough.
I also saw someone in chat being like, wait, Overwatch has new characters? I mean, they released a new one, I think, like a week or two ago.
Yeah, they have a ton of
Yeah.
new characters. That's Overwatch, baby. No one gives a shit anymore.
God.
Yeah, Overwatch really had the world in the palm of its hand, and now it just keeps shitting its pants.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he moves so fast.
I think her name is Freya. Yeah.
That's gonna kill me. Oh.
The thing that's like that drives me up a wall
No.
about Overwatch.
Your flailing attempts
This is what I'm talking about the dashing ability, because you'll dash 100 frames before something will happen, but you'll be in the middle of an attack animation. So it'll be like, you're doing a dash attack, and it's like, no, I'm not, and then it kills you because you don't get iframes during dash attacks. And it's like, oh, I thought I could really clutch that out. That's a bummer.
Yeah. It's alright, though.
I come to you bearing aquatic beasts.
Okay. It's extremely late.
Yes.
Yeah.
Truly late.
Choco late. So it is time to go to bed.
Maybe we'll be around later.
Good night.
Bye, Chet.
Night.
Toodles.